Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tulilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asante sana. Mnaweza mkaketi ama tuombe tukiwa tumesimama. Unasemaje mama Karen?
Tuombe kama tumesimama. Good morning everyone. My name is Nora Joy Ananda from Current Technical Training Institute for the Deaf, and this is how we greet. Good morning. Good morning. All of you must go out with one word. Good morning. The Bible says in Psalms 133, how good it is when brethren unite together in harmony. And that's what we are doing this morning. Let us honor God through a word of prayer. Let us pray. Our God and everlasting Father, we come before thy throne of grace this morning with thanksgiving in our hearts, O Lord. We want to thank you for the journey mercies you have accorded each and every one of us here today. We want to thank you even for HELB, for organizing this wonderful consultative meeting. Lord, we want to ask for your presence. We want to ask you that you may lead us, guide us, and give us your wisdom so that as we talk with one another, we shall come to a compromise. Father, we want to thank you even for the journey mercies you have accorded each to protect us while we stay here in Mombasa. For it is in the mighty name of Jesus Christ that we pray, trusting and believing. Amen. Thank you very much.
Asante sana, Madam Karen. Haya, mkuu wa security, Bwana Godfrey. Tafadhali kuja utuambie tukisikia mahali kuna pesa nyingi tutatokea na wapi tukimbilie huko. Tunaomba mazuri, atuombe mabaya yatokee, lakini huwa yanatokea. Lakini ndio tunaitiwa pesa, tujue exit ziko wapi.
Good morning, team. My name is Godfrey Tabasi, Head of Security, Praydin Flamingo. On behalf of the management, I want to welcome you. Karibu sana Flamingo. And thank you for choosing this place among many places. I want to give a short security brief while you are here. In this dome tent, we have exit points. One at this end. We have one from the back side. And we have also right at the yellow skirting. In case of any eventuality, we have got the fire assembly point near the parking at the back side. It is well labeled. And we have got also the fire marshals within the compound to help us and the first aiders. In case of maybe you feel unwell, we have got the hotel nurse free of charge. You can just visit the front office for attention. In case it might persist, we also have the doctor on call. On security system, I just want as a department to assure you that you are safe being here. We are doing whatever it takes just to make sure that your stay is safe. We have got the tourist police unit from Bamburi with us, helping us in intensifying the security system. At the beach line, we have the KWS who do regular patrols. And we are saying that after 6 p.m., we do not allow anybody along the beach area. We only allow the security personnel, the one doing patrols. So as you might be moving towards the beach line, make sure by 6, we avoid now going to the other end, because you might be questioned a lot of unnecessary questions and other things. However, if you are not good at swimming, you also leave for those who can swim. We have got a swimming pool and the beach area, so let us also leave for those who can swim, so that we minimize and zero rate on those safety measures. In-house, we have internal security system that are manning the CCTV coverages and any internal issues. We have got the outsourced security guards stationed at every areas. I think you've seen them. They are there to help us in direction and any other place. For our washrooms, they are at the far end, the nearest one. We have others right at the front office. We have others at the conferencing center. When you meet any of the security personnel, will help us to give us those directions. When we break for our lunch, we always make sure that we have 2 security personnel inside here to take care of our luggages. But please don't leave your phones and any other valuables because it may attract other intentions. But for the luggages, when we break for our breaks and lunch, we are going to take care of them. When our housekeeping are doing replenishment for the same, they will be doing in the presence of our security personnel. Otherwise, I wish to assure you for your safety as you be here. I'll be welcoming any question and any concern pertaining the security structure and safety. Have a good day.
Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Godfrey. Haya, kwa lugha ya ishara mnayemuona hapa ni hivi ama ni hivi? Okay. Kwa lugha ya ishara mnayemuona hapa ni mmoja wetu kutoka HELB, anajulikana kama Patrick Oduko. Fred Oduko. Alright, kwa sign language, na vile vile pia ni mtumishi wa Mungu. Nimeshapata paka background. Kwa hivyo tuko safe pia upande mwingine watu kama hawa katika ukumbi. Saizi ningependa kumwalika mkubwa wetu hapa. Tunafanana kiafya kila kitu. Ukimuona na yeye na mimi tofauti ni rangi tu na account. Account yangu 0 kidogo, ziko kidogo. Yeye account kidogo amenizidi. Bwana CPA Charles Ringera, CEO HELB. Hebu tumpigieni makofi. Tumpigieni makofi Bwana C. CEO mwenyewe akikuja bazuu. Watu na mazoezi yao, watu na akaunti zao. Karibu sana. Karibu sana Bwana CEO. All right.
Nikokosoe tu moja. Afya na urefu ni ya Mungu. Hiyo ingine ni bidii yako, akaunti ya benki. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're very excited to join here back again after 2 years of taking a break. And I do note quite a number of, we have grown actually, and as maybe you'll be hearing later in the day. When we met here 2 years ago at maybe when COVID was starting, we were just under 400. I'm telling this particular session should be getting into about 500 who are physically in here. And also, another maybe 100 or 200 will be joining online, which means the sector is actually growing. And that is encouraging. This is what we intended when Higher Education Loans Board was started. So just to welcome you for this session of the 2022 TVET Consultative Forum that is being held today and tomorrow. And first of all, I want to recognize the Principal Secretary, State Department of Technical and Vocational Training, represented here by Dr. Andelina Muthuri. Mogore will be talking to us later. Andelina is a Deputy Director, Technical Education and Training. I also want to recognize the Chairman of Higher Education Loans Board, Right Honorable Ekwe Dhuro, will be talking to us shortly as he invites the peers. TVET college principals, deans, and maybe when I mention them, if they could be upstanding, we see where they are. TVET college principals. Excellent. I think I'll clap for them. Deans who are with us today, a clap for them. Registrars who are here today, again a big number. Finance officers, again a big clap. Our very special guests, student leaders, we are here because of you. Excellent. And that really completes the cycle that we've been talking about. At the university, we have student leaders together with the deans, registrars, principals or VCs. Now we can see we are integrating this together also with the TVET colleges. I also want to recognize the invited guests and speakers. In particular, we want to recognize our keynote honorary speaker, Angela Nganga, who is the Industry Director, Middle East, Africa, and Emerging Market at Microsoft. We also have an array of panelists from Ministry of Education, which is a policy setter. I think Tom Mulati, are you in the room? Is Tom in the room? Okay, Tom will be joining us, I think, later. We have TIVET represented here by Nyongesa. Again, you'll be appearing in the panel. We have KUCCPS presented here. KUCCPS, are you in the house? Yeah, the CEO has just landed, and I think their people are picking up from the airport. TVET CDAC, I saw Dr. Lawrence Guantai, the CEO. Yeah, here he is. Nakanda is also represented here. And I want to tell Nakanda this is a drug-free zone. And NTSA, again, will be talking to us. I've seen Dr. Hassan from NCPW, Karibu Sana. We want to recognize our key sponsors for this event, and they are lined up on the banner that is there, starting with the KCMB PLC itself. Then we have KCMB Foundation, Safaricom, Cooperative Bank, ABSA, Family Bank, Standard Bank, Chartered Bank, NCBA, Kingdom Bank, KUCCPS, Kenya Maritime Authority. We are having a conversation later on this afternoon at the panel, TVET CDAC, and TVETA. And we want to recognize KNQA CEO, Njuma Mhowana. I don't know where you went. Okay, Njuma is here, is right here. And of course, the mother of TVET, the association, which is CATI, today represented by their treasurer, Patrick Machoni, who will also be talking to us shortly thereafter. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say once again, good morning, and how excited we are to meet you today. It is just over 2 years since the last consultative forum, which was held on 27th and 28th February 2020, and was contextualized under the theme, TVET Financing, Creating Opportunities for Youth in the Blue Economy and Service Industry. This was at the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, and we just survived the lockdowns that followed thereafter. You do remember after we met here in February, thereafter, of course, government started the various lockdowns that actually has faced us for the last 2 years also. During that period, no one could predict the outcome of the pandemic in our economic and social lives. including, of course, wearing of masks, which I think was either removed yesterday and returned immediately, back thereafter. But looking today, COVID-19 has become a way of life, and we have now replaced the one post-COVID to living with COVID, just like any other pandemic like HIV. I think that is where we are. We now know how to wear masks. We know how to sanitize wherever we have a conversation with the microphones, which became super spreaders. So yes, we now live with COVID. Some of the key highlights from the recommendations by the delegates in the 2020 forum were, number one, the delegates recommended that we consider, I want to report back, ladies and gentlemen, that this is an ongoing legislative process, which even as late as yesterday, it was in the floor of the House, and we want to be guided by the crafters of legislations on how we will proceed with that. But from a HELB perspective, I can say we are ready to implement exactly what members of parliament decide on how we should deal with underage. But I also want to report that the aspect of underage as a challenge, because you cannot be able to contract with a minor. That is what the law of contract says. So we want to see what kind of valve they will be creating for Higher Education Loans Board if you contract with a minor, whether that contract then can be enforceable into the future. Number two, the delegates recommended that we needed to review the loan application process. And I want to report back that the review of the loan application process is a continuous process in a bid to improve service delivery. Notably, subsequent loan application is now paperless and certainly mobile phone based for subsequent applicants. You don't even have to go to a cyber cafe, you get on your phone, and that is where you apply your subsequent loan. Number three, there was recommendation to review loan amount upwards to make it impactful so that then the student can comfortably remain in school. We have had challenges in regard to this. One of them, given the inadequate exchequer funding, you must have seen us running all over in terms of exchequer funding from Higher Education Loans Board. TVET loan and bursary remains at 4 billion from exchequer. Sometimes it is delivered, other times it is not delivered because of the resources, the way the resources are flowing into the country. And also we are seeing a surge in terms of enrollment. And Madam PS, when you'll be talking to us, one of the biggest challenges is really ring-fencing the allocation of HELB in the budgetary estimates. Once that has been approved, we want to request your office to continue ring-fencing that money so that then it is not taken away because COVID has come in. When you take away, and we have already allocated this money to the students, it becomes very, very difficult for us to be able to support these desperate situations. Of importance, actually, is the aspect of, and maybe when Kati will be talking to us later, is that what we have realized now, HELB has become almost the surest bet and single funder of TVET colleges. Why? Because the exchequer 30,000 is a bet and reliable when it will actually be received by the TVET colleges. Same thing we are seeing. Yeah, please. If that is true, you need to clap to us. So, Madam PS, what happens when you then go and also cut the one of HELB, which we had promised the colleges, and the one of main government is also not coming, it becomes a real challenge for us to be able to support these students. We have under suppression in terms of loan recoveries due to prevailing economic environment. I'm happy to report that the board of directors, led by chairman, did approve the 100% COVID-19 penalty waiver dubbed Kamilisha Malipo ya HELB, running from 1st of March to 30th of April 2022. We continue to encourage you to preach this message broadly to the beneficiaries to take advantage of this waiver, which is informed against the backdrop of the ravages of COVID-19 on the economy that has seen the business environment struggle to survive during this period. We feel our beneficiaries, and this is just a small way from Higher Education Loans Board of our Ubuntu spirit of building back better. So if you look at that COVID waiver campaign that we are currently running for the next 2 months, one of the key messages there is that we hear that you have been hit by COVID. So how do we come to you so that we can be able to support you? And that was the basis of the 100% COVID penalty waiver, so that we can also get resources to support more of our students and encourage others who have not started repaying their loans to look for ways and means to start repaying their loans. The call to action for TVET beneficiaries to repay their loans, however small it may be, even if on a daily basis at 100 shillings per day, through M-Pesa on a pay bill, 200, 800, your ID number becomes one of your identifiers. Ladies and gentlemen, why are we doing that? I wish to emphasize on the need to protect this TVET funding that government conceptualized in 2018. At HELB, we do monitor a key risk indicator called portfolio at risk. That is the money that is at risk of coming back, to be paid. In yesterday's Business Daily, under the screaming headline of job cuts push 109,661 students to default HELB loans, amounting to almost Kenya shillings 11 billion. We are trying to segment that portfolio of 11 billion or 10.8 billion. And what we have seen is as follows, very interesting findings. The people who are in default between 1974, who went to school between 1974 and 1977, who have not paid back, which means, and you must have seen the Auditor General saying this, which means those loans are as old as 45 to 50 years old, are 3,533, amounting to 49, almost 50 million shillings, and they account for 3.22%. The people whose loans matured between 1978 to 1982, which means their loans are between 40 and 44 years old, are 6,182, or 5.64%, because they account for 165 million. Between 1983 and 1987, that loan is now 35 to 39 years old. They are about 4,253, carrying about 184 million, and that accounts for about 3.88%. Between 1988 and 1992, those loans are now 30 to 34 years old. They are 10,450. They are carrying about 602 million, which is about 9.5%. Between 1993 and 1997, graduates, which means those loans are now between 25 and 29 years old, they are 15,607, and they are carrying about 1.2 billion, and they account for 14.2% of the portfolio at risk. The graduates of 1998 to 2002, which means those loans are now 20 to 24 years, are 9,688, and they account for slightly under a billion shillings, or 8.83%. The graduates of 2003 to 2007, which means their loans are 15 years to 19 years, are 8,876, and they account for about 1.2 billion, or 8%. The loans which matured between 2008 to 2012, which means they are now between 10 and 14 years old, those are 14,623, and they carry about 1.261 billion, or 13.33%. The graduates of 2013 to 2017, which means their loans are between 5 to 9 years, are 19,681, or carrying just under 3 billion shillings, and they account for 17.95%. And maybe we are seeing a new culture that is developing, because the loans which matured between 2017 to 2022, that means their loans are less than 5 years old, are 16,768, and they are carrying about 2.2 billion, or only 15.2%. I would have expected the curve to change the other way around. So clearly, maybe it means that our messaging to the populace and the public and the applicants who are coming to apply is actually crystallizing, so that we have now seeing a generation that is eager to pay back their loans, rather than my generation, which has become a little bit difficult to be able to repay the loans. Whereas the overall portfolio at risk for the entire loan book is at 27%, meaning that 73% of the book is performing, we are deeply concerned on TVET loan portfolio performance. And let me give you an analysis. Of the total matured TVET portfolio loans as at December of 37,676, valued at about 1.6 billion as at December last year, 2,362 loan accounts have cleared repayment of their 70.27 million. Currently, only 8,864 TVET loanees are actively repaying their loans valued at 294 million. This therefore translates into a performance of 25%. It means that 75% of our TVET loan that we have given out is mature and ready to be collected, and they are not paying back their loans. So, which means our portfolio at risk of about, overall portfolio of about 23%, the major driver of that portfolio at risk is actually TVET. It will be interesting that this message is carried back again to the students who are partaking this loan, because why the board went into this mission of financing TVET students was because of the skills and in TVET colleges will help the student get into active economic engagement much earlier than the graduates who are taking about 5 to 10 years to get a job. Because you get with a skill like plumbing and tomorrow you're already working. In terms of loan repayment, that is not proving to be the case. And of course, government is advised by data. If then this is not what comes through in terms of the data that we have, then government will have to rethink financing of the TVET students. I want to encourage everybody, the registrars, the deans, and everybody else who is involved with the student management, to continue emphasizing on the need of taking the loan and paying back the loan so that future generations can be able to earn something out of it. HELB, number 4, one of the other recommendations that was given by the delegate in 2020 was HELB to adopt dynamic requirement of government policies, programs, projects, and agenda that have direct impact on funding of students. Now, there have been 2 challenges on this area. One, the exponential growth in terms of enrollment of students in TVET colleges, in line with the government focus on transition, on growth of the TVET sector. And maybe you'll be hearing that from the PS on what government is already doing. Unfortunately, the requisite funding is not yet in tandem with the growth in this sector. And we have seen that even as we grow, we are sharing the same pot of 4 billion shillings, and that's, so it's like, Scrabble for partition of Africa. So it's like one who comes before the other is the one that, gets this facility. So it is important to continue to grow the kitty to see that we are able to support all the students who are enrolled in TVET colleges. And then secondly, we are concerned about the number of students enrolled in other TVET colleges outside Ministry of Education that are going without funding due to government policy on TVET student financing. This was one of the major questions that when we appeared in Parliament on Tuesday, in front of the Health Committee, they wanted to understand why we are not funding the KMTC students. And we'll be hearing later from the CEO of KMTC on what we are trying to do in terms of our external resource mobilization plan, in terms of these other students that are not factored within the Ministry of Education TVET. HELB has done its part in regard to external resource mobilization, and that is which is sector-based. You'll be hearing from some of our partners this afternoon. So if you look at what we have done with KMTC, getting money from USAID and trying to make intervention to those KMTC students, what we have done with the seafarers or Bandari Maritime Academy for the guys who are doing oceanography or those courses which are in the blue economy sector, who are funded by KME. What we are doing with CASNEB in regard to a revolving fund for accountants who are doing accounting exams, again, supporting them through the CASNEB fund. What we are doing with the Council for Legal Education, what we are doing with the Kenya School of Law, and many other of our partners who we are partnering with, just to ameliorate the problem that we are having, because the policy of government today is that the 4 billion we have for TVET is directed to only TVET in the Ministry of Education. And deliberately so because government was concerned with transition. But then, we cannot grow this country with exclusion. And that is why we are looking at what are other alternatives to be able to exclude all these guys. People who are doing hospitality, for example, who is funding them. And that's where we are coming out with an option for this external resource mobilization, which then support this process of inclusivity and making sure that everybody has an equitable chance of getting to higher education. As I conclude, almost on the 3rd year of living with COVID-19, this year, the forum is contextualized under expanding access to TVET education 5.0 amidst COVID-19, and we'll be looking at some of the financing challenges and opportunities. We look forward to hearing more from TVET experts, specifically policy matters. That's why you have the ministry here. We will also hear about TVET expansion and governance in TVET, placement of TVET students from basic education to higher education, TVET curriculum accreditors, and a very interesting topic on Education 5.0 of putting forward the notion of the fifth industrial revolution. I think we have been used to 4IR or for the industrial revolution. But we'll be hearing also from experts today, particularly led by Angela from Microsoft, on what is this new animal of Education 5.0. And simply put, Education 5.0 talks about rehumanizing manufacturing and service processes, which refers to focusing increasingly on the role of humans in the equation and ensuring effective and efficient cooperation between humans and machines. It has now been discovered that if they don't coexist, they will fight with one another, the human, and the machine. So 5.0 is trying to put now, the human in front of the machine. We will want educational transformation to have a profound long-term impact. We need to embrace this from the perspective of the fifth industrial revolution, which we'll be discussing today. We need to understand, we need Education 5.0. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my singular and honor to welcome the HELB Board Chair, Right Honorable Ekwe Thuro, to give his welcoming remarks, and thereafter invite the chief guest, who is the PS State Department of DTT, represented here today by Dr. Andelina Muthuri, who is the Deputy Director, Technical Education and Training. I wish you a successful 2 days that we come up with the pragmatic action points that we need to address in this sector. Karibu, Chairman. Chairman always reminds me, he likes the other one for Kanu. Karibu! 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 Funga! Fungua.
Asante sana. Good morning, everyone. I guess it makes no difference whether I have a mask or not, because I have a new look. The COVID look. I was just telling my neighbors there that the CEO has finished the closing and opening of the clapping before I have reached. Kama ingekuwa wakati wa Nyayo, angejua nani ndio mkubwa. It gives me great pleasure. Okay. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to our consultative forum, the year 2022. The MC referred to the CEO that there are a lot of similarities except on one account, actually two. The size of the wallet and the color. And the CEO told him that the size of the wallet ni bidii yako. But I also want to remind him that when the CEO was introducing the participants, you must have heard of the sponsors, and they were essentially financial institutions. So you can imagine the kind of accounts we are talking about here. So welcome to our sponsors, welcome to our chief guest, representing the PS. I'll give you an opportunity to come and address us. The principals have been introduced. I want to go back to that kind of introduction, our special guests, but just to acknowledge you, all of you, on behalf of the board. And the CEO refers to our special guests, the student leaders. In a way, we have a partnership, because usually, when we are unable to release the money, student leaders threaten strikes. And being one of their comrades, including another one called the Honorable Babu Owino, we have learned actually to subsist. And I think so far so good. We have used that as an opportunity actually to put pressure to bear on the National Treasury to release the money, and more often than not, it has worked so far. So I want to, we need an applause. I want to applaud that kind of partnership that is between us, because really, HELB is just but a conveyancing machine. We don't have our own resources except the ones we recover from you, and then we reallocate back to the other students, especially to the beneficiaries who have already paid their loans. So we take this opportunity really to invite you to join us so that we can be able to dialogue. I mean, the good Bible tells me, come, let us reason together. Our sister who prayed for us quoted from Psalms 133, that when brethren dwell in unity, it is like oil poured on the head. So this is really an open invitation to allow you all to come and deliberate. But we are not just coming here because it is part of a good culture. We also come here as part of a constitutional requirement that demands public participation, both in terms of Article 10 and the national values, and indeed the preamble of our Constitution is very clear on accountability and transparency. Indeed, the President of the European Central Bank, I think when she was at IMF, said all stakeholders must participate in the gains and losses of any particular situation. I know when it comes to gains, we are all happy to participate. I am not sure whether we are happy to participate when it comes to the losses. Sio mnatuachia. So this time I want to invite you to participate in all situations. So for the 2 days you'll be around, I will play the role of the KQ flight attendant. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. The only bit I will improve, the enjoyment includes participation. And for you to give us feedback on how we can engage better, on how we can improve our interactions, so that the kind of services we deliver to you meet your expectations. As an organization, we conduct customer surveys in order to get that kind of feedback. And so you are very important stakeholders to us. And don't take advantage of this opportunity to give us that necessary feedback. Before devolving to the theme of the forum, allow me from the outset to recognize the contribution made by all the stakeholders in their education. Even as the sector faces a myriad of challenges, all our stakeholders have in one way or another contributed to the realizations of these great achievements. In particular, we want to thank our parent ministry, Ministry of Education, and the National Treasury, because without them resourcing us, we would not be in a position to give those loans and bursaries and scholarships to deserving students. I also want to emphasize that COVID is not gone. And I must admit, Bwana CEO, I am not sure whether we have maintained adequate social distance in this gathering. But I'm happy to note that all of us are putting our masks on, and that MC, the mics are being sanitized. We are meeting at a time when the world is in great tension with the conflict in Russia and Ukraine, and with the NATO forces now joining them. At the local scene, we are talking about general elections in the next 5 months. These are surely sources of tension, so we need to pray for our country. and we need to play our role at the individual level in order to secure a peaceful transition and to make sure our institutions work and deliver what is necessary. Dear participants, as we come to the theme of our forum, I want us to remember that expanding access to TVET education 5.0, I think the CEO has already explained what that means, amongst the COVID-19, gives us now a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities. This morning I was reading the Frank report on the wealth, and believe you me, of the number of Kenyan dollar billionaires, they took advantage of the opportunities in the digital market. So in a way, while we appreciate the in-person learning, the virtual learning seems to be the way to go now. And this is in addition to increased use of technology in many spheres of life, education included. To combine this, we need to make sure that the use of technology in our institutions of learning is promoted. And I know the challenges even at our sectors. How many of us in terms of accessing the Wi-Fi in the rural areas? That is still a challenge. Maybe Microsoft might give us some ways of working. Okay. But here we are, first as a nation that is looking forward to train competent people, not just for the local and domestic market, but also for the region, the continental level, and the global level. And Kenyans have, without fear of contradiction, excelled very well internationally. And I see us doing that even better as we embrace technology. For the TVET space, the consideration of the theme is informed by the fact that we have to make a deliberate effort to journey with you, the students and the administrators of these institutions. Technology comes in to help us in this journey. I therefore wish to make a clarion call to the TVET fraternity to continue working with us on this journey of achieving universal funding to Kenyans enrolled in institutions of higher learning. Be with us every step of the way. So far, so good, as we engage even during this forum. To contextualize our theme, COVID-19 brought financial challenges in terms of reduced loan recoveries and reduced national revenue collections. This morning, one of our colleagues was telling us, a stakeholder actually was saying, you know, the CEO gave them the calculator and said, you are calculating the money you have given us. But then somebody make the wise observation, that is an equipment for data analysis. So we are here to deal with the data. And data includes the number of students who are beneficiaries, the amounts of money that we allocate, and indeed from the recommendations you made last year, we have tried very hard to make sure that they are achieved. We are also in the middle of our HELB Agenda 2019-2023, and we have already reviewed accordingly. But we have maintained most of the commitments that we gave ourselves in order to deliver an organization that is reformed, bolder, agile, customer-focused, fintech-enabled, and risk-intelligent. This strategic plan, besides according our HELB employees a great place to work, is also meant to deliver on all the national, regional, and international commitments. I'm sure all of you are aware of the Big Four agenda, the Vision 2030, the African Union Agenda 2063, and the SDGs 2030. In order for us to execute this particular agenda, we have created 4 main pillars. One of them is customer-centered leadership, and this is part of why we're here. Second one is sustainable financing initiatives in terms of mobilizing resources within the state coffers as well as our partners. And I want to encourage those ones of us who come from counties. And I wonder who doesn't come from a county. We must encourage our county governments, the constituencies, to partner with the HELB. Because why reinvent the wheel when there is already a statutory body that the state created for that particular purpose? So fintech optimization for digital service delivery and our people. Now you know our people. Governance, risk, and compliance, finally. And I think you have been given statistics on what the risks as an organization that we face. Because any amount out of 109,000 accounts that are not performing, then we know we run the risk of not helping. At the center of everything is our customer through our customer-centered leadership pillar. We respond and adjust our processes and procedures with the customer in mind. So take yourself as a customer for now. We cannot effectively, therefore, respond to customers' concerns, hope, and dreams and fears without engaging the said customers. Your presence and participation in this particular forum are therefore highly encouraged and appreciated by HELB. And take HELB. You know, sometimes when I read the media, and I've asked my CEO, we need to engage the journalists. They look at HELB in terms of some different animal, instead of looking at it as an agent of necessity on behalf of the Ministry of Education and the state in particular. So basically, it's our institution. We love statistics, so we'll bore you a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, notably since inception 1995 to 31st December 2021, HELB has empowered the dreams of more than 1,232,047 students. And we have disbursed over 128.5 billion. 128.5 billion. Usually when I campaign back home, I talk about devolution, and I tell them, don't talk about millions. Millions, your lips don't get stuck. Talk about B. Then you will appreciate the difference. As at 31st December 2021, we had 644,296 mature loan accounts holding about 80.8 billion. Out of which 281,199 accounts valued at 44 billion are being repaid. I think we need to give a round of applause for these Kenyans who are taking their work seriously. Regrettably though, a further 106,661 loanees holding 10.9 billion still remain in default from as far back as 1975, because we inherited from the ministry. And every effort is being made to engage them to repay. I don't know how successful we might be. We are talking of 50 years. Tutahitaji maombi. HELB there salutes and respects those patriotic Kenyans, because we call them our heroes, who have honored or continue to honor the obligations to pay their student loans. Because without, we will not be able to deliver on our mandate of empowering dreams of our young people. They become the bedrock of a sustainable revolving fund and the realization of SDGs. And that is good for our future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chinese philosopher Confucius once observed, education breeds confidence. Confidence breeds hope. Hope breeds peace. This is true today as it was then. We at HELB continue empowering Kenyan dreams by facilitating the education through our education financing. Their dreams represent their individual hopes as well as the hopes of others and hope of a nation. Mariam Wright said, education is for improving the lives of others in our context. And I think all of us will be familiar with this. Others represent the family, the community we come from, and the nation at large. This is more so in Africa, where the dependency ratio is very high, and every educated person is the hope of the family. In delivering, therefore, our services, our central focus remains enriching our customer experience. We strive to ensure the borrowing customers get a memorable experience, as they will be expected in turn to repay the loan after the completion of studies in order to bequeath the same empowerment to future generations. We are deliberate in this experience because as borrowing customers, we will be expecting you to give us back what you got and create a revolving fund that will be the envy of many generations to come, and that they will be able to know that those ones who worked before them established a framework on which higher education financing can be made sustainable. As stated earlier, in our pillars is a strategic plan of fintech optimization for digital service delivery. And this is why we partner with many of our friends. Even before COVID came, I can confirm that HELB was already gearing itself to an organization that's efficient. And knowing our clientele in particular, the youth, now you are told you can get your applications through your subsequent applications through your own phone. And I think that's a big improvement in terms of delivering our services. I therefore urge all institutions of higher learning, including the TVET, to transit to the use of mobile payment solution for student financing management as directed by then the CS Minister of Education in May 2018. The use of mobile payment solution will ensure that our students and the higher learning institutions are accountable for the funding they receive from HELB in a more accurate and efficient manner. HELB is under duty to utilize public resources prudently by observing good stewardship and high integrity. With the use of technology through mobile payment solution, accountability of public resources is greatly enhanced. HELB and the mobile payment solution service providers will always be ready to address any concerns arising from the use of these mobile payment solutions. Whereas it's our obligation as ourselves to finance the needy but bright students pursuing higher education, it's also prudent for us to sensitize them on how to manage the funds so that their loans are channeled to the rightful purpose. And we have partnered with a number of you in terms of the teams we sent to the field to talk to the students on some of these. In 2016, we embarked on the e-financial literacy program, which we introduced as part of the loan application process. This is being cognizant of the fact that HELB may be the first financial institution that the students interact with. Hence, they need to understand that money given by HELB is a loan that needs to be utilized for the intended purposes until it will need to be repaid. Furthermore, the students need to understand that the HELB loan application process includes certain crucial details. Some of these details include, but not limited to, the importance of guarantors, the need of a national ID, etc., etc. And I think the case for minors. But I'm told now with the new CBC, that issue, the underage may not be a factor because you cannot go to grade 1 before attaining a certain age. So in our estimation, by the time you can join our institutions of higher learning, you'll have reached the age of maturity. I also wish to remind the TVET students, and I hope our comrades, the student leaders, will convey this message, that there is need to furnish accurate information when applying for the loan. HELB uses means testing instrument in order compliance and integrity test in order to achieve what, because resources are limited. So we must make sure that we're actually giving according to the need and according to your background in terms of whether you can afford or not. Regrettably, on an annual basis, a number of students have their loans suspended or processed late due to misleading or sometimes outright false information. It has also come to our attention that a number of students have fallen prey to fraudsters who collect money from the unsuspecting students with the promise of assisting the students access loans faster and more amounts. We wish to iterate today that HELB services are offered free of charge. No student should pay anything to third parties to access HELB services. You know, our country, tunapenda mkato siku hizi. So there are people also who are out there who will come and tell you, I know so and so, I know the chairman of HELB, I know the CEO, I know so and so. We really want we help each other there. There are no shortcuts with us. So how can you help us? Or how can we partner in this journey? As part of the key stakeholders, we propose the following. 1, give us feedback. We have a call center, we have a whistleblowing mechanism, and suggestions on how to improve our service delivery. Don't just keep quiet when you see there is a problem. Of course, when money delays, we get instant feedback, but there is more that we can do besides the delays. TVET colleges are also encouraged to actively form alumni associations. Through these associations, you can be able now to really see who was a beneficiary and how can they also pay back. I remember visiting the Kenyan staff working at the World Bank, and it was through the association that we were able actually to get more people to repay their loans. So it's a very useful instrument that we have found that can work. We also want to appeal to you individually to become HELB ambassadors. If you are a beneficiary of HELB, please make it your point. I do. Even before I became chairman of HELB, it was my point that I made sure that 1, I paid my own HELB. 2, I mobilized one time MPs in Parliament to make sure everybody has paid their HELB. And we actually got the clerk to ensure that the check-off system was working. Because coming from where some of us come from, and that's a story for many Kenyans, it's not just for me, many Kenyans. There are very few Kenyans who can afford university education or the technical education. You need this kind of support in order to ensure that many more Kenyans can access a TVET education. You provide a good platform for HELB to reach out to these beneficiaries towards the realization of the National Revolving Fund. That's actually our target. Our target is that we can be able to get a National Revolving Fund where we are not even looking for money from the exchequer, from what we already received from you in terms of repayment. We can get that money circulating and also win it from the exchequer purposes and get us working together. Can you imagine of a scenario, that kind of scenario? Because already with the accounts that have paid, we are talking about 25.9 billion. If you add that with accounts that are already being serviced, by the time they are all completed, you are talking about 70 billion. If you can be able to get all that money circulating in our system, we will sort one issue at least in our country and retire it from being in it or being politicized in whatever regime, and I dare say including BBI. With these remarks, therefore, I take this opportunity to wish all of us fruitful deliberations over the course of the 2-day forum. For God and my beloved country, God bless all of us. Karibuni sana. I have been given a job that I thought there's the CEO was better suited to do, but you know, it can be delegated upwards, I suppose. Before I invite the PS, me, I don't believe in saying representation. When she's there, she's the PS. Before I invite the PS, I would like to hear from a few of our partners. We have remarks from CATI, Kenya Association of Technical Training Institutions, represented by Mr. Patrick Machomi, CATI National Treasurer, and the Principal Mwidani College, yes. Karibuni. Bwana MC, sanitize. You know, there is a clip when the minister was talking about don't touch your nose, and she went ahead to touch the nose.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Our chief guest, the Principal Secretary, represented by Dr. Adelina Mugure, Honorable Dr. Ekwe Thuro, the Chairman of Higher Education Loans Board, the CEO, HELB, Mr. Charles Ringela, all senior officials from various organizations, sponsors, principals, deans, registrars, and student leaders. Good morning. Bwana asifiwe. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Patrick Kingoina, Principal Hamed Shahame Mwidani, TTI, in Mombasa, Changamwe Sub-County, and also the CATI National Treasurer, representing our chair, and of course the association generally. Now, Higher Education Loans Board is one of our most dependable partners in the provision of loans and bursaries to our trainees since 2013. The CEO was correct to say that as TIVET, HELB is one of our most dependable partners. We get funding very promptly when there are delays from our ministry. We rely a lot on help. Now, before 2013, TVET students never used to get any loan or bursary. And through CATI, we did lobbying. And through the lobbying, the board accepted that TVET students, of course, and the ministry should be funded. And the first loan came in the financial year 2013-2014. Now, the loan uptake was not very good, I think, for the first 2-3 years. And when we checked within the institutions, we found that our TVET students don't get anything that goes to their pocket in terms of upkeep. And that was one of the hindrances in the loan uptake. We again lobbied with HELB to increase the loan and also put a component of the student upkeep. And we appreciate that the board and, of course, Higher Education Loans Board accepted and approved the loan that is given to TVET institutions. And this was possible in the financial year 2019-2020. So currently, our TVET students get up to a maximum of 40,000. And out of that 40,000, I think we should clap for HELB for that assistance. Out of that 40,000, 26,400 go to tuition, and 13,600 goes to student upkeep. And this has increased the uptake, and we appreciate this gesture. Now, we look forward for this partnership and this forum of engagement where we air our views on what we need improved is very good, and it gives us an opportunity to say what we need to be done better and appreciate where, of course, HELB has done good to us. Madam PS, we appreciate also the support we get from the State Department through capitation. We know that tuition to TVET institutions is 56,400, and the government gives capitation to TVET students at 30,000. So we should also appreciate the government. We can clap for that, I think. And this one has also enabled us to increase access. The number of students increased by almost over 100% through that gesture. So I think it's something that we appreciate a lot. So with the addition of the assistance from HELB, the balance of 26,400 is cleared by the loan. So the parent is only left to cater for examinations and other small costs that go to the student. So with those few remarks, I take this opportunity to thank Higher Education Loans Board for this partnership, and we look forward for the continued partnership. Thank you.
Inaonekana Bwana MC amejoin league ya CEO. He couldn't come to the podium fast enough. And you know what it means to, the only thing that can make you a bit slower. Mr. Patrick Machoni, I want to to thank you as the principal of Ahmed Shahame Muidani College. I'm repeating this because the writing that had been given to me, I have asked the CEO, is this your handwriting? It was a bit challenging. But said he had to write it quickly so that it could be brought to me while I'm still at the podium. So I want to thank you for those good very important remarks. And I think he has actually given us the idea of the financing that our students get and the impact it has made in terms of completing the payments and also increasing the enrollment. And I want this because I struggle with the same issue. There are many students who are disturbing their parents because they are not giving full disclosure. So each one of us here should leave this room knowing exactly how much money we are talking about and that it is readily available, and we must send our youth to colleges and benefit from what government has already provided. Now, with those many remarks, it's now my pleasure and duty to honor, to welcome Dr. Adelina Mugure Muthuri, I hope I pronounced properly, who is our chief guest for this occasion, the 2022 HELB TIVET Consultative Forum, and to give her remarks on behalf of the PS Vocational Training. Karibu, madam. Wapi makofi jamani? I have to make sure that makofi yamepigwa mpaka afike hapa. Tena.
Naona bwana chairman pia ni MC mzuri sana.
Karibu.
Thank you very much, Chairman of the Higher Education Loans Board. Thank you for that welcome. As you have been told, I'm Dr. Adelina Mugure, and I'm here representing the PS, Dr. Margaret Mwakima. She would have very much wished to be here, but due to other commitments, other pressing commitments, she could not make to be here, and she really asked me to relay her greetings to you this morning. Have you accepted her greetings? Yes. She is very passionate about all these things happening in TVET, especially on funding, and she would have really liked to be here, and I'm going to be representing her in this forum. Before I read her speech, I would like to respond to a few issues that have been mentioned by the CEO HELB and the chairman, and also the Chairman Kati. I would like to say that I have taken note of several items that have been mentioned. That is especially on the need to ring-fence funding for TVET students or trainees in our institutions. I've really taken note of that. That was said by the CEO. I'm going to relay this to the PS so that as we work together, we make sure our students or trainees are comfortable and they are funded equally with the equal measure as the university students. So then I have also taken note of the mature loans taken by our trainees, which have not been honored. That is, they are not being repaid. Working together, we'll synergize and sensitize the students so that they know once they take this loan, they require to repay so that another student or trainee at another time is also able to be funded. And I can assure you, the HELB, that the audience you have here from the introduction, I noted they are the right people, they are the right ambassadors in our TVET institutions to sensitize the trainees on the need to pay this loan immediately they are able to get a livelihood so that they support another student to be funded. So with that, I assure you that we shall continue talking to the trainees wherever we have also our forums so that they understand the need to pay back for this revolving fund to benefit many students. The chairman has talked about the alumni associations. As we are developing a policy on TVET financing, we are also looking at this option where the institutions are supposed to come up with alumni associations. Having checked through the funding in best universities in the world, it is the alumni funding that provides scholarships to many students. So I think it's a culture that we need to nurture and start because we are behind. So from the institution's perspective, the representatives here from various institutions start talking to the students as they leave, and even as they are in the institution, to think of forming alumni associations. It is something we are looking at in the policy very clearly and very seriously, so that when we roll out that policy, it is awesome, so that we see how best we can finance TVET trainees adequately. We know very well there are different levels of living, and some really come from very disadvantaged backgrounds. And that's why we are looking at those options. If you check most of the scholarships in the first league universities, the scholarships are even named after certain people who passed through that institution. So I think we need to look at that and champion that, and it is taken as a good culture of giving back to the institution that also shaped each one of us and those that we are training. I have also taken note of the CATI chairman, note on the delays on capitation. I know it is there, but let us distinguish between delays by the ministry and delays by the exchequer. From the ministry side, because I sit on that desk for capitation, I can assure you that the schedules are always done on time, but where we have issues is on exchequer. So like now, what you are waiting for, some of you have not yet got the second quarter capitation. That schedule was ready in second quarter. That is in November, it was ready, but the exchequer issues caused delays. So I would wish that we have an understanding that at times the delays are not intentional, they are not, we also wait for the exchequer and treasury to do their bit. But you can be assured from where I sit, all the schedules will always be done on time. Otherwise, thank you very much. With those few remarks, I wish to go through the speech by the PS. So the board chairman, our HELB, the members of the board, or the board of directors, HELB, the chief executive officer, Higher Education Loans Board, the director, technical education, the chief executive officer, Technical Vocational Education Training Authority, the CEO, Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service, the chief executive officer, Curriculum Development, Assessment and Certification Council, the chief executive officer, Kenya National Qualifications Authority, the director, Vocational Education Training, CATI chair, principals and other administrators of TVET colleges, members of staff of HELB, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am delighted to take part in this consultative forum to review HELB and TIVET symbiotic relations. I take this opportunity to thank and commend HELB for organizing this consultative forum. As a State Department for TVET in the Ministry of Education, we acknowledge and appreciate the role HELB has played and continues to play in facilitating access to higher education through loans, bursaries, and scholarships, without which some would not be in a position to pursue higher education. In any student life, finance is a challenge and more often a hindrance to achieving career aspirations of many Kenyan youths. We are all too aware that many bright students have had to drop out of school, citing financial burdens. Ladies and gentlemen, globally, TVET is increasingly becoming critical for achieving rapid economic, social, and technological improvements. This is to facilitate greater human skills needed to participate in the knowledge economy. Therefore, there is need to train a critical mass of technologists, technicians, and artisans to provide skilled manpower needed to realize socio-economic growth. In this regard, the government has increased the number of TVET institutions from 52 in 2013 to 238 in 2021 at a cost of Kenya shillings 10.6 billion. Out of the 238 TVET institutions, 192 are operational and 46 are nearing completion. Due to the Kenya shillings 10.3 billion capitation and government grants, and Kenya shillings 11.1 billion HELB loans to TVET trainees since 2019, there has been an increase in enrollment from 55,945 in 2013 trainees to 249,316 in 2021. Further, the Ministry of Education, through the State Department for Vocational and Technical Training, has undertaken comprehensive reforms geared towards making technical education more competency-based, relevant, globally competitive, and affordable, thus giving every Kenyan a fair chance to access technical education. Ladies and gentlemen, governments have crucial responsibility of driving their country or implementing the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, in their respective countries. SDG 4, that is on education 2030, aims at ensuring equitable, inclusive, quality education, and promotion of lifelong learning opportunities for all. The TVET subsector has a major responsibility of ensuring availability of middle-level manpower needed to drive the economy towards the attainment of Vision 2030. The success of the Vision 2030 and the achievement of the Big Four agenda are closely linked to the quality of skilled manpower. Thus, TVET plays a significant role in providing technical skills for the implementation of projects in the manufacturing, food security, infrastructure, and technological advancements in other crucial sectors, as envisioned in the Kenya Vision 2030 and the Big Four agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate the great impact experienced on TVET growth due to loans awarded to TVET trainees pursuing certificate, diploma, and higher national diploma courses in select public universities, select university colleges, public national polytechnics, and approved TVET colleges under the Ministry of Education. The government recognizes the major stride HELB has undertaken in creating a national revolving fund that has provided financial support to approximately 1,232,000 and 47 trainees from 1974 to December 2021. I take this opportunity to commend HELB for their unwavering commitment towards funding higher education and training. To make TVET education attractive and affordable, the government has committed to provide TVET trainees with loans from Higher Education Loans Board at a maximum of Kenya shillings 40,000, tuition being 26,420, and the stipend being Kenya shillings 13,580 per annum. These loans complement capitation offered by government, which is set at Kenya shillings 30,000 per year per trainee. Ladies and gentlemen, the government has rationalized the unit cost of training in TVET to US dollars 527, that is Kenya shillings, as I have said, 56,420 per annum, and also introduced the capitation mentioned above. So the rapid expansion in TVET has resulted in large trainee populations that require expansion of infrastructure, developments, and huge capital resource requirements. Ladies and gentlemen, Higher Education Loans Board has taken its service closer to Mwananchi, that is through the devolved structures, and currently is in 28 Huduma centers. I urge all stakeholders to utilize these centers so as to acquire greater insight on what the government, through HELB, has put in place to facilitate students or trainees in acquiring higher education and training. A sustainable revolving fund remains a top agenda for HELB, and I take this opportunity to remind past HELB TVET loan beneficiaries to take advantage of the 100% COVID-19 penalty waiver, dubbed #Kamilisha Malipo ya HELB, announced by HELB on 1st March 2022 to all loan defaulters who will repay their loans in lump sum between 1st March 2022 and 30th April 2022. So I think the stakeholders here get out to our trainees and tell them that there is this waiver so that they can repay their loan during this time. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to assure the leadership and board of HELB of my department's support in their endeavors to serve Kenyans in their pursuit of knowledge. I urge you as TVET college administrators to work with the government and Higher Education Loans Board in order to support our national efforts of providing a high quality, relevant, and accessible technical training for competitiveness of our country in the global arena. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the resultant higher number of trainees at tertiary level, HELB needs to reposition itself with adequate financial resources to cater for the ever-increasing students. The State Department for Vocational and Technical Training notes that over 65% of Form 4 leavers are annually placed to pursue technical vocational education and training programs. That is the TVET programs. I call upon HELB to set aside appropriate funds to cater for these huge trainee populations joining TVET institutions. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to commend HELB for the extra mile taken in mobilizing of resources from external sources other than exchequer. That is, to close the gap in funding requests. This has enabled HELB to contribute to the goal on access to TVET education and training. That is by financing while aligning to SDG 17 on building sustainable partnerships. May you continue on this trajectory so as to amass greater investments for TVET. So with those remarks, it is now my pleasure and duty to declare the 2022 HELB TVET Consultative Forum officially open. Thank you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, Madam PS, represented by Dr. Andelina. I think for want of time, what we'll do is that we'll go back to back on the morning presentations before we take a cup of tea. The beauty is that they didn't require any reactions from the plenary. So unless there's one who might die if we don't ask for an opportunity. But as you think about at what point you ask for an opportunity, when we are organizing for this conference, against the backdrop of COVID and with the emergence of e-learning, we were at a loss on what to do for TVET students. So I think even as universities have discovered themselves how they can be able to go to class online, I think TVET are yet to discover how to go to a workshop online. But we want to believe that technology has got unlimited possibilities that we can be able to utilize. And therefore, in discussing Education 5.0, one of the key things was, what does this rehumanizing education mean in front of machines? And we casted our eyes far and wide, just trying to see who can be able to take us through that session. So we ended up at Microsoft for obvious reasons, given the market-leading position that Microsoft has in terms of technology. I know most of you are either using Microsoft. Even now, these gadgets you're running could be running already on Microsoft, or your core systems are running on Microsoft. I know as Higher Education Loans Board, we run on, on that engine Microsoft, and we have invested heavily. We were doing some submissions the other day with the Chief Technology Officer, and we came to realize that Angela, we have invested about 1.2 billion in the last 7 years to Microsoft, just trying to upgrade, our technology to serve this population. So, Angela, as I invite you to come and talk to these TVET leaders, I just note your wide range of experience. And Angela is an education industry director at Middle East and Africa within the emerging market. Angela leads the education digital transformation team across Microsoft East Africa and Africa. She's also the MCC, or Women at Microsoft champ for MCC, and also Microsoft Ali. Prior to this role, she led the government relations and policy team in the same region and was responsible for policy advocacy and driving alignment between government priorities and also Microsoft strategic goals in the region. She has over 20 years experience in regulatory and compliance matters across several industry verticals that include government, judiciary, telecom, health, and financial services sector, to name but a few. She has served in several senior corporate management capacities that include in healthcare, where she was part and parcel of the senior management team of AAR Holdings Limited, to telecoms, where she was part of the Dream team involved in transformation of Telecom Kenya from a parastatal to a private sector player under the GOK France Telecom partnership. Angela is passionate about Africa and serves in several capacities on both local boards in Kenya alongside regional and Pan-African think tanks and professional bodies. Professionally, she is a board member of America Chamber of Commerce, member of Governing Council of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, where she serves as the vice chairperson of Economic Diplomacy Board and ICT Sectoral Committee, board member of Machaud Board, which is part of the Machakos County, member of International Association of Privacy Professionals, Women in Real Estate Business. I thought you were in technology. What are you doing in real estate? Chartered Institute of Public Relations in UK, Public Relations Society of Kenya, and a Northern Corridor Technology Alliance, where she serves as NCTA coordinator for Kenya. She's a political science graduate and owns postgraduate qualifications from London School of Business and also Chartered Institute of Public Relations, UK. Angela is passionate about family and enjoys spending time with her 3 sons. She's an avid reader and traveler who enjoys spending time exploring many new sights and also sounds around the world. Now, there's another very long story about the family and religion. Maybe that I can leave it to her to tell us. But ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Angela to this congregation. Karibu sana.
Good morning. I think I must start with a disclaimer from the CEO, having asked me what I'm doing in real estate. Mambo ya wanawake ni mingi. I'm sure many ladies, when you hear us saying we are going for chama, you think we are doing small things, but we are doing big things. Amaje? Wanawake? Muko? Yeah, so I do. Me and my lady friends have invested in a number of projects, and that's why we are part of that particular group. So that's my disclaimer. So, Principal Secretary, State Department of Technical and Vocational Training, represented here by Dr. Adelina Mudhuri, who's a Deputy Director, Technical Education and Training, Chairman, Higher Education Loans Board. I almost called him Speaker because my last engagements with him was when he was a Speaker of the Senate. But Honorable Ekwe Othuro, as Chair of the Higher Education Loans Board, CEO, HELB, Charles Ringera, distinguished guests, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. So as you've heard, my name is Angela Nganga, and I am part of the Global Education Industry team for Microsoft. But most importantly, I am proudly Kenyan. It is a sincere honor to be able to join you today at the HELB Consultative Forum. I would have loved to have a clicker, but I think that maybe that is part of where we need to look for some of that 1-point-something billion that you mentioned and invest in a clicker. But you'll bear with me because I'll need to use some of our technology in my presentation, and I understand I need to say next slide. So bear with me for about 150 slides. I have to use our technology, right? But there will not be that many, but yes, next slide. So by way of introduction, as I mentioned, I do head a team, and some of my colleagues are here in the room, so please feel free to engage with them during the breaks. I do head a dynamic team that consists of field industry education advisors, solution specialists, technology field personnel, and educators in about 15 countries, as you can see on the board. We're spread across majority of the African countries, and our key work really here is to support countries within the Middle East and Africa, which we fondly refer to in our region as the land of the most promise globally when it comes to leveraging technology to leapfrog into the future. And so we work closely currently with over 30 different ministries of education within Africa. We have 28 active projects across Africa, working closely with either K-12 as well as higher education institutions. And of course, in that regard, we work with hundreds of educators and millions of students. So we have our main drive as an industry team is purely education. That's our bread and butter. That's what we focus on as a team. So with that, let me dive into, over the time that has been generously allocated to me, to share some brief insights to tackle the topic on Education 5.0, rehumanizing of the same. Next slide. So data is always a good place to start off with. And if you allow me, I'll share a few statistics that I think are probably not new to most of us, but quite important in the discussion when we start thinking about the opportunity that we have in the use of technology in the TVET space. So a well-known fact to all of us is that Africa is the world's youngest continent, with over 60% of its population below the age of 25. By 2055, the continent's youth population, aged between 15 to 24, is expected to more than double that specific number. Although these young people live, and many of them are around us and amongst us, in some of the world's fastest growing economies, most face very insecure futures and unemployment. The unique vulnerabilities and challenges of our young people are often left unaddressed, limiting their potential and their ability to contribute to the development of their families, communities, and nations. If you look at the Africa Union agenda, which I believe the chair spoke to, the Agenda 2053 is set to promote science, technology, research, innovation, and build on knowledge and human resources for growth and sustainable development. And therefore, if we draw from the African Union down to our own local context in Kenya, really helping our youth to complete their education, accumulate the most relevant skills that are relevant to the job market and will enable them to start an independent livelihood, is a critical pillar of what we need to focus on. Next slide. So if you certainly, with all the bits and pieces of data about jobs, skill gaps, economic crisis, in building the talent pool, the reality is that our institutions, and in this case our TVET institutions, need to be well prepared for the future. That said, it's helpful to start with a foundation and grounding as to the challenges that are being faced globally. And this is not just a challenge for us in our developing markets. Even in the most developed of markets, you find that the challenges remain the same. We are literally facing what you would call a perfect storm. At a time when businesses, governments, and organizations are seeking ever-increasing technical talent and skill sets for emerging work areas, in an era where 65% of our students who are graduating are basically going to be in jobs that have not yet been created. So we'd be hard-pressed today, if I was to ask in this room, to come up with the name of 3 careers that have not in any single way, even within the TVET space, not been impacted and touched by technology. And therefore, the need for us to think about how we integrate technical expertise into our curricula becomes a very important topic in order for our students to be relevant for the future and the jobs of the future. So your typical 16, 17-year-old or 18-year-old who's getting ready to hit the TVET institutions in Kenya, in just the next 5 years, so if we talk about by the time we get to 2027, is going to be facing a very different reality and a work world than what we know today. So the reality is that things won't change as much as they will accelerate, and that's the world we're living in. While we've seen crises such as COVID come in, the reality is that it's just made the future begin to come much faster. So things won't change. The world that we're living in is going to continue to change, and it's really up to us to figure out how do we leverage new opportunities and experiences that are available from the digital technology to help us to be relevant and ready for the global imperative. So the impact of COVID, and I'm sure most of us have heard it long enough, in higher education continues to evolve day by day, and there is simply no precedent for the level of disruption and uncertainty that we are all currently living in. And I believe the TVET sector, I'm sure if we had conversations, and we have had some dialogues with the TVET space, we all appreciate the role, and I listened to the PS, or the representative of the PS director, saying that today 65% of our students who are leaving higher education, secondary schools are actually going into the TVET space. That's a significant number of students on a yearly basis. And so we can actually see the relevance of where the TVET sector is and why it's therefore important for us to ensure that those students learn the skills and develop the right competencies that will ensure that they can be successful in employment and even entrepreneurship to be able to contribute to the further development of Kenya and the global economy. So to achieve the ambition for our students and for our people, it's therefore necessary for us as a nation and as stakeholders to evaluate the opportunities and the challenges that are being faced. And as an example, today I think there's been a lot of mention of funding, and I see it as a recurring theme. How do we cope with the demand for TVET with the challenges, whether it's exchequer or otherwise, that really need to be addressed for us to be able to creatively use the space that we're in? TVET colleges would definitely need to be thinking as well of how they can become more efficient and allow for more focus for learning and instruction. And we'll speak a little bit about this. So I think the key points that I want to really emphasize on is, if we are in agreement that the change is a constant and we are going to continue to see change in the education space, how do we then become resilient as a TVET or institutions that are supporting even the TVET in this unprecedented uncertainty? And the way we look at it is that it's really important that we navigate. COVID disrupted us and we all moved into response in one form or the other. Some of it was hybrid, some of it was close the schools, let's rethink learning, let's rethink the curricula. But we now need to move away from the reactivity that was necessary for the last 2 years to start thinking about how do we recover, and most importantly, how do we reimagine where we need to go. That's our collective responsibility as we sit around in this room. It's definitely not going to be business or school as usual. We need to develop an acute sense of what should be rebuilt, what should be reimagined, and what should be left behind. So as we think about redefining the new normal, from a Microsoft standpoint, what we would like to propose or like to suggest is that as you move from the response, which is where we've come from, to the recovery phase, there are 3 areas of consideration and focus that we need to really consider. And a little later, I will hopefully touch on a bit of a framework that we as Microsoft are able to work with yourselves, either at the TVET board level or even at the institutional level, to help you rethink and go beyond just the recovery to the 3rd phase that we've mentioned. So when we look at it today, learning is definitely going to be hybrid. It's never going to go back to being face-to-face alone. We've been introduced to the element of not remote, but hybrid learning, and we need to think about how we do this from an Education 5.0 perspective. If you think about hybrid, then it also introduces a new change, which is the campus experience. The campus experience, as most of us knew it, is not the same as it's going to be in the future. So how do you, now with a remote or a blended learning, reconsider increasing engagement when students are coming from far-flung places, they're joining online, et cetera, et cetera? How do you build community? Before we would have social settings in the universities. Now, if you've got students and you have to think about some of these models that will also allow you to tap into new revenue streams, how do you build a community when you have students who are able to join our very prestigious TVETs from the likes of Zimbabwe and the likes of Malawi and others? Because we do definitely have the right tools and the right knowledge within our institution, within our countries. So we have to really think about moving to a phase of hybrid or remote everything, ensuring that there is campus continuity, there is campus growth, but at the same time that we're able to keep our students safe, regardless of where they are joining or how they're able to attend to learning. So when we look at some of the global trends that are really driving education in this 5.0 era that we are speaking about, the following areas are some of the things that we would like to leave along with you as areas that we need to consider. We have to come up with ways of ensuring that learning is lifelong. So how do we attach to our curriculum lifelong learning pathways? Reskilling or helping our students to gain new skills is a key way for us to ensure that we can alleviate unemployment and an equal access to resources and inactivity. The second element is around 21st century skilling or curricula. So we really need to shift the demand for skills across industries by ensuring that our curricula today, even in the TVET space, is updated and adapted on a regular basis and informed by the evolutions that we are seeing of the labor market and the jobs of the future. Third is around specialized education. So how do we provide in-demand skills and address the disconnect which currently exists between what the employers are looking for or what the business environment is looking for and what is existing today in instruction? We have to connect the dots and rethink about our specialized education. And last but not least is around innovation. Innovation is definitely a fundamental element. We need to transform education delivery and update the skills required for the contemporary workforce. We all witnessed its potential in the initial response to COVID-19. I won't ask anybody to show up by hands, but I know that after COVID, we've all kind of gone back to default settings. But what if something else happens? Are we then going to re-engage ourselves, or are we going to continue moving ahead? So our thought process is really about ensuring that we are building our engines, even in the TVET space, for the future. While the technology that has been mentioned, whether you talk about the fourth or the fifth industrial revolution, can be viewed as disruptive, it can also be an enabler. The technologies are helping us to drive forward, whether it's artificial intelligence, IoT. This morning we were talking about blockchain. I think someone was asking, how do I understand this blockchain? And ultimately, areas such as mixed reality that are in current conversations, machine learning, for example, these are all topics that we need to ensure that every single one of our learners within the TVET space is able to get access to and able to ensure that they are building these particular skills, because that is where the future lies. And it can be applied everywhere. Whether it's agriculture, you can talk about IoT. Whether you're talking about plumbing, there are so many different areas, even within the TVET and other training institutions and medical, where we can actually implement and use the technology for future. So we really need to ensure that every student can be supported, in their learning, every academic can be supported in their research, and every administrator can be supported in their work to realize the full potential in the TVET space. So, So I'll move to why is this important? What is the outcome for us here? So again, I'll touch on a few points that were mentioned earlier as I kind of draw down to what the solutions could be. So with all the challenges that TVETs are facing, or higher education space, because there are quite a lot of commonalities, these are not new challenges. I'm sure if we asked Mr. Ringera or even director and looked back in 2012, funding was probably an issue still. It's not new. Some of the issues it's just that they have been accelerated and their impact and the disruption has been elevated due to the pandemic. But so if we look at funding models have been shifting over time. The pandemic has just accelerated and brought new focus on the economic challenges that are facing higher education, including TVET. When it comes to government policies and accountability, national or whether we are talking about county for this particular case, they have influence over what happens in colleges and what happens in whether public or private. I think we heard of TTI and other institutions. And so there's really a need as well for us to ensure that those particular institutions are also evolving their policies in line for us to be able to leverage the technology in the right way. Remote learning, definitely, as we mentioned, has to be a way of the future. We need to think about how do we enable that continuity to happen. And lastly is, of course, how do we manage, and I'm sure with the students here, they'll say, everybody has different expectations of what learning is going to look like. So how the students and the faculty view their campus experience with all the issues that we are talking about of social distancing, contact tracing, remote learning, et cetera, how do we assist ourselves or how do we manage to deal with these issues? There's a lot of institutional risk as we move ahead, even as we think about going more digital. And so all these components then become areas where vocational institutions really have to reconsider and look at their policies and their frameworks to ensure that they are then prepared. So I can almost imagine that for most of you in your institutions, you're at crossroads. Do we stay where we are? Do we, take up the technology and leverage the fourth or the fifth industry revolution? But the reality is that the jobs of the future, and I know that everybody wants to say that the jobs will exist and the machines should not replace jobs, but the ultimate reality is that robots and algorithms will be the line of the future. The question now is not one of scenario players to mull over, but for us as institutions to factor into our short and medium-term strategies how we are going to deal with this transformation. The job statistics that we have done as Microsoft suggest that 70% of the current jobs are at risk from automation, whereas only 10% of current jobs are likely to grow. So what is going to how do we fill this particular gap as a TVET? There's huge promise from technology advancement, but at the same time, it will require for us all to adopt very many changes and have a growth mindset around change. So I'll try and move a little bit faster. Just a minute. And I'll head towards the transformation and what we need to do about it. So going back to the topic around Education 5.0, with digital transformation comes a correlated people transformation. And I think this is the key important thing. We need to think about what our missions are, our values and strategies, and the goals that will support the change that we want to see. For digital transformation or Education 5.0 to be effective, an institution really needs to ensure that they have analyzed, they've designed, developed, implemented, and evaluated their vision for this change. So it has to be a really thoughtfully crafted, people-centric vision as the first step to really succeeding to holistically drive Education 5.0. People centricity is important. It's not about technology, it's not about computers or putting machines in front of students. It has to come from a people centricity perspective. So we need to create a shared vision which then touches on what are the perceptions, what are the attitudes, and what are the everyday workflows for every stakeholder within the TVET space, and then rethink the whole allocation of both fiscal as well as cultural resources and how that will be distributed differently in the future. As an organization, for us at Microsoft, we have also gone through that sort of cultural transformation. We're no longer, the Windows guys where we could come and say, you're not using our licenses. We also had to rethink and reshape and readjust our own mindset in order to be relevant for the future. And so if we just look at our own pathway, it really entailed us having to go back, relook at our vision, relook at why we exist and what's the demand that we want to go out for, and ensure that we are relevant and we've adjusted our core vision and mission in line with where we want to go. So I'd like to put it to you that if we're thinking about rehumanizing or talking about education 5.0, it cannot be a band-aid thing. We've got to go back and look at our visions. We need to look at our missions and try and understand how are we in line, or how have we prepared ourselves for the stark reality that learning moving forward has changed. If you can move forward. So I'll delve into a few more points before I conclude. And I think the key things, as I said, we've gone through this transformation ourselves as an organization. And therefore, we are at a good place to tell you that we are under no illusion, even despite the fact that we are a technology company, that technology alone will be the answer to the transformation that you need to see within the TVET space. You need dedicated administrators, and I'm sure majority of you fall in that group. You'll need great teachers and lecturers and very motivated students. We also need to have involved parents and communities. And this is, the entire ecosystem has to be involved if we're really going to be able to ensure that we are transforming. Technology is merely a tool, like we're using it today, to empower this creativity and this ingenuity. It is the opportunity that motivates our work in education. Education 5.0 starts with human, not with the technology. Its purpose refers explicitly to the specific outcomes that need to be achieved by us as individuals as a result of a particular learning experience. It's not about, as I mentioned, providing every learner with a laptop or a tablet, as much as we sell devices. It's not about improving just infrastructure and connectivity. It's not about developing digital tools and platforms. Instead, it's really about preparing intellectually, socially, and emotionally strong individuals, mindful of their health and their personal development as a general purpose to start with. And then it follows with the appropriate strategic methodological and pedagogical approaches, which we are all quite familiar with. So if we think about starting with a people-centric approach and then moving on to ensuring that we are then providing the right tools within the learning institutions, and then we are imparting our students with the right skills, then we're definitely able to move forward. Satya Nadella, our CEO, has focused on the long-term importance of this work and the skills imperative in his book called Hit Refresh. It's available online. If you want to think about how to rethink transformation, please download the book. It's definitely has some interesting principles there that you can attach to your own institutions. The commitment to skills education, to the work of higher education institutions, truly goes for us as part of the key things that we would want to focus on. And he sums in his particular book it well by saying, if we fix our institutions within education, then we are basically ensuring that the economic future of tomorrow's workforce is secure. So your roles within the vocational training institutes is a central point of influence. I'm not sure if my slides are moving in the same direction. Stephen, you may want to go back. I think you're ahead. Back again. Back. To the how. This is where technology fails. Okay. So I think we talked about the why. Why do we need to change? And I'll just end my contribution by talking about, how. So how do we get there? So we would want to propose to you a framework that in our case has worked for us quite well. And we refer to it as the Microsoft Education Transformation Framework. It's a framework that can be customized, that can be used by any institution. And essentially what it does is take you along the path that I've just mentioned. It works with you to help you develop a strategy of your digital transformation journey in a holistic way, and it will help you within the TVET space to remain relevant, not just for now, but also, as we said, for reimagining your role in the future. This particular framework falls on a couple of pillars, which I'll run through very quickly. The first is really looking at student success, and Stephen, you can move to the next slide. And when we think about student success, it's really about how do we attract the students, drive student outcomes, and connect with students in lifelong relationships. I believe it was either the chair or the CEO who talked about how do we engage even from an alumni perspective. Stephen, I think you're a bit behind. Just please go. It's very difficult to work without a clicker. Yeah. So when we think about student success, yes, so we are at the right place. So those are the 4 pillars that you can find within the education transformation. And we'd like to say that when you start thinking about the lifelong journey of the student, rethinking how you're going to design that particular experience. If we're talking about moving online, we're talking about remote, you have to rethink the whole lifelong experience of the student from the time they join, regardless of where they're located, to what their journey will be within the institution to the time that they leave. The second element is, next slide. Next slide. Next. Go 2 slides below. One more. Keep going, sorry. I'm moving faster than my clicker. The second pillar that falls within the education transformation is really around relooking at your teaching and learning. So how do you think about your learning management? How do you ensure that our teachers have the right, or our educators have the right skills? How do we look at our learning spaces, whether they're going to be in the classroom or digital? And how do we ensure that we're also providing the right skills for our students? So there's an important element around really looking at the entire life cycle. So teaching and learning systems are moving, they're changing. And from our perspective, because the learner has changed, the workforce has changed, teaching and learning systems must also keep pace with this innovation. The higher education student that we have today, as was mentioned, I could hear when we were talking about the HELB students of the 90s, that was some of us, but that's not the same student that is there today in the classroom. The student today must be able to compete at a global level, and they will need to reskill on a regular basis, and the honest truth is that they will move from job to job throughout their working life. The days of working for 10, 15 years is not there with our young people. That's the reality we have to deal with. So they no longer settle for sitting in the classroom. This is our young people. And with even the best professors, they are not wowed by saying that you're seated with Professor so-and-so. And they now want to be able to take courses online. They want to be able to collaborate with other students in the classroom and also other students around the world. They expect to be engaged and will work in professions that value relevant and up-to-date credentials and certifications beyond even their diploma level. They seek jobs versus applying for them. That's the new or the young population, and that's who we are seeking really to support. And so if we think about the skills element of what we need to do after the strategic element, is ensuring that then we are providing opportunities for our students to become globally competitive by ensuring that they have the right tools or the right skills for the future. So I'll not go through the detail, but there is a lot of certification that we provide working in collaboration with higher institutions. And essentially what this allows a student to be able to do is to help them build certain competencies even as they're going ahead with their coursework. So these are courses that can actually be very easily interwoven into the curricula. So we have a framework where we're able to work with institutions such as yourselves and help you to interweave some of the learnings around whether it's IoT or machine learning and integrate it into the curricula. Because the future is not that this student is going to leave their diploma and then go back again to study IoT. We need to find ways to bring the skills or the digital skilling component right into the curricula. And these are areas that we're able to help. And these students like badges, they like recognition. And so a lot of the courses that we provide, and just for information, there's a lot of that coursework is actually provided for free. So once it's integrated into your Moodle within your institutions, the students can actually be able to access the same and learn from it. So I wanted to give an example of some of the work that we're doing, and that's the slide that is ahead of us. In Morocco, which is one of our customers, we're working very closely with the Ministry of TIVET there, and the Office of Professional and Technical, what we call OFPPT, is the umbrella body for all the TVETs. And essentially what this institution has been able to do is that they have ensured that every particular student who graduates leaves with a certain skill, technical or digital skill. So it's actually imparted as part of their curricula. So at the end of between your second and your third year, or your first year, there's an element that you will leave with a certain digital skill. And it's compulsory, which is paid for by the state. And so it ensures that every student that comes out of Morocco in the TVET space has a meaningful certification credential that they can then be able to leverage when they go out into the workplace. So there's a lot of intentionality, and the reason I gave this example, as you can see, from the policy level, right to the structures of the TVETs in terms of the focus that they're putting to skills, right to the output that then goes out into the market. So they have, on a yearly basis, they are churning out 180,000 students who have both certifications or diplomas, but also have certifications in digital skills in Morocco on an annual basis. So on the last basis, the last sort of pillar I'll talk about when you're rethinking about your transformation is also about your campus, right? And I think this ties onto the issue of funding because we have to really rethink how we are looking at our universities. When COVID hit us, campuses were closed. I mean, there was electricity, you still had to pay water, and students were at home. So how do we rethink the way we create secure and connected campuses? This is also an element that is important for us to also ensure that the resources, the scarce resources that we said are available, are then going to the right aspects. So from a secure and connected campus, there's a lot that we're able to provide today from a technology perspective, whether it's facilities management. I'm sure you go into many rooms today. We have thousands of campuses in Microsoft, and every single one of them has an IoT device somewhere. So if there's nobody in the toilet, I'm sure you've seen some of this. You go to toilets, even in hotels and other places, and if you're not in the room, the lights go off when you're in there. This also helps. These are ways in which we're able to really rethink about how we are using the resources that we have in the most effective way, leveraging the technology that exists so that we can actually then use the resources or the limited funding that we have to expand the outreach and provide additional support for our students. So as I come to a conclusion, how would we be able to work together with you? Our first step, really, when we work with institutions such as the TTIs or TVETs in other spaces, is really to first sit down and analyze with you what's important for you. Where are you going? You know, what is the challenge that you're trying to address? And in terms of being able to do that, then we're able to work together with you to come up with a clear roadmap and a clear plan that will help you along this humanization or education 5.0 in a sustainable way that ensures that you are able to excel in the future. So the first step begins with a bit of an analysis, and it's regardless of where you are. Sometimes when we have conversations with institutions, they say, I'm not at that level of maturity. Let us first invest in a data center, and then we'll come back and speak to you, Microsoft. But it's regardless. COVID came and showed us that disruption is here. And so regardless of your level of maturity, because remember we've said it's not just about the technology, it starts with our institutions and our people. So regardless of the level at which you're at from a technology standpoint, there's always an element of where we can start to help you really prepare yourself for Education 5.0. And so for us, we are ready. We would work with you closely to help you develop your digital roadmap. So we are currently in discussions. I know we've had lots of policy discussions at the ministry level around really looking at what are the measures that need to be put in place from a policy perspective, but there are therefore also other opportunities for us to work with you at an institutional level and start that roadmap. Let's not be caught sort of, pants down like we were 2 years ago. The change is here. The future is here. And I believe strongly, because I have seen the power of TVETs in other countries, the TVET space is definitely the space to watch. And we are way ahead of the game in Kenya. We just need to make sure that we have really future-proofed learning in the TVET space for the future. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Asante. Haya, naona sura zimekosa tabasamu, mumeketi sana, kila mtu anaangalia saa. Wakati wa kwenda kupata kiamsha kinywa, tunachukua only 30 minutes. Lakini before tutoke, I would like to recognize our sponsors. Thank you, KCB. Thank you, KCB. We have KCB Foundation. Thank you so much. Safaricom. Hakuna watu wa KCB hapa ndani. Tupige pia makofi sponsors wetu. Tupige sponsors wetu. Yes. We have Cooperative Bank. Thank you so much. ABSA, Family Bank, Standard Chartered, NCBA, Kingdom Bank, COOPS. Tumeshukuru sana kwa kuwa na sisi. Naomba tukapate kiamsha kinywa, alafu tutarudi tuendelee na hili tamasha. Nafikiri tukitoka kwa mlango utaona mapochopocho, maanjumati yako pale. Najua watu wa Nairobi wamjua mapochopocho ni nini na maanjumati. Mapochopocho ni violosoloso vilivyotengezwa kama vile samusa, viazi, bajia. Na si bajia za Nairobi zile zenu ambazo ni viazi kule mwasema ni bajia. Kuna tofauti ya bajia na viazi, na tofauti ya andazi na hamri. Karibuni Mombasa, karibuni Continental. Tukapate kiamsha kinywa. At 12 sharp tuwe tumerejea kwa dom, tuendelee na event at 12 sharp.
Intentional, not intentional.
resources from multilateral development partners, funders like World Bank, African Development Bank. I'm saying this because those are the guys we are already in conversation with. We resource mobilizes from the counties, what you call devolved funds, and the constituencies. We have already talked about the 6 counties already who are banking with us, and we have another 6 or 9 constituencies that are banking with us. So devolved funds is also another one. Then individuals like you and I, and not necessarily high net worth individuals. In fact, when I look at the health fund itself as it is today, the guys who have been able to help us or give us 1,000 shillings, 2,000 shillings, a lawyer walked in and gave us 1,000,000 shillings. He said, you don't know where HELB has gotten me. Take this 1,000,000 shillings and fund, this. So we got quite a number of these funding coming even from individuals. And then even government agencies. What do I mean by government agencies? If you look at the Ministry of Health, for example, will be wanting to fund Afya Elimu because it is training nurses. And those nurses actually go back as healthcare workers, which go to help government in terms of, healthcare, healthcare in the system around the country. So that is a kind of the 5-pronged strategy that we take in terms of external resources. Now, if you look at USAID, for example, one of the key things USAID had identified was healthcare workers shortage in this country. They then identified and said, if we can be able to put in a revolving fund where many people come and contribute to the fund, and it is managed in a revolving manner, it means it can be able to help many more people. And initially we started with a small fund of about 200-300 million. USAID in that year, they gave us about 180 million Kenya shillings. And then we went out there with a plan to resource mobilize on it. Today we have many partners in that fund. I&M Bank, you have got the Family Foundation, you have got the Ratansis who have helped us finance. Today that fund is at 2.5 billion, having trained about 32,000 nurses. 9,000 of them are actually at the forefront of fighting COVID today because they're already employed in the counties or in the national government, and they're actually repaying their loan back. So we are very proud. Some of these things we actually tried. We never knew that these are the guys who will come and be able to fight this pandemic, as it were. Yes.
And I like that because I think what we're talking about is UTU.
Yes.
Right? So UTU is not just coming from HELB. UTU also is coming from the customers. Like that particular lawyer, you say, you don't know what HELB has done for me. And your policy, your mandate is empowering dreams.
Correct.
So this is a person, and is an epitome of a person who has benefited from HELB, and he's now, it is not just a good posturing, he's actually living it. He's saying, yeah, this is it. Correct. Take this stash of money. Correct. Because you've empowered me, I've achieved my dreams. Beautiful. Correct. But I want just to plumb deep and ask you, because maybe I can latch still on that, you've also been training KRA as well, yes, right, on trying to manage the revolving funds as well. Yes. Give us another aspect for many Kenyans who do not really understand that you're not just, recouping and recovering loans, that you are also trying to have strategic way of mobilizing resources.
Yeah. So just to give you some optics around how we are doing that. Remember, most of the companies, most of the institutions, as part of the UTU, for them, for their staff, yes, will have a training budget, so that they can train their staff. KRA is a good example, where KRA want to train its staff for whether postgraduate or whether diplomas in KRA tax administration or anything that their staff would be wishing to pursue. And then look at the national government. We actually manage the training revolving fund of the national government. So any civil servant who want, as part of the UTU of government, who want to pursue, higher education, apart from maybe the first degree that you did, you want to do a diploma in this, you want to do a master's in this, or a PhD in the other, then government says you can access these funds. They then give us those funds to be able to help them achieve their UTU. So even for KRA, we are trying to help KRA achieve their UTU with our bigger UTU that we have done to the 1 million student that we have been able to fund to date. Yes, so that's how it operates. So and we have quite a number of those now. We have a streak of those funds. We've just started the Blue Economy Fund, which will be to train guys in a Bandari Academy. Bandari Academy will be mainly training seafarers and guys who actually work in that blue economy area. We think there's huge opportunity for our youth to be able to pursue courses in that area, and then they will be absorbed in those, those ships that you see, docking here on a daily basis. And we have quite good living examples. And part of that will be funded mainly by Kenya Maritime Authority as part of their mandate in terms of training and development opportunities for Kenyans so that they can be able to do economy aspect. Yes, yeah.
Good. When we get granular with the Utu Wetu, we see HELB, you operating on a revolving fund. And I think there's not been a very broader understanding maybe to the public that it is very key, if I have benefited from, can be, help and assisted in achieving your dreams as well. In the Universal Fund, this is where we talk about Utu Wetu. First of all, I want to peg it on two aspects. With the Big Four agenda, because we know about the 4 pillars of the Big Four agenda, and it's very critical, it's key that we have, smart labor market, individuals, the Big Four agenda.
So, if you look at the Vision 2030, if you look at the Big Four agenda, we'll not go anywhere of all those strategic or development plans without skilled manpower. And in particular, the technical area of that manpower. People can be able to strategically look at this country another 100 years and say, where are we going to come from? Which means then they require to go to school so that they get the skills, and then they can be able to establish themselves as people who can be able to lead that conversation. And therefore, we are proud that we are part and parcel of developing the manpower through financing their education. To date, if you look at what we have done, like I was saying, as part of that, Utu, we've trained 1,009,000 graduates out there. We are very excited that out of that 1,235,000 have actually repaid fully their loan back. Now, for you to be able to understand how this mechanic works, unless you pay back, then you don't participate in the Utu process for HELB. Because part of our budget that we fund on a year basis, although you hear that Parliament or government is going to give HELB this year, for example, for us, this year we're going to receive about 16.5 billion if you look at the budget. But it does not mean that government will give you the entire 16.5 billion. In fact, out of that, government is giving us only 11 billion. The balance of 5-point-something billion has to come from you and I. So, and that is where the Utu comes in. So even as tuendelee kulipa HELB, ndio usomeshe mwingine. That is where we come from, so that you can see the money you give back, the money you pay back is actually going back so that it can be able to educate another person. And I think it's a concept that is not very well understood, but part and parcel of these discussions that we are doing is for you to see that you're actually a shareholder in terms of educating the future. Yes.
Maybe if you can take the cookies from the high shelf to put it down, we can try and extrapolate that particular idea with the chamas, yes. Right? The way I normally also contribute to my chama, then when it is your time, you get the fund, I do what I want to do with the money, I develop myself, put up a structure, then afterwards, you actually put it back. It revolves, help someone else. Is that the idea?
That is the concept.
That is the concept.
That you receive, then you give back so that the next person can be able to give back. And of course, if you look at the challenges that this government is having because of growth in population, yes. We need to develop infrastructure. They cannot be able to fund the entire high education loans budget, because money needs to go to healthcare, money needs to go to food and nutrition, money needs to go to infrastructure development. So it means it is us still who are funded who must come back and give back to HELB, so that then somebody else of a future generation can be able to eat from the same pool that you ate from.
Fantastic. Yes.
can be hard to get your big idea started, to write the first line.
So what some of the frustrations that you've experienced, especially in trying to, recover this money? We can look at the diaspora aspect of it. Many I know also are beneficiary of HELB as well. And I know around 6 million you can actually collect from diaspora. Have you been able to achieve this, or what are some of the hurdles that you've experienced along the way?
So we started our diaspora strategy sometimes in 2014. And we were very clear why we started the diaspora strategy. It is because one of the challenges is that because of this migration, it is now estimated that we have about 3 million Kenyans, in the diaspora. Of course, North America is the one that is leading with all this. And why North America? Of course, you remember the original, airlifts. The airlifts have actually continued beyond, the first ones by Tomboya. And most of the people do their first degree here, but they go to do their second and PhD degrees in America, in particular Canada, the entire of North America, UK, quite a number of them. So it means that most of them actually went to school here, and therefore they were funded by HELB. But there were no mechanics of being able to reconnect with them to tell our story on why do they need to pay. I met a guy in UK, for example, who told me, I am a citizen of UK. I have seen that I'll be buried here. Show me one good reason why I shouldn't pay this loan back, and I'm not a Kenyan citizen. I just threw in the can of wood. You are educated, you have the responsibility of educating future generations. And the guy wrote a check straight away. And therefore, it convinced us that if you can just get to the heart of these people, they will be part and parcel of this Utu business that we are doing for, funding for students for future generations. And therefore, we went to America. We were in churches. In those churches, you give your testimony. Imagine you stood on our shoulders and you saw the world. It is your responsibility to make another person now stand on our, HELB shoulders. And if we don't have enough resource base, then it means even that future generation cannot stand on the shoulders to see, the world. And we have seen quite very good traction. Out of the 3 million Kenyans who are outside there, we think they are owing us about 2.2 billion of the very 6 billion hard-core debt that we have been trying to pursue here. And we have seen an increase, year on year. The other big challenge that we have with the diaspora is when they read about governance lapses in this country. COVID billionaires, I don't know what. They feel like HELB also. Why shouldn't I pay this government which is... So they don't really understand that by paying back, you're actually educating the future. And that is the conversation now we have with them. And some of these channels that we are using is to communicate to them that by paying HELB back, you're actually educating the future. We have a clear mandate. We are focused in terms of getting future generations to school so that we can be able to empower their dreams.
Fantastic. So how does also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs come into play in aiding you also try and, engage with the diaspora? Because I know critically, diaspora is one of the four pillars of diplomacy that we have in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have also association alliances like the Kenya Diaspora Alliance as well. Do you engage with these particular forums at the ministry in terms of trying to, execute your mandate?
So you do recall that most of these countries, actually, where we have a High Commissioner an office, there's always an education attachee. So if you look at UK, if you look at Washington, if you look at Canberra in Sydney, you find that there is always an attaché. So we use mainly those attaches. But notwithstanding, if you look at the foreign diaspora policy within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, student financing is actually mentioned there. So when they have, we have signed an MOU with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Trade, so that our contacts there, who is the ambassador, can be able to help us on this event when they are coming up. So like if, Kenyans in the park, for example, the other day when we were in UK, it is the ambassador who wrote to us and said, this event is actually coming up, you guys, you need to come over. So you find the same happening in Washington when there are some activities in US. The challenge with US is it's very big. And when you have a big country like US, then what we do is that we go now for those organizations that you're talking about. If it is, the tribe organization like Mwenyekiting, for example, which is a Kisi one, or the one of, Kalenjin, as long as they come together, all the churches, there are quite a number of Kenyan churches. If you look at Gigi's church in Atlanta, if you look at Upendo Church in Dallas, all these we have now connections with them. In fact, one of the key events that HELB participate now is the Pastors Diaspora Conference, which happens every 2 years. And we talk to about 600 pastors who are in North America at one show, and then they will tell you, come to my church here. And we follow them in those churches, and we have a lot of conversation in those areas. The other concept is that we have found out in the diaspora is that the diaspora really don't know what is happening in this country. And there are many things that are happening in this country. One of them, for example, is TVET. And the conversation you find in the diaspora is, you guys are coming here to fundraise money and get money here, and my brother at home, you refuse to give him or her money. So I would never pay my loan because I'm paying for my brother. You pay back your kitty, and then if your brother or sister does not, if your sibling does not get money from HELB, ask me. This is my email. This is my phone number. Call me. Now what we realized was that actually those guys were being double dealt. So that guy will come to help, he will get his facility, and then will tell the sister, the brother who is in the diaspora, by the way, government is not giving us money. And most of them actually, when I come back with the checklist, go and check for me this one, you find all of them are on our payment program. And those guys have been told that these guys are not paying us. So when I tell them and I show them, look, your brother, we funded him on this date. The guy says, now I'm going to send him there, and I'm now going to start repaying my loan. So that is part of the Utu conversation that we are trying to get to the diaspora on exactly what is happening in this country. Yes.
When we're talking about the universal fund as well, we talk about the Big Four agenda. How does also HELB shake into place with SDG? I know we have those 17 goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. And as I mentioned earlier in my intro, the world now is, focusing and getting traction on sustainability. We are talking about the people, we're talking about the planet, we're talking about profit. So it's not about just profit that you actually, looking at the baseline of your P&L margin, but it's also about the people. And SDG 4, it's education for all, yes, which fits snugly with what you're doing, empowering dreams. Tell us how also you're trying to mesh this with the SDG goals.
So if you look at the current strategic plan, which we call HELB Agenda 2019-2023, it's bedrock, or it is supported heavily by the SDGs themselves, Vision 2030, the Big Four agenda, and the AU 2063, yes, on the Africa we want. So those are the 4 main development plans, international and local, that we are actually benchmarking ourselves. Particularly looking at the SDGs, we not only look at SDG number 4, we have others, for example, SDG number 1, elimination of hunger. The money that we give to our students is part and parcel of making sure that this child is going to class when they are full, because we have an upkeep component. One of the key things we have now challenged the government is that we don't think our upkeep is enough to keep the student throughout the year. So we have focused on elimination of hunger in higher education, even as they go to school. So that is SDG number 1. Out of the 17 of them, we have hived about 8 SDGs that we are part and parcel of. If you look at taking care of our climate, for example, of our environment, one of them is the aspect we do in terms of greening. You know, the country, by planting trees, you know, as a country now we are determined to do about 1.8 billion, seedlings across the entire country. So when we looked at how sustainable can we become in terms of making sure that those trees are actually, will be tender until they, they grow up, we then partnered last year with Nairobi School. And one of the key things is that we have the numbers in Nairobi School, plus our staff, plus we went to the Kenya Universities and Placement Service Board in terms of their staff. And what was very interesting in that conversation was that apart from planting trees, we have people now who can take care of the trees so that they can be able to grow up. But then we had a conversation with the student in terms of their career, which was done by KUCCPS. And then we told them, yours is just to pass this exam. And the next thing, HELB will come in to empower that dream you have in your mind. I still remember a kid who told me, I want to do journalism, but my main focus is to become a DJ. And I don't know how he is doing today. Maybe he was to get out last year. I don't know whether he got out and what he is pursuing at the university now. So that's part of one of the SDGs in terms of taking care of the environment. You have already mentioned SDG number 4, of course, lifelong learning for all. Why we extended our loans up to PhD level was that aspect of lifelong learning. That it is not only the first degree, it's not only the diploma, but lifelong learning. You can always come back to us and we'll be able to give you. Look, we have talked about partnerships. And when you look at SDG number 17, it is sustainable partnerships. And that is where we came in and saying, let's partner together to carry this burden of educating Kenya together. So we have these partnerships that we are developing with development partners, with the counties, with the constituencies, with individuals, with corporates, with foundations. All of them is part and parcel of that SDG number 17. And therefore we have borrowed heavily in terms of what SDG want to achieve by 2030 and exactly what we are doing to see that we are aligned completely so that the two institutions then can be able to work together. Yes.
Interesting.
So I've got my essay written, and I've been working on it for about a week. So now I'm going to show you how I use Grammarly to edit. Okay, so here's my essay, and I'm going to click through Grammarly suggestions in the right panel. Your sentence may be unclear.
So that tuko pride in Flamingo, atuko wakuje waseme maneno mawili matatu. Madam Felicity, Cooperative Bank. They have only 5 minutes, and then Family Bank. Kindly, can I have one representative from Cooperative Bank? As we start our event, this is the second session. Watu wa kupeleka watu mbio. Cooperative Bank, tunakimbia kila siku kutafuta pesa kupeleka kwenye akaunti zetu. All right. Cooperative Bank, karibuni sana. Wacha tu sanitize kabla mtumie microphone. You have only 5 minutes, eh? Okay, sawa.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. I want to introduce my colleague Dalmas for a brief presentation.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the interest of time, we would like to be that time conscious. And the chief guest, Honorable Ekuro, the chair, HELB, the CEO, and all protocol observed. As Cooperative Bank, we are here in the spirit and to see how we can support TVETs, universities, and HELB at large on how they can meet their target and their strategic plan. We do believe, and we are in the spirit of the HELB strategic plan on the digitization of their processes. As a bank, we are here to simply say, how can we make it simple for HELB to collect whatsoever they have lent out to the students? How do we make it simple for the TVETs and the learning institution to collect their school fees? And how do we make it simple for the students and the former beneficiaries to pay their facility, whether they are within or outside the country? So as Cooperative Bank, we have a solution that will enable the students, the institution, and HELB at large collect their fee and their charges that they are charging at the end of the day. So as a bank, there is a presentation that we shared. Okay, unfortunately it is not there. So we are simply saying, as you collect, we want to make it simpler. We know HELB is part of the solution that we have given them. We are terming it B2B, whereby as somebody pays, his detail is captured and it reduces the work and the paperwork, the workload. So it is just a matter of, we will reduce the number of employees and the number of reconciliation that you need to do as an institution. So from our back end, we will simply power the payment, and from your end, the reconciliation will be there. So if it is Dalmas paying the fee, the details will appear, and my registration number, and it will be customized as per the need of the institution. Another thing that we are talking about, we are trying now to make the student embrace anything that HELB is coming with. If it is paying through card, we have our card solution, which we are saying student HELB card. If they are paying through the mobile functionality, we have our MCOP cash that will enable the student to pay at the comfort of his home or comfort of his seat. So whatsoever we are simply saying, come on board, we are there and we are willing to support you in whatsoever you're doing. We are willing to be there to support in any area that you are working on, and we are there to support. The other point that we want to say is, as a bank, we are a lending institution. We have lent billions of shillings, and we know how to collect. We have collected, and our portfolio at risk is standing at 3%. Out of the 600 billion plus, we have, the bad book out there is just a tune of 30 or 20 billion. So HELB, we have noted the challenge that you do have. We would like to partner and see how better we will come and assist. We have had projects, I can simply say. Last year we were having something called 3C, which was collect, cure, and connect. So we were able to collect, cure, and connect with our customers. How do we help to connect with the beneficiaries? We simply want to make it simpler so that somebody will feel convinced to pay, knowing that the benefit at the end of the day, I benefited and there is a future generation that needs to benefit. Now we are at a project where we are simply saying, connect and build. If we can plug in, as an e-commerce and a partnership party in the manager in the bank, we are willing to come together. Let us cure this perennial disease of people not paying. The revolving fund, it is in our interest for it to be. So we have the idea, we have the way to support, and we are so much willing to come and support. So from here, we will take the initiative, see how we can partner, how we can incentivize. There are very different ways that we can do, we have used. We will dangle a carrot. Maybe if there will be need of doing the stick way. It is not a direct punishment, but a way to motivate these people to make the payment so that my kids, my grandkids will benefit from this facility. I am one of the beneficiaries, and as a bank, we have taken it as an initiative whereby all our staff we are remitting to HELB, and we are not simply remitting the minimum. Because we are paying our staff very well, we are making sure that we are remitting the much so that they can clear the facility so fast. And then to our customers too, if we get a notification from HELB that you are not compliant, if you did not honor that thing that helped you when you are in need, how will you honor when you are comfortable? So we are not lending, we are not extending our facility to those. So that is the way that we are supporting HELB, and we are looking forward to support you much. If in the 10 billion that is out there that is not paying, if Cooperative Bank, we will make an effort to collect 2 billion with our HELB partnership, the marketing partnership. I have done my partnership and I know how it is done. We will appreciate and we will come in and contribute the much we can. And lastly, it is just to thank HELB for the support. We are not taking that for granted. We have partnered. You have given us your account and we are holding it. The deposit that you are giving us, it is in good spirit, and we are going to nurture the relationship and build it further. So we are simply looking forward to partner with the TVETs. Come to Cooperative Bank. It is the bank of choice. We will serve you. We will make you feel better because we are you and we are one thing. So please, welcome to Cooperative Bank TVETs. Welcome to Cooperative Bank Universities and HELB. We simply want you to increase that portion that you usually give us because we are going to add value by helping you to collect. Thank you and enjoy your session.
Hayo makofi si ya mtu ambaye ametoka kukula breakfast. Pigeni makofi vizuri. Sasa hao ni makofi ya watu walioshiba firigisi za kuku kule nje. All right, I would like to call Family Bank, our sponsors, Family Bank.
Dr. Adelina Mudhuri, Honorable Chair of HELB Board, Ekwe Othuro, CEO HELB Charles Ringera, all senior officials and all protocols observed. Good afternoon. As a Family Bank, and from Family Bank as sponsors of the event, we are looking on how we can partner with the key stakeholders involving in this forum. Like for HELB, we are looking at a situation whereby there are those already employed students who benefited from the loans and they are now working. Is there a possibility we can help them to pay those loans promptly through buy-offs? So when we are doing a check-off loans, we're able to buy off the HELB loans, whereby we pay off the loans instantly, and someone else is able to benefit from those loans. So as a bank, we have always endeavored to see if a person passes a HELB loan deduction, we always encourage and even talk to our clients to see the possibility of us buying the loans, the HELB loans, so that we help them pay promptly and they're able to help, those monies are able to help other needy students out there. For TVET institutions, we are able to partner with you with the collection accounts. I know as the capitations are coming on board, we are getting the collection, the capitation from the ministry. We are able to offer you a solution for collection accounts so that we'll offer correct accounts that you will benefit as an institution, and you're able to manage your money wisely. For students, we have prepaid cards for students, which is now helping them. The money that the CEO was talking about, somebody talked about the money that needs to go to their pocket. How, as a student, will you get the 13,500 and you're able to spend it in the whole semester? Or maybe if it was to be a whole year. We're also looking into that. Now, the student's prepaid card are meant to help the student to spend that money wisely. Reason being, they'll be able to load the card, and they are able they load the card at freely online on point of sales in the bank agents, bank branches. They can use paybill 222169, and they load the card with the cash. So they'll be working cashless, but they'll be sure to spend the money wisely. If they go at point of sale in supermarkets, once they transact, they'll get an alert, and it's able to show them the remaining balance in their card. So if a student was given that 13,500, and maybe he has gone on the spending spree, he will be cautious on what is remaining and the time that is remaining to clear the money that he was given towards the pocket money. So we are endeavoring to partner with all the key stakeholders in this forum to help in a seamless benefit of where we get a win-win situation. For HELB, we are assuring of collections, and through buy-offs from your institution, of those civil servants that are employed, and all other institutions that we have MOUs, like universities, all universities, virtual all universities, we have the MOUs with. Most of the TVET institutions and the employees working in the TVET institutions, from the ministry, they are able to benefit from loans from us. So if they have those loans from HELB, we do normally advise for them to benefit. So with that, we believe we are a leeway in partnering, and even as we sponsor this, we are able to partner with the HELB and to make sure that they continue benefiting those students that are coming on board. Like this year, you can imagine there are going to be 2 exams, one which is about to begin, and the other one end of the year. So those intakes and the HELB that needs that lump sum money to pay, they have now to have a key way of collecting the funds so that they're able to lend to more students. As the students come more, we also need to get the money to lend them. Now, the banks will be able to help you collect the money through those BIOS. Thank you, and I appreciate for the time.
All right. That was Family Bank. Now I would like to call Dr. Mercy Agnes Wahome, CEO from COOPS. Dr. Mercy, karibu.
The chair, HELB, CEO HELB, other CEOs in the House, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Let me remove my mask so that I'm audible, and also that you get to put a face to the name and the voice. As introduced, my name is Dr. Agnes Mercy Wahome, the CEO COOPS. And I'm here to just bring, I know most of you, we have worked together, the institutions represented here, but just to bring out the issues that we are dealing with when it comes to placement of students in TVET institutions and how we go about doing this. The first slide, please. The second slide, please. Yes, our mandate is clear. We are a state organization or a corporation that is mandated to coordinate the placement of students into universities and colleges. For those who know JAB usually used to place students into universities. But with the establishment of COOPs, the mandate was extended to include colleges, and that's why we engage in the placement of students into colleges, and this is students that are sponsored by government. We also disseminate information on the available programs, and that's why we engage with the institutions so that we get all the programs that are in your institutions so that we are able to provide that information for the public. We have not been able to disseminate the costs. This is the time we are doing that for universities, but we'd also wish that we can be able to get all the costs that relate to TVET training so that as students make their choices and informed choices on which institution to go, what are the living expenses that are expected? Because once we know that HELB has given the loan, the government gives capitation, but what else comes with the training? Because we know their living expenses and would like to give all this information to the students. We also collect and retain data as a mandate, data relating to universities and colleges. It is our hope that we'll be able to account for every Kenyan student in the country. We know that some go to private TVET institutions, but are we able to tell, once they do their Form 4, how many are in private, how many are in the public, how many are out of the country, so that we are able to account for the population of our young people. We develop career guidance programs. This is mainly the programs that we run in schools, but we've seen there is need for career guidance beyond secondary schools. In fact, with the new education system, really career guidance needs to start very, very early, and then it's expected to be a lifelong activity. And finally, we also advise government on matters relating to university and college placement. So we develop trends, we develop that, some of which I'll be able to present as we go along. For the critical stakeholders in placement of students, to begin with, we try to engage all stakeholders that we can. These are the training institutions and the regulatory bodies and anybody who would have an interest, so that we develop a placement criteria. So the criteria is where we decide for this program, then what do we require? And then, of course, we work very closely with NEC, because NEC gives us the data of all the students that are doing KCSE. And this is because we are just currently placing for students who do the Kenyan program. We engage with students so that they can make their choices. This is in schools as we go doing the career guidance. We engage with the teachers, mainly the principals and the career guidance teachers, so that they can support these students in making their choices. So the first time they make their applications, this happens with the support of the teachers. And then once we open the system for the students, they are able to change. As I said, we have the regulatory bodies. This is the Commission for University Education for University Programs and TVET, who will be presenting later, because they have to give us the accredited institutions and the programs that have been accredited. And then finally, we get the institutions, these are the universities and colleges, to declare the capacities. Because we do not want to place students in courses that, you know, the capacity is limited, and then the students are told, you know, you have to report in the next year or the other year. So we keep checking the capacities, and then TVET also does the, you know, confidence. They give us confidence that for every number of students we are putting in a certain program, they can assure us that the students will get quality education in terms of the ratios that are required. After that, we engage with the University Funding Board, and for the purpose of this meeting, we are supposed to be engaging with the TVET funding board. Unfortunately, this hasn't been established, so we engage with the director, TVET, on issues of funding. So once we have placed the students, we have to get the numbers. The institutions represented here, you know that you have to give us the numbers so that we are able to send those to the ministry for you to get the funding per student. And then we also engage closely with HELB so that the same students are able now to access HELB. And then the professional bodies, of course, because they have to set the minimum requirements for this program. Next, please. Sorry. So those are the numbers, the institutions that we are currently working closely with and where we are placing the students. This is for TVET. 166, and we know we have more than 200 TVET institutions under the Ministry of Education. So we call upon those that have not registered with COOPS, because the moment you don't register, then you are denying the students an opportunity to get government support. We have 16 institutions that are under other ministries, and we are proud to say that the latest institution that we are working with is Bandari Maritime College, who will be making a presentation. And we are really encouraging that we get more students into this institution because of the opportunities that are there, both in terms of training and also employment. Also, for the first time this year, COOPS will be placing students into 35 public teacher training colleges. These are the primary teachers. Before, the ministry has done this, but as we move to ensure that the process is fair and there is competition, then we will be doing it through the system, because our placement system really looks at students competing, and the best, given in terms of their grades, the best goes in first. So, as we have said, COOPS supports the government efforts to increase enrollment into TVET institutions, and to achieve this, we allow multiple applications. We allow the students to make the choices while they're in school, and we can see that as they make their choices, previously all students would just choose to go to university. Then they start changing or getting disappointed once the results are out. But we are seeing students choosing diploma and certificate courses even before they sit for their exams, which is a positive thing in terms of looking at TVET courses. Last year, we had about 6,000 students who had C+ and above and opted to take TVET courses. These are students who had made the minimum grade to go to university, but instead chose to take courses in the TVET sector, which is a good thing in terms of the attitude of students towards TVET courses. Our hope is that we can have students who have graduated with degrees taking up technical courses just to boost their skills and their, especially the practical skills. Seeing students with degrees going for TVET courses, I think would be a good thing. So in terms of providing opportunities, as opposed to the degree programs where we only allow one selection, for TVET we allow 3 rounds of applications. So we have the first time in May, then we have another time in January, and we'll have another group that will go in May this year. So we have the May last year, December, we had another selection, and then January, February, we gave them again another chance, so that we have students getting opportunities at least 3 times in a year to go into TVET institution. Now, as we do this, of course, the main thing is to link the students with capitation and also an opportunity to get the HELB loans. We expect the institutions that we work with to ensure that all the students that enroll in their institutions are, that their registration is forwarded to COOPs so that they can benefit. Over the years, I remember when we started the placement of students into TVET institutions, we hoped that we would get 150 per year. We are not yet there. And yet, we know there are many students who get C and below. So where do these students go to? Some of them are absorbed into the private TVET institutions, but we know a majority of them just end up home hopeless without doing much with their time. So we really hope that all the students who walk into your institutions, we can get their returns. As you do your returns as institutions, we can get their details so that they can benefit from both HELB and the student capitation. So it is important, sorry, move to the next one. So it is important that you submit your returns in time for the institutions that are here to ensure that we have good record keeping, institution billing, the capitation as I've said, and the integration of the walk-in students to government, to become government-sponsored students. As we work on this, we experience a bit of challenges, especially in data validation, and I think that we have tried to address, mainly by getting incorrect student details in terms of their index numbers. In some institutions, we have double enrollment of the same student, but I want to focus on the trends. Please go to the next slide. I also to focus on these trends. Since we started placing, the numbers have grown tremendously. And when we look at from where we started, 2017, 2018, where we only placed 28,000 students into TVET. Last year, we had 139. But I still feel these numbers are low because the government has invested a lot in TVET institutions. I think we have a well-fledged institution in every county now. So these numbers in terms of placement, I think we still need to do better than this. However, I could also say that this number does not capture the walk-ins. So the number is still is a little more than this because we have students who have walked into your institutions. They are taking studies into the institutions but have not been captured into our system. So, but just seeing that we have more, we have the numbers growing in terms of students coming forward and picking courses in a competitive way is good. So again, that shows the male-female distribution, and I think it doesn't look bad. In 2017, it was at 50-50. I don't know where the boy child is going because that seems to be going a little lower. 46% in the last placement. So this is 46% of the 139. When we go more into the courses, we find there are courses that are not well balanced in terms of gender, especially the engineering courses. We still have an issue with very low numbers in placement of female students. So as we go out for career guidance, we actually have a program where we are now focusing on the girl child, encouraging them to consider STEM or engineering programs. So looking at the placement in relation to the big four, given that we are government agency, it is important that we align to the government priorities. you can see in terms of courses that we place, where we place students doing courses that are addressing the big four, the growth is very slow, from 42% in the last year. No, it's actually a decline from 43% to 42%. So we really need to encourage our students to also look at the courses that are around the big four. In terms of the actual pillars, the four pillars. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah, where we have the courses around universal health, manufacturing, food security, and affordable housing. Why we have 7% and 8% in universal health is because we do not have a lot of courses that we place. Actually, there are very, very few institutions that have courses around health that are placed under COOPs, and I'm glad KMTC is here. We can look at how we can partner and ensure that we are tracking these numbers in terms of our contribution to government priorities. Looking at areas that we can collaborate, I feel we still have a lot of opportunities where we can collaborate with institutions to market the programs that they have. I have visited quite a number of the national polytechnics, and I can say with confidence the public does not know the beautiful work that is going on in some of these programs. I was amazed at what is at Sigalagala Polytechnic in terms of nail technology, bakery, clothing and textile, very high-end machines to provide training for our students, but the public does not know what is there. We really need to collaborate on issues of data management and sharing, and also career guidance for the students, both in school. I know we have done some open days in some of the national polytechnics where we have invited secondary schools to visit your institutions to be able to see what is available in the institutions. So all I can say is that, with the direction we are moving in, as a country and globally, really TVET is the way to go. And we really are happy to partner with HELB and the TVET institutions in growing this sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marcia Agnes Wahome. As we're moving forward, panel discussion, facilitating the production of on-demand skilled technical manpower. I would like to call Dr. Kipkurui on stage. Dr. Kipkurui. I would like to call Dr. Lawrence Gwentai, Dr. Juma Mukwana, and Mr. Tom Mulati on stage. And I would like to call our moderator, Dr. Jen Ringera. Not you, sir, not you, sir. Nilijua utashtuka. Our CEO, nilijua utashtuka. Kuna Ringera mwingine. She's not here. Dr. Jen Ringera, she's here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our panel discussion. Dr. Jen, you can take over. 1, 2, 1, 2. All right. The sign language. Okay. Msemaji wa ishara yuko wapi? All right.
Thank you, MC, and thank you the panel that is with me. My name is Dr. Jane Rigela, the Principal Gold Technical and Vocational College in Kajiado County, Kajiado North constituency. A patriotic Kenyan. The CEO HELB told us they are patriotic Kenyans here. I am one of them because I have cleared my loan. I have 2 certificates of clearance. Thank you, HELB, sponsored twice for undergraduate, for postgraduate, and I cleared the 2 of them, and I appreciate that. It was the time of boom. Those of us who are a little bit old, you remember what boom was. So I want to appreciate the HELB team. It has been there since, I want to say, time immemorial, and we are all beneficiaries, and that's why we are so grateful to be here in this forum to encourage other members to take the loan and repay as patriotic Kenyans. Thank you. I want to appreciate the team that is with me in the panel. These are all institutions that are so instrumental to us as the TVET institutions. The institutions they represent are actually institutions that are keeping us going. And I just want to engage them briefly on a few issues that pertain to producing skill-based manpower or skill demand manpower, because as TVET institutions, that is our core mandate, and what we really want is to have trainees that have the skills that the industry demands, that our society demands, and these are the institutions that are behind the production of these trainees that we want. And I want to start with our director, the directorate, Wanamurati. Henry, could you share with us what the funding policy for TVET institutions or for TVET students is, the funding policy as our policy maker?
Thank you. I want to thank you for this opportunity. First and foremost, I want to say that we are glad to be working with HELB in the funding of our TVET institutions in terms of TVET education. The funding policy as it stands right now, we have the Higher Education Loans Board, which is providing funding. We also have the ministry, which is providing capitation to eligible trainees. And we also have other partners who come in terms of sponsorship. A case in mind is where we have the German project, which is the KFW, which is being run in Nairobi TTI and Thika TTI and Kiambu Institute, where we have 750,000 euro, which we intend also to pass on to HELB for purposes of administration. And therefore, we have those funding opportunities, and others as they come, we do pass them on to Higher Education Loans Board. Also, along the way, we have a plan to provide help with funds using our development partner, USAID and others, for startup kits for our TVET graduates, so that when the graduates finish and they want startup kits that can help them make themselves employable, they can go to HELB, buy those kits, and once they are operational, they can pay back. Thank you.
Thank you, Bona Director. And I can suspect that in the process of your funding, there are a number of challenges that you must have faced, the financing challenges. Could you share some of them with us?
The financing challenges we have are, the numbers are growing. Currently, the enrollment is over 320,000 in our TVET institutions, whereas the funds which we receive for capitation are only able to support 173,000 trainees. And this, therefore, has pushed us to a point where we are saying that we will be able only to fund courses which have high demand. And using the labor market information, we shall be able to know which courses are in high demand, and those are the ones we are going to prioritize in capitation. And therefore, it is important for institutions to look at which programs are in high demand. And just like the National Treasury is rating us on the basis of the employability of our graduates. So even as TVET institutions, rate yourself on the employability of your graduates. Although TVET is in the Ministry of Education, but TVET is not like any other educational institution where when graduates graduate, you just let them go and you don't think about them. Dr. Mazi has talked about it. Career guidance is a lifelong thing, and it needs to go beyond the graduation. We need to be involved in how our graduates are going into the labor market, what opportunities are there for them, ensure that they enter those opportunities or guide them on other avenues that they can go. Like currently, we have a lot of TVET graduates who are those who are able to identify global opportunities and go outside to work. We are finding them extremely a great income to this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Bona Director. I think I want to follow up on the same before I go to the others. You have those challenges. What do you see as the possible solutions to the challenges?
Well, the possible solutions to these challenges is the entire TVET system or the education system. We need to look at funding in a broad spectrum and see how can we enhance funding in the education sector, so that at the end of it all, we are able to fund and to meet all our challenges in terms of financing of the training. As you are aware, the differentiated unit cost is also important for us to decide on the funding levels for each student, and we have already begun by addressing that, coming up with a differentiated unit cost for the various TVET programs, so that we do not fund a business course the same way as we fund an engineering course. The other option, of course, is looking at our development partners and enhancing our tapping into the development partners who come in, so that we pool resources, and these resources, when they are pooled together, they should be able to help us to achieve what we need to achieve. The private sector also comes in very handy, and we must harness the potential in the private sector by ensuring that the private sector plays a pivotal role in the issue of financing of our education system. And they are inclusive of TVET. And there we are looking at things like the training levy and other forms of support that can come in to support the education system so that it can operate sufficiently to meet both the training costs and the subsistence cost. Thank you.
Thank you, Bona Director. My fellow principals and managers, why we are sharing this is that we must look at other options and opportunities that we have. We know one of the risks that we have always listed in our midst, over-dependence on government funding. Now, thinking without the box, the other opportunities that they are sharing with us, we need to explore them so that we get our institutions moving. Thank you, Bona Director. Now, the DG TIVET, Bona Kipkurui, in your institution, you have a responsibility to facilitate the production of these on-demand skills students. as an institution, how are you facilitating that to ensure that we get these skill-based trainees out there as an institution? That is TIVET.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Dr. Ingera. May I start from there by clarifying that not Dr. at the mic. Okay, thank you. It seems to be working now. So I'm not Dr. Kiprui Langat. I want to pass his apologies. Dr. Kiprui Langat is the CEO of TVET. My name is Timothy Nyongesa. I'm Director, Strategy Planning and Research, representing me here today. And I appreciate HELB and that TVET is the custodian of TVET quality. That's our main focus. And as we do this, therefore, we do accreditation of institutions, trainers, and programs. That's how then we contribute to the relevance in TVET. And as we increase the accreditation numbers, then we're also contributing to the access to the institutions. And if you look at our tools, then inclusiveness is also considered. So all the 4 pillars that we consider in TIVET fall very much within our purview. So as we do our work and as we focus on the on-demand skills, therefore, we are looking at working with the curriculum developers to ensure that what we are approving for the institutions, we also do advisories. It's not just about having very many courses within an institution, but you have courses for which you actually are able to offer quality training. That's why principals who are here, you will confirm that it's not always that you request for 10 courses and you have your 10 courses approved. We have very many parameters we are looking at. We are looking at the governance structure of the institution to ensure that training is taking place within an environment that is acceptable and the oversight is right. We are looking at your physical facilities. Do you have the resources in terms of the infrastructure, the equipment for the courses that you want to offer, so that at the end, you have a competent person, especially now considering that we are doing CBET. CBET cannot just be done under any environment. And of course, the facilities will not be useful if you don't have proper trainers. So we also check all that to ensure that, again, this on-demand skill is being passed on by a qualified person, curriculum delivery, and all that. How are you linking with industry? How innovative are you as you pass on this information, the training that is happening within the institutions? So we are cross-cutting. And I have the pleasure of mentioning that we don't just work within the Ministry of Education. Ours is regulation of training across board. So you will find us even within those institutions that were named as being in the other line ministries, and we're working with them well. Those that are not on board, we are of course getting persuasive so that we have everybody on board. Thank you.
Thank you, TVET, Nyongesa. And for sure, for them it's about quality. I've just remembered, and it was in the team, on a light note, they denied me registration for my institution, the first loud, because we didn't meet the quality criteria. And I had to go back and work on the same and meet the criteria, and that's when we got the registration. Thank you for keeping your word and maintaining the standard, not giving me a registration for an institution that is not ready. Now it's ready, and we are registered, and we are moving on well. Thank you, Bwana Nyongesa. And he has mentioned with this, where we are going to CBET, the institution that is dealing with the CBET, our able Dr. Lawrence is with us. Kindly tell us how you are contributing to the same so that you ensure what we get there. He's so passionate about CDAC and CBET, and I like that. This is the way to go, and he's here to tell us what his institution is doing to ensure we get the right people. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rigera. My name is Guantai Lawrence, Council Secretary TVET SIDAC. Our body is mandated to design and develop the TVET curricula, conduct assessment, and issue competence certificates for the graduates in the TVET training institutions. If you allow me, Daktari, my approach will be what we do, and then I also say what I think should be done best. And this one is borrowed from what I heard on 23rd January when ANC and HUNDA were, in other words, ANC and NDC. I'm not going to politics, don't mind. And also on 23rd February, I don't know why those dates are similar, I happened to be in Sagana, whereby I handled the same from the His Excellency the President. They both used this word, tusindanganyane. ANC said, tusindanganyane. The Excellency said, we should not lie. In other words, when we are talking to Kenyans, we want them to be, in other words, TVET graduates, to be people who are able to exhibit the competencies. But then, PS, you are here. What should we do? One, in TVET SINDAC, we say we must engage the industry through the sector skills and advisory committees. And we do so, whereby they do something known as occupational analysis. And by extension, we get the information from the labor market. And therefore, Madam Lengera was saying, with this, the ministry should complete the framework on how to engage the industry to ensure that the industry fully participates in this issue of training through the establishment of the National Skills Council. And I'm happy that KNQA as well as TVET are represented here to ensure that this is done. And even Madam Waome is here on issues of career guidance and how she needs to link the COOPs with the Ministry of Labor in this case. Then the other thing is the identification of the performance criteria. This one is done by the industry. But, Director, please, what is there is that there is a TVET framework signed by the then Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Ambassador Amina Mohammed, launched by the Excellency, the Deputy President. It's signed and it has not been, in other words, why can't we implement it? And if there is any mistake in it, why can't we review it? Then the other one is aligning the curricula to the occupational standards. Occupational standards are given by the industry. We want the curricula, we want our graduates to match, or the skills they exhibit to match those are required in the industry. Let's implement the TVET framework. The other one is on the development of a training program, and currently the director mentioned about it. There is what we are calling cooperative vocational training strategy, or in other words, the directorate is developing a policy. This one is being piloted at Thika Technical Training, Thika, then Nairobi Technical, as well as Kiambu. Note that even Kitale, through the agricultural machinery equipment program, RIAT, refrigeration and air conditioning, as well as Ekerubogi Etai, they are in this program sponsored by the GIZ, whereby the candidates are being trained 3 months in the training institution, 3 months in the industry, and note during the enrollment, Daktari, during the enrollment, the people of the industry themselves, especially on the automobile building in Thika Technical, the Kenya vehicle manufacturers, they come and also participate in the enrollment of those candidates. If didn't, this one is extended to other institutions. This one will be quite great. And therefore, I'm requesting directors here and the PSs here, why can't we really hasten the process of ensuring we have this cooperative vocational training policy extended to all other institutions so that you can train as the industry required. The other item I may mention is the mentorship, mentorship and internship. The reason as why it's good that KMTC is here. The reason as why our nurses in Kenya are required in no other countries and they excel is because of the internship program which they undergo. Why can't we ensure that even our own graduates in TVET, they also undergo the internship program where they are given a specific stipend, and therefore, in this case, then you will be able even to export our labor in other ones. Then, I may talk a lot about this thing, but what I may request is about the issues of the legal instruments. There is no way you may facilitate the on-demand technical skills, technical manpower that is required if the legal instruments which you do have, which you use, are not clear. You are aware that we have TIVET. They established through the TVET Act, where TVET SIDAC is, and the TVET Funding Board, but we have not established the TVET Funding Board. We have the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. And you know these bodies were all formed just the other day. He is the first CEO of Kenya National Qualifications Authority. Dr. Angat is the first CEO of Kenya of TVET. I am the first. Therefore, first of all, the other thing, what we do, first of all, we have to fight the three of us, so that now we see what is your duty or what. Then the legal instrument must be clear, easy to implement, and owned by all other stakeholders for us to be able to operate and have really the qualified, or in other words, competent graduates who are required in the market. The other issue is on the trainer management and capacity building. This one is need to be very supported. Then my question is this, Madam Waome, I wish you are on this other side. We are talking of placement of those who have graduated from, in other words, KCSE graduates, isn't it? What about those who have graduated with a certificate in food technology? Can't you place them in for a diploma in food technology? What about the diploma in food technology? Why can't they be placed in what? For a degree program. Therefore, in this case then, hapa ndio nasema tusindanganyane. And this is why I'm saying, even if the people of the media are here, we stay here, any government that is coming in, I'm happy that the government of President Kenyatta has supported us, isn't it? In TVET, I'm saying to sindanganyane, let us not cheat ourselves in any way. If you are saying that you want to do, what do we call it, where you are engaging everybody? Which one is what? Not public participation, where you ensure that you do not discriminate anybody. TVET equity. TVET graduates should not be discriminated. I wish maybe Baba was here, and then Asula was here. Then there is Njakayo. I know it's Njakayo or what. They are here. They tell us what they will do for what? For TVET. And ensure that the graduates of TVET also, there is for them, there is a way for them. They don't get sponsored programs when they are placed, my Madam Waome, into degree programs. Nikiongea ni mingi, but thanks. Good, thank you.
Thank you. Wow, that is SIDAC. And thank you for that. Whoever chose the panelists, you hear they are the first. And I'm also the first principal of Gong Technical. Principals tujivunie sisi ni nani. NQA, How are you contributing to this?
Sunday, okay. I know that is the youngest baby, so we are the least understood. And yet I consider that really the most important institution that you have in this country that you may not be utilizing is KNQA. Because in the past, my name is Juma Mkhwana. I'm the CEO of the Kenya National. Kwandai, are you sabotaging me? So the Kenya National Qualifications Authority has established through the Act of Parliament, the Kenya National time. So the authority has established the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, which is really your reform tool. The way we do education is that we think you come up with an education system like 844, you do it for 10 years, you review, you find mistakes, then you come up with a new system. What the framework has provided for you is a continuous system for you to reform every day as you go forward. So that's the most important thing. And our work cuts across, although we are based in VTT, our work cuts across from primary, secondary to university. And why is that? It's because what we found was that TVET was developing standards for TVET, CUE was developing standards for university, somebody else was developing standards for basic, and these standards were not speaking to each other. So what we had is TVET standards for quality assurance, or CUE standards on accreditation. But the question is, what is the national standard for quality assurance? We did not have that. So what the framework is doing, we are not duplicating anybody's work. We are saying the national standard for quality assurance is this, and then TVET can domesticate that within the TVET sector. CUE can then take the same and use it in the university sector so that the standards that you have in the TVET sector and the university sector are the same. So basically that's where we are. In terms of the topic that we are discussing, the issue of skills, and Kwandai has said tusidanganyane. This TVET sector, we need to be a bit honest with ourselves. Today, over 70% of the people who are doing TVET work in this country have not been to any TVET institution. Ukweli urongo? Your mechanic, your plumber, the guy doing the tiles, the guy doing electrical, amejifunza mwenyewe. Ukweli urongo? Ukweli, si ndio? Simutoe sauti. Hata wewe principal mwenyewe gari yako bahali unapeleka, yule mtu hajaenda college. Si ni ukweli? And so, KNQA has developed something called recognition of prior learning. We are not saying it's bad for you not to go to a college, but what we are saying that through the promotion of lifelong learning, you can actually acquire skills without going to a college. And so our plumbers, our mechanics, our electricians, a lot of them have skills, but they have not gone to any college. And the framework that we are provided for, and we have a policy, if you go to the TVET CDAC tent out there, you will find a policy on recognition of prior learning and even the guidelines on how to do it, so that we, as TVET institutions, what we are interested in is not your papers. We are interested in the skills and what you are able to do. And we are saying, if you go to Jogoo Road, the guys making wheelbarrows there and sufrias have not gone to any college. But they are making wheelbarrows that you will find being exported to DRC, to Zambia, and all over. So they are contributing to national development. And as a country, we have pretended that we don't know those people, they don't exist. We think the ones that graduated in Ngong are the ones that we need to recognize. So what you are saying, tusidanganyane, tukupaliane, si ndio? And also we have a challenge that a lot of the graduates that we are producing in our colleges sometimes are not able to do the things that we say they do. So in other words, the people who are doing have not been trained, and the ones that are being trained sometimes cannot do what we say they do. Sindio? I know as colleges, as you find it very difficult to accept that, but that is the reality on the ground. That means that we have a lot of work that we need to do to really get this working. So there's RPL that we have a policy and a national guideline that we can use to recognize those qualifications. The last issue that I want to indicate is the issue of credit accumulation and transfer. And we've worked very closely with Mercy and her team at COOPS. One of our roles is to really, part of the reason why people don't like TVET is because it has too many barriers and it has too many roadblocks. So ukisoma TVET kama plumber, ukifika level 2 ukitaka kuenda juu naenda wapi? That is usually the problem. So what we've done, we've provided for a framework for credit accumulation and transfer. We have developed a national policy on credit accumulation and transfer, if you go to our website. And we are working with COOPS, as Kwandai was saying, so that people that have done diploma, certificates, artisan within can be placed by COOPS to higher levels using the grades that they have. So we already have a national framework. We have already worked with stakeholders in agriculture, and we have produced credit accumulation and transfer within the agriculture sector. We are moving to other sectors. We will continue to converse so that we can make TVET attractive for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. for that great elaboration on the same. Our theme for this forum is expanding access to TVET Education 5 amidst COVID-19. And our speaker this morning, Angela, did a very good presentation on what is this. Somebody in the morning mentioned, what is this? Was it Animal Education 5? And it has been explained to us very well. Actually, when I looked at it, I was asking the person sitting next to me, what is it? But I'm sure now we all understand what is this Education 5 amidst COVID-19. And it is the same institutions that have to make sure that we expand this access of the TVET Education 5 amidst the COVID-19 is still with us. And I want to throw the question to the panelists to tell us as an organization how you are contributing or your role in expanding the access of TVET Education 5 amidst COVID-19. I choose to start with my director. What is TVET doing as a directorate to ensure that is accomplished? Bwana Tom Molati.
Thank you. I want to say that as the Ministry of Education, what we are doing to achieve this new horizon in the Education 5.0 is we are focusing a lot of our attention on digitization of the TVET, both the curriculum, the delivery, and we are also focusing a lot on application use of ICT to ensure that we are able to address the needs that our TVET graduates face after training through alumni, through platforms that can help them to be linked to the labor market so that they can be able to get the information they require on which ways they want to go. As a ministry also, we are focused on working with the industry so that and we are developing a policy on how to link our TVET institutions with the industry so that continuously the trainees are able to train at the institution and 30% or 40% of the time they are able to train at the industry. What we are calling the cooperative vocational training or the work integrated learning approaches. These are the approaches that will ensure that the trainees have the correct skills and attitudes, both from within the institution and from exposure to the industry so that they can be able to cope up with an ever-changing world that we have today. and especially for TVET skills. So that is the way we want to go. And it will have serious, of course, impact or ramifications on the institutions so that we move away from just the numbers. It's not appealing that you have 10,000, 20,000. What will be most appealing is that the 600 or the 1,000 trainees that you have can get quality training both at the institution and at the industry. And therefore, it is important for us to look at the labor market information. And I did say that we are in the Ministry of Education, but quite a lot of our information is in the Ministry of Labor. And when you look around, you can see Ethiopia, you can see Malawi. They have moved TVET to the Ministry of Labor because that is where our focus actually is. And we are working on how to have a proper data linkage between the State Department for TVET and the Ministry of Labor so that we link our admissions to institutions to the available opportunities in the industry. But I know as it stands right now, if you wanted to provide work integrated learning or hands-on training at the industry, for some of the students doing certain courses, it will be difficult. For example, procurement. If you are to attach all procurement, students doing procurement in this country, it will be terrible because they can't get positions. There is another field, agriculture. The opportunities are there. But what do you get? You get that students are still doing the agricultural plots of 1 meter by 2. Yet there is a lot of land in the country. They need to be exposed to the industry where they are able to plow or plant acres and acres of land, huge acres of land. And therefore they are able to learn the energy that is also required in the delivery of their competencies. So I think we are well set to move towards competency-based education and training, and we will ensure that we are aligned to this new phenomenon. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Director. TVET works so closely with you in all your endeavors. Let's hear what they have to add to the same.
Thank you. Same thing? Okay, thank you. Now, it's true we work quite closely. By the way, don't read too much in what you see in the media. We are government agencies that understand our roles, and we are working very well to deliver service to you. Now, talking about education 5.0, then there are some efforts that TVET has made. And not just under the COVID-19 conditions, but even before that, we had prepared that we start offering online services. Trainers here may confirm, institutions will confirm that now all applications for accreditation are actually being done online. We have desk officers who are manning our systems to ensure that as soon as applications come in, the backlog that was there does not arise again. So we are getting quite efficient by using those systems to accredit, rather receive applications from trainers, institutions, and for the programs. And if you checked our website, again, we are making attempts to share a lot of information to avoid in-person interactions in our offices and just generally communicate with the public. I also want to mention that TVET has developed and is currently reviewing the ODEL standard, Open and Distance Education standard, because we know, as we heard from the Microsoft presentation here, that that's an opportunity that has now come as we enhance access to education, that increasingly we're going to do a lot of our work online. It's unfortunate, I saw this joke after a bridge collapsed in one of our counties that the engineer must have been trained online. And okay, now those are the risks that may be there. And it's what I wanted to ask Angela when she was presenting. How do we then quality assure programs that are being offered online? It's a nice opportunity, but we have to do a lot of risk-based thinking as we adopt the new ways of doing things. But the good thing is that we have a standard that will then form a basis for these online kind of courses. And of course, as we look at this, we need to consider data sharing across government agencies and systems. This will be useful for HELB, for example, that whereas KRA can trace all of us in terms of payment of tax, the same should happen if there's an employee who benefited from higher education loans board money, then they should actually be traced from wherever they are. Earlier presenters in the morning were talking about establishing alumni associations. In TVET, we emphasize on traceability of our graduates. Where have our graduates gone? If we know where our graduates are, then it will be possible to follow them up and remind them that, okay, you owe us money, and it's good manners that the first charge whenever you get your money is to pay your debt. But that traceability has not been happening, and you may be aware of the Kenya National Skills Gateway. The Kenya National Skills Gateway is an effort towards getting this information in one place. If you were to search on your gadgets now for the Kenya National Skills Gateway, you will get a home page that provides quite some information on organizations relating to skills development, on various resources and publications that relate to skills development, and the statistics are supposed to be there. But good systems are just that, unless we provide the data for the systems. So we should encourage ourselves to provide the data that is required in those systems that may then assist in traceability. One of the features in the Kenya National Skills Gateway is in uploading data about our graduates, and to some extent is going to assist in traceability. And of course, then this starts with the training institutions. We as national agencies cannot sit in Nairobi and pretend to be championing tracer studies. It's you as a training institution that knows who has passed through your hands, was admitted at what point, completed what kind of qualification, then moved on. So through the Alumni Association, then you can keep in touch and facilitate provision of such information. So yeah, Dr. Ngera, that's what I can say for now, but there are a few challenges that we need to address as well. We have to get into risk-based thinking. Even our institutions, think about business continuity. What has COVID-19 taught us? TVET institutions were the hardest hit. We were in blackout. Whereas universities were trying things online, our TVET institutions just closed. We remained at home until that campaign now to start reopening and of course, doing things. So how do we address the issue of business continuity? That was talked about by Microsoft. But I'm looking about another risk. We mentioned, the CEO HELB mentioned here, that it's good that our enrollment within our TVET institutions has gone up. But he mentioned something else, that the resources he's given are the same. What does that mean to us? He was sounding a warning. Maybe we didn't hear that. What he's saying is that the future allocations are going to get lower and lower. What if something happens? We're going to have very many changes soon that drastically the resources at HELB are reduced. So what are our options? That is something that the student leaders here should also be thinking about. What are the options that come about? Business continuity for ICT systems, okay, they do it very well. But even at our individual levels, then we have to adopt risk-based thinking. The institutions have to adopt risk-based thinking. If HELB is contributing so much to ensure access to TVET through financing, what if something happens and drastically the resources are reduced? Thank you, moderator. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Your institution, sometimes we confuse TVET and NQA because of quality. Are you doing the same, or is there something you're doing different from what he has shared to ensure the education 5.0?
I would say that we are more looking at the human aspects as she presented, that this is technology and the human interventions coming together. I've indicated here about the issue of RPL, which is really recognizing skills that you have acquired outside the classroom, and yet you are using them to produce products, services, and even contribute to national economic development for Kenya. So one of the issues us sitting in the TVET sector that I appreciate is that there's a lot of skills that we have that are contributing to national development that may not have been acquired in a formal class. So as a country, we have been a little to these people because we didn't recognize what they have been doing. So we all tap into, and as a TVET sector, that is a big minefield that we can all tap into. The other issue that as a qualification authority, one of our roles was to define qualifications. So in the TVET CDAC tent out there, you find a little book called Level Descriptors. In the level descriptors, the Kenya National Qualifications Framework has 10 levels. And we have said level 1, of course, is primary school, and level 10 is PhD, and in between there are all the other levels that we are producing. One of the things that we've done for Kenya is to define the knowledge, skills, and competences that you must exhibit for you to be given a level 2 qualification, a level 3 qualification, a level 4. So if you are developing a new curricula, you need to look at what is the level of this qualification within the framework and what should be the learning outcomes for the graduates that come out of it. And copies of the level descriptors are also available. Yeah? So we've defined the skill levels. It doesn't matter whether you are learning at University of Nairobi or Ngong, as long as it's a level 2 qualification, then the learning outcomes must be the same. So that's the kind of thing that we are talking about. So more is to provide the human aspect. I want to confirm that on this role, we don't have any conflict with TVET, because our role is really to develop the framework, to develop the levels, to develop the level descriptors for each of that. And we've done that, and that information is available, so that as you talk about skills, because what we want is, as I indicated, graduates to exhibit skills that have been set for that level. So if you are producing a graduate that's not reaching that level, then that student or graduate is not fit for that level. But the issues of quality assurance, as I've said, once we do the national standard, then the person enforcing it in the TVET sector is TVET. In the commission, in the university sector, is Commission for University Education. So ours is to really provide national oversight, and the actual implementation is up to the sector regulators. Thank you.
SIDAC.
I was swearing that this equipment is compliant with 5.0. And therefore, what I may say is that if you visit the TVET SIDAC tent out there, you'll find a number of digital content curricula for a number of programs. In other words, not curricula, programs with the specific content. You just go there and visit and you see if there is the issue of the 5.0 you are talking about. Indeed, you'll find the learning guide in that digital content, in the PowerPoint, and even real work situations. Just visit. And what have we done? We have also, through the support of BIA2 project, Nyongesa and Director, if you are aware, we have developed guidelines for digital content development, and also we have developed the content for the TOT. And we have trained a number of our trainers in institutions, and we have tested this and we have seen it working. If somebody is here from Sigaragara Technical Training Institution, which have the air and the beauty therapy equipment from China. Anybody from Sigaragara who is here, raise up your hand? Yes, we have developed almost 5 digital programs using their trainers and their equipment. And you can work with them. What about Kenyanjui? Somebody from Kenyanjui is here? Solar PV, we have developed the same. And we have developed a number of other programs, almost over 50 programs in digital content. Then on support of the capacity of the people who are able to meet that 5.0, we have collaborated with the University of Nairobi ICT department through approval of their VC. We have developed programs, diploma in data analytics, networking, cybersecurity, and all that surrounding that. We are also on the way to develop a program on block, is it what? Chain what? Blockchain. Yes, what we have not done is the quantum I was talking about with you, but I learned about it in physics. And therefore, indeed, we are going that way. The other thing, Director, you are aware, when I was asked in one of the senior offices, what support do I require for TVET SINDAC? I said, TVET SINDAC does not require support. What we require is an automated assessment system for our technical training institutions. Then I was told, can you go and benchmark? We benchmarked in India. They came here they came to this country. Then we tested this approach with the Nairobi Technical Training Institution. When students were doing their exams, I myself seated in the office, that time we were in Terraposta, I couldn't stop a candidate from doing an exam when I'm sitting at the office. And then what we call the portfolio of evidence, or what he is doing, the videos and etc., they are kept. Somebody from Nairobi Technical who participated in that? I don't know if there is somebody who is here. And therefore my request was, why can't we ensure that this also is done, is replicated in a number of institutions? And Director, you're aware, because now we were given money, then our money has continued to be reduced. I don't know why. This one, but what we did is we approached the African Development Bank, and that concept is there. 9 institutions are supposed to have an automated assessment system, and it's in the pipeline. And to mention in this region, what the Voi, where the treasurer was the principal, Zaman, yes, it's one of them, but we are waiting that to be realized. Then the other thing, Director, for us, when we found that we are not getting money, I'm talking to you, PS, when I found that you're not getting money, secretary we approached, I'm sorry to Director, you will not say that I changed your course of action of a given project on the promotion of youth training. I approached GSN, the German government, and I told them, in this training of yours, where you have the cooperative vocational training, why can't you introduce the hybrid learning concept? We have tested it, and if you ask the principal from Kiambu Institute, Nairobi Technical, as well as Thika Technical, we are testing the approach of the hybrid learning concept. We ask ourselves, what should be trained online and what should be trained, yes, physical. Anyway, thank you. Thank you. If I talk a lot, it will be.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the contributions. And as we said, you see, we have a lot of wealth of information from our panelists. He just mentioned the fact that COVID-19, when it broke TVET, we were caught off guard and we found ourselves in darkness. And it just closed my mind. This is not part of what we had planned, but it just closed my mind. CBET. CBC, the primarily 100% transition to secondary, we see a lot of preparation. Soon we'll be there, 100% transition to our TVET institutions. How prepared are we, or what are we exactly doing so that we don't find ourselves in darkness again and the population is with us there? We wonder what to do in the various challenges that we have. Just a quick one, Bwana Director.
Thank you. I want to confirm that as the Ministry of Education, we have a well-outlined program on how we are implementing CBC and TVET. And we realize that most of our courses will start at junior secondary, partially to a small extent, and to a larger extent at senior secondary, where they'll be full-fledged. And we even expect that the learners there will get dual certification, and then they will proceed en masse to our TVET institutions. And we also realize that the scope will be increasing. It will be technical, ICT, performing arts, and all those kind of courses coming in. And we are working on the real master plan on how they are going to be implemented and what advantages our institutions can capture in terms of some of those lines or pathways in the CBC framework that will come. For example, if you have an ICT lab, then it is easy for you to train those who will be choosing animation as some of their pathways in terms of their career. And therefore, there is a well-outlined program that is being implemented, although we are implementing in phases. And currently, the major focus is on the early learning, that is primary and secondary. But eventually, we are there, and we are part of the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director. I think with that, yes, you can.
Thank you. Yeah. My personal view is TVET training by its very nature is practical, is competence-based. And if for some reason we are not training people, so I see people seeing CBC in primary and wondering whether TVET is coming to the TVET sector, I think that is a wrong notion. Because TVET training must be practical. Sina ukweli? You can't train an electrician. I don't know, how else do you do it? Either I know how to do the electrical work or I don't know, isn't it? So we cannot talk about competence-based coming to TVET. Really, TVET is part of TVET training. And if for some accident we have not done it, it's not because TVET is not required or TVET is coming. Really, there's no way you can train a mason or a carpenter without him being competence-based. Is there any other way? No, it can't work. And so, really, for us, competence-based is part of our life. There may be other challenges we do appreciate, but really, TVET training is competence training. And there's no other language about it. That's what I'll say.
Yes, just a response
allow me
on
also
the
just
same.
to add one thing to what Dr. has said. A problem that we are having in the TVET sector is what we really need is the competency-based assessment policy. And that is what we are really focusing on as a ministry to do. Because I know most of our trainees are doing NEC exams, and the mode of assessment is not competency-based. We even have a trainer who cannot teach practicals in one institution, moving to another institution to do assessment of practicals. So the competency-based assessment policy will be able to streamline so that whatever exams that we undertake in the TVET sector are competency-based. Thank you.
Okay, TVET CDAC also wants to add.
Thanks a lot. What I may say is this, and even director is my chair currently, is the acting chair or Anando committee chair. TVET, muliingia TVET samani. Are we together with that, isn't it? Before the young graduates who are TVET, in other ones, are working. This March, April, do you have candidates for TVET courses? Yes? You have them, isn't it? So what I may say, Chair, TVET, we are already on competence, and we started long time ago. In other words, it is the CBC now who should try to see where we are and how we can link together. I inform you, I wish Madam Gloria was there. He was in the committee for the CBC framework. You remember that one? That was launched by His Excellency, the President. Do you know, Amujui, do you know they involved the aspect of the assessment from TIVET because we undertested it? The institutions which have tested, like I mentioned Sigaragara, Nairobi Technical, ETC, and a number of other institutions here, they are aware that the summative assessment is only 40% of the total. Then 60% is what you do in your internally. That is even what the CBC has adopted. Next, we have identified specific competencies which are linked to the CBC framework, and we have developed the occupational standards with the people of industry, waiting for those young ones to come so that they can just get in. So never go back. You are already there. Are we together? And you may be asking, where am how mtu anaongea namna gani? I'm talking about this because we used development partners, lots of money for development partners to develop this program, to conduct assessment and through the support of GIZ, to test all these things, and they supported us. Together with the government, used over $1 billion shillings. Therefore, I'm talking from a point of view where the government appropriated money to ensure that we have more than 402 programs really waiting for those people graduating from CBC. We just move along together. Thank you.
Okay, can give.
Thank you. Now, transition, Dr. Juma mentioned, from CBC to TIVET may not be an issue. I believe he's going to work on a credit transfer framework because, as Director Mulati mentioned, that the pathways provide for introduction of skills at senior secondary school. So we are looking at a student from senior secondary who has done maybe something in catering or such a related course, and is therefore proceeding to a TVET institution to do the maybe a certificate or diploma in the same. Is this person the same as that who never did that? So probably that is an issue that can actually come up, the credit accumulation and transfer from secondary school to our TVET institutions as we look at dual certification. And if where training is taking place, then TVET is supposed to accredit and check. And you know, the way we have had boundaries that this basic education, this TVET, this is university education, does TVET then have room within basic education? But then that's debate for another forum. However, I would want to also inform you that recently there was a multi-agency study on implementation of TVET in Kenya, commissioned by the ILO, and it had interesting findings. It's my disclaimer, however, that CBC is good, TVET is good, but in the findings, there was something about institutional readiness to implement TVET. Are our institutions ready to do this? That is something that came about. How is the attitude of our trainees to TVET? What about our trainers? Are they ready? Those are some of the questions that came from that study. This is not the forum for me to share findings from a different kind of study, but it would be interesting if you followed up to see that study report. Thank you, Dr. Ngera.
Thank you, Tiveta. And actually, as you think of the readiness and the attitude of the trainers and the trainees, I'm sure what is in the minds of the people seated here, what about infrastructure? And that's why I asked, 100% transition. Yes, we have the documentation and all that, but the infrastructure and the rest of what we require to implement that, How prepared are we? That can be for another forum, thought for all of us. At this juncture, I want to pose this discussion. These are not people that will get so easily unless somebody within the congregation has a question you want to direct to one of them, just 2 questions. A question you feel you need to direct to any of the panelists very quickly. 2 questions because of time, and we'll take them as the answer we have. There's one there and another one here, and I can see many more coming up.
1, 2.
Thank you very much. All protocols observed. My name is Hafsa Saif, Principal, Godoma Technical Training Institute, Kilifi County. Thank you very much, panelists, for such an insightful discussion. It was very, very informative. And a lot of things came into my mind. It may not necessarily be a question, it's just observations, because all of you are number ones. Who are we to say anything to number ones? Just thinking that probably such a forum should also include our examining bodies, for example, NEC, NITA, because as you're aware, Director, Education, Technical Education, you know that capitation may not involve the exam fee, and it's quite a burden on the trainees. So probably if they were part and parcel of this forum, they would be telling us how the numbers are dwindling because the students may be getting tuition and they are not getting enough finance for their examination. But that is not all. Looking at NITA, for example, the grade tests, looking at NEC, the NAFSET exams, and here is where CEDA QA is telling us trying to embrace the TVET education. Yet, is there progression? Is there progression of these examinations, the grade tests, and the NAFSET? Is there progression into the craft, into the diploma, into the university? And these are actually the artisans. They are the ones who have the skills. But now, as we are telling ourselves to Sidanganyane, let's also not forget these people. Let's bring them on board. As much as we are going CDAC, as much as we are going CBET, let us remember the real artisans in this scenario. And at the same time, when the key stakeholder, our ministry, if we are trying to see how we can finance, think about how they can be financed to progress upwards. At the same time, TVET, how are you ensuring that your authority is actually in collaboration with all these semi-autonomous bodies? Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I think that was an input, not a question. So please take note of the input. That's an input, but we can get the other one and then we can respond. And if you're asking a question, please direct to the specific person.
One last question, Madam. Time.
Thank you. My name is Frederick Okara, the Acting Registrar, Nyakachi Technical Vocational College. My observation maybe to Director, that is Dr. Tom Blati. You mentioned that the government is looking into maybe offering capitation to certain courses. And I'm seeing that situation when that happens, people will run into the courses that are sponsored. And therefore we'll have a situation where there will be lacking people in other sectors. because we will going for the cheaper one where there is capitation. And again, we are also having the CBC coming in where people are being trained in their lines or in what they are good at. How will we choose which one is to be sponsored and which are not to be sponsored? Again, I had a question maybe for the previous presenter, because we didn't have a session for that. I don't know if I can use this opportunity to ask that question.
That can be asked later. Later.
Okay.
So, Board Director, you can respond to that, then we close this session.
Thank you. I want to be brief. If I answer from the side of the ministry, you may get it not very clearly. But I want to ask the CEO, HELB, that which courses which they are funded, their graduates are paying back the HELB loan faster. I think I finish it like that. And I am still requesting the HELB to give me that response because it is helpful in my policy making. Thank you.
Okay.
You want me to react straight away? Yes. Yeah, and it's something we have been tracking across. Our decision to go to fund TVET, from a lender perspective, I worked in the banking sector for 25 years. Any lender wants where money comes back quickly. Now, normal social sciences or humanities were taking too long to return the money because you must look for a job and all this. So it takes you longer for you to give me back the money so that I can feed to the next generation that is required. And that was the information that, we're trying to see whether, TVET has a shorter training period, then you get out with a skill, and some of them, even when at the university or the college, they are already starting to earn and they start repaying the loan. So that was the basic information that we wanted. But I didn't say that we are seeing a portfolio at risk which is then growing. It's not coming back the way we thought that it will come back. When we tested with the nursing program, and I'm happy that Dr. Kelly is here, at KMTC, we realized the absorption rate is much, much easier, is much better in the market than anywhere else. So yes, we are happy so far that TVET, we can say it will be able to repay quickly, but then we are getting two sides of the same coin, which is saying some areas of TVET is not paying back quickly, but there are some areas, disciplines that is paying back quickly. Now, we cannot feed that information to share publicly because then some people will shy away from doing religion studies. So it will only inform us in terms of funding. But what we have done, Tom, in regard to funding of where money can come back quickly or employability, STEM is a key factor. And actually the conversation we have started with the ministry in terms of funding also TVET is why are we funding, with all due respect, social sciences in TVET? Somebody doing HR in TVET, somebody doing procurement in TVET. That was not the real essence of skills development for TVET courses. I don't know whether I've muddied the water or I've solved the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure you will all agree with me this session needed more time than that. It was sandwiched between heavy tea and just lunch. And incidentally, we didn't dose. Thank you. I congratulate you. And I want to ask you to help me appreciate our panelists. Not that way. 5 factorial. They've done it well. We are now informed. Let's go. Thank you.
All right. Aya, tukienda lunch, najua kuna wengine hawatarudi. Lakini nimeambiwa na inform kwa kuna chairman cocktail. Kuna chairman cocktail from 5 to 8.
I should maybe also flick the conversation on the tech side of things and the O2A to where it comes in as well. And during this time that we are living in, I think many business models are being reconfigured to try and adapt with the change that is there right now. And I know HELB is not left out as well. You began this even before COVID-19 with the mobile smart payment solution as well. Tell us now how this, in light of COVID-19, is really coming to be a very handy tool in trying to, recover these loans and also to just give that customer experience as well.
Yeah, and so, in fact, one of the key things as a board, when we sit down and reflect on the investment we have done on IT, we just say that maybe COVID was coming to test what we have actually put in. I mean, today, this organization...
the integrity of the system.
Yes. Today, this organization, if I look, the last 4 years, we have invested about $3 million in terms of, upskilling our IT architecture. And because of that upskilling of IT architecture, we have now been able to tell people you don't have to come here. We can offer all our services online. They can repay their loans online. Students are now borrowing online. In fact, the latest one is the app that we unleashed. So the 160,000 subsequent are the ones who are continuing, who have borrowed. None of them has actually filled a paper. And remember, paper is part of, avoidance of paper is part of the protocols, in terms of controlling, containing the spread of the disease. And therefore, this has actually come in very handy to test the system. Look at people working from home. Here at the contact center, we have about 30 agents who work in the contact center. There is no way you could have put them in the same room. After all, we have been told that they need to work from home. If we didn't have good systems, there is no way they could actually be able to carry the system back to their home, and they could pick calls, they could communicate on emails, the same way they communicate when they are at the center. They could communicate now more longer hours, because here by 5 maybe they are clocking out, but they are at home, they can work for extended hours. And then the system itself that actually processes the loans, the ones that has the statement, people can be able to pull their statement from wherever they are. So self-service has really worked well because of the technology investment that we have been able, to put in. The aspect of social distancing is also another one, because we have seen we don't really want people to come and crowd here. You can be able to be served from wherever you are seated. Our test came when we looked at the number of connectivities, APIs that we have built with, whether it is the guy who validates for us the ID system or the bank account, when you say this is my bank account, for the first time applicant. And we have seen it work very well. It is interesting to know that if you look at the investment that we have done in terms of these connectivities that we've done on IPRS, for example, to verify your ID or verify with the bank that is your bank account, we have now been able to eliminate the first-time student going to the chief for signing of the loan application form, or going to the pastor for confirming that actually that person exists in that kind of geography that you're in. And therefore, with this investment, now people can be able to fill that form without necessarily walking around town. And remember, walking around town is part of how you pick up the disease, so that you can be able to get these signatures. After all, we have been told actually that some of these students were forced to pay something for whether the chief or the pastor to be able to sign off these forms. So out of that investment, we have actually seen some dividends out of it. And it is going to help the customer more than actually even the way it is helping us. So our digital service delivery plan is actually working the way we conceived it about 4 years ago when we went into investing in this technology space.
And still on that note, I know also employer plays a critical role in the loan recovery that, of course, it is your mandate. Tell us more about the employer's portal and how also it has been able to, help you with a simple creed of, first of all, disclose, deduct, and disperse. Elaborate on that.
So in 2018, when we looked at our suspense account, it means money has come in and we don't know who it belongs to. So employer will remit 10 million shillings, TSC for example. TSC, we normally collect about 100 million shillings, but we don't know who are. By the time we get the list so that we can be able to allocate now to the various loan account, it's a real mess. And our suspense account was growing by the day. And if the next month comes and you have not been able to allocate the entire of last month, then you're in trouble. 100 million becomes 200-300 million. So you find a billion, sitting there and you don't know whose money that is. And therefore, in 2018, we launched the employer portal. What does the employer portal mean? It means that the employer himself, before they even deduct the money, they have already registered the loanees because they have an exchange platform between us and them. And by the time they actually remitting the money, they have already have a pay slip, a pay-in slip that they have generated for the various members of staff. So by the time the money is actually getting into the bank, it's already uploaded on the system, and you have a straight-through process where the money is actually being credited on the various statement account without necessarily using any human intervention. So that is why the employer portal, we said that it has actually come to, it came in handy to eliminate the inefficiencies that were there in terms of how do you deduct, how do you disclose, and how do you discharge that money, to us. So that has been quite, a big step in terms of eliminating that suspense account.
So even as we're bringing this conversation to a close, Utuwetu, now it's coming to the fore, but we want to just bring it home and get personal with you. And I'm happy to know that this began in 1952 as well. Along that particular journey, if you may remember, hacking back into history, and your history as well, how has HELB, whatever name it was, or moniker it was going by those days, has really helped you to achieve your dreams, to be the person that you are today? You can say, this is Utuwetu, and this is why I'm so impassioned about, empowering other people, because also along the journey, I was aided by HELB.
So if you look at some of us, Diba, where we have come from, in fact, we have nothing to talk about where we have come from, maybe because we came from nowhere. And I look at my days in high school, an high school that does not have a name. You remember when you used to be in class a long time ago, and if you're not in Alliance, and if you're not in St. Mary's, somebody will ask you, where are you in school? So mine cannot even be pronounced, where I was in school. But from those very humble beginnings, and the way we have come, and where we have come from, when in high school, I came to learn that when you actually go to college or university or wherever, that there is some government will pay for you. That's what my brother used to tell me, because they used to eat pies, meatballs, whatever those were. I couldn't even comprehend what those were in those days. But we are told this is what we eat when we are here. I do remember one time I came to visit my brother here, and he took me to CCU here, for example. And if you look at how they are eating, and he says this is government feeding us. And therefore, I could not wait for the day I will also be fed by government in such, a facility. Little did I know, actually, it is not government which was feeding them directly, because government, you think it's the president. But it is actually an organization in between which is feeding them through a loan, all this. And therefore, when you look at when I came to college, and then, this is how you apply for a loan. And when you apply for this loan, you have to, repay it back. And of course, not that I came to work for HELB directly, but I am a career banker man. I'm an accountant. I trained as an accountant. And all this time, now I was working in the banking sector. What I was looking at is that organization, which was able to get me, to get that kind of food, which I thought is government feeding them, but I came to realize this is the organization. It's actually one of my driving points in terms of, getting out of the banking sector and joining Higher Education Loans Board. And I'm very proud of what we have done, for the last 7 years that I've been, around here, in terms of the exponential growth that we have seen, in terms of the balance sheet, in terms of the number of students who are getting funded. In fact, this strategic plan, one of the key things we are toying with the board is universal funding. We wanted to make sure that for every kid who is in higher education, today we estimate that there are about 800,000 of them, that at least 90% of them are on the loan program of Higher Education Loans Board. That is what we call universal funding. I'm happy to report that now about 46% of all the students in higher education are actually being served by Higher Education Loans Board. And that is part of the OTU that we want to return back again to society, because society was kind to us when we needed society to give us, to serve us or empower our dreams so that we can become the people we are today. Yes.
And so we are also looking to, reopen sort of the economy with the COVID-19 also in mind as well. And what would be your message? I want just to speak to the camera here and talk to students regarding, of course, resumption to higher education. What will be your message? Because I know now you're also ready, or you stand on the ready to actually disburse, some of these loans.
So if you look at, and part of the protocols that we have been observing is how do we get back again, to school. It's a major discussion, as you know, in the country today. But you have seen that Monday, the 5th, we will be having now the 4th years, and the people who are supposed to be doing practicals, getting back to college. And as part of the preparation for that, what we have done is that in the last 1 week, we have actually paid out about 2 billion shillings to the continuing students as they prepare to come, back to school, as they go on with their online learning. One key aspect that we are doing also is to disburse money to, colleges and universities so that they can be able to start making the preparations for the protocols that need to be looked out for as guided by the Ministry of Health. So again, remember, one component for tuition has to go directly to college or school, and then the upkeep for the student has also, to be remitted. But most importantly is what COVID has taught us, that learning can continue, but albeit e-learning. Now, when we look at our students, and particularly the first years, we are asking ourselves, do they have the gadgets for them to be able to go on with online learning? Remember, some of them have actually been introduced in college through, induction programs, but then they have never been in that college. They have been told, get a laptop, get a smartphone, get a knife, but then they don't even know what are these things. If you came from a humble beginning, the best phone you have ever seen is a feature phone. So you don't even know what this smartphone is all about. You're being inducted into University of Nairobi and you have no idea how it looks like. How about if you can be able to get a laptop for you as you join university, so that even you can actually view these things as they are being streamed when you are being inducted. You feel like you have already joined university, and therefore even when you are being invited to a class, you can relate to where that class is before you come physically. Because remember, as the protocols are saying, it is a phased out manner in terms of how they will join. And therefore we are talking with the government, and I'm very happy to report that we almost, very far away now to be able to get a laptop loan. And we want to take care at least for the first years. Because you are saying second year, third year, maybe they are feeding for themselves, they know how to get, their online learning. They have known one or two things because they have been in college. But these rookies, these first years, are the ones we are really looking at. How do we get them a laptop as they join school? So all the programs are ready now, and I think in a couple of months, we should be having a laptop loan being announced, and they will be able to apply. They'll get their gadget from whether Dedan Kimathi University, which is assembling, or JQuat, or Moy University. All these are assembling laptops for DLP program, and they will be able to get laptops from there, and we'll pay for them directly to the college. Then they'll pick their machine, and they can, take off for their online learning. So it's a major thing that actually COVID has taught us in terms of this online learning, and we want to join government in terms of helping them, keep all the protocols, yet continue with their learning process.
And that indeed is put to in action.
Yes.
But still on that, before we wind up, talking broadly on the grace period, because many people and many students were saying, why can't we have, an extension of 3 years after you've graduated instead of the 1 year? Because you have that particular period where it's sort of a gap period that you are looking for a job, you can start remitting your of course, you're paying back your loan as well. So this is a debate that you've been toying with. I don't know how far, when we're in light of the series we're talking about Utuwetu right now, could you show Utuwetu and extend the grace period, Is it something that also is up in your collective sleeves while planning?
Yeah, and part of that discussion, which has actually happened in the past in terms of how long should a grace period be? Most of us also don't understand that the longer the grace period, the longer you take with the loan. Now, remember, as I said, HELB is financed through two main means. Okay, maybe three. The first one is government direct exchequer, the one that has been voted in by Parliament. But there is the other one, where people are repaying back, which is about 40%. If people don't repay back, then I must look for another sort of source of funding to be able to cover that gap. And until we are able to match up our cash flows very well, it is almost impossible to extend that, grace period. But you know what we normally say as part of UTUETU? HELB cares, HELB listens, come, we talk. We are human beings. We know what is happening. I mean, how many people? We have now restructured, apparently, some 2.8 billion of the 52 billion in terms of people who have lost their jobs. And they have come forward. We have given grace periods, longer grace periods. We have told them, you will receive at this date. And they are the ones who are saying, give me a couple of months because I've lost income.
As part of moratorium.
Yes, let me come back after, the same way that you see banks restructuring. So, and that part of the conversation we changed actually, our team that does that collection of loans from, they used to be called loan recovery, how to recover. And we now call them debt management consultants. So they will guide you, they work with you in terms of, this is what I was earning, now I'm no longer earning this. So what can we pay? We adjust that as part of the UTUETU, maybe from the 4,000 to 2,000, whatever that can be afforded. And therefore, we are listening. We want to have a conversation with you. I mean, it always beats me that when you're in college, you are chasing us and you knew where we are, you knew our emails, you knew our offices, you knew our telephones, and you could actually chase your money. Immediately you graduate. Now you say, where is HELB by the way? How can we reach HELB so that we can have a conversation? And that is why we are opening all these channels for you to be able to discuss with us or restructure your loans the way you want as part of the UTUETU program.
Right. You also mentioned the fifth, and it brings to also mind that particular week is a customer experience week as well, which really fits snugly with what we're talking about. I don't know what is really up your collective sleeves of that particular week, and in terms of, yes, showing that face of UTUETU, that, yes, this experience with our customers can be something that is of a human face, that is relatable. Come and we discuss. And I like that particular note that, yeah, you're open to discussion. You can extend grace periods because, of course, these are different times that we're living in. Yes. Talk to us about that.
So, yeah, we are readying ourselves in terms of fifth, resumption to school. Part of getting ready is taking care of our customers is getting there by paying. And as I've already said, even into today, we still have more payments that are going out. As I said, as at yesterday, we are paying about 2 billion shillings as part of the preparations for resumption to work. And again, it fits in very well with the customer service week. Now, that customer service week, we want to get out there, talk to the student, and particularly these are the first-time applications that are going on currently, so that they can even be able to know how to apply. I'm happy so far, we have about 102,000 applications of the first time. But then we are saying still we have about another maybe 100,000 out there. Why have they not applied? We want to get out there, reach to them on any medium that we need to reach to them so that they can be able to apply. There are some guys, by the way, who have no idea what is higher education loans board. This is their first time. As part of our UTUETU is to see how do we reach out to them. Why have they not applying? And we know they were taken in this university or the other university. Some of them are saying, because I don't have an ID. And then we'll tell them, immediately you get the ID, we will have the system open for you so that you can be able to apply. Next week, we launch our new refurbished customer service center on the ground floor, customer experience center, which is quite big. And one of the key things that we have taken precaution on is the aspect of social distancing. The space is now bigger, not the way we used to crowd in a very small place, and there was no aspect of social distancing there. Now this is a bigger space. It has a bit of ambience. It has protectors and shields to protect, staff from the customers and the customers from, staff. So you have perspectives that we have put across those banking halls. We are extending the same again to the Student Service Center even as they open into next week, so that everybody feels safe. Again, we have put in a digital kiosk there. You don't necessarily have to come and talk to anybody. Get on the machine there if you don't have a machine at your place. Get on the machine there if it's your statement, pick up your statement. So all these are part and parcel of the value proposition we are giving back again to our dear customers.
I really want to thank you for that insightful, very cogent discussion we've had on the Utu way to. This series, of course, is bound to go on, and to give us also rich stream of information as far as HELB Utu way is concerned. Maybe your parting shots?
Yeah, my parting shot is a clarion call for everybody tuendelee kulipa HELB ndio tusomeshe mwingine. I think that is important, that is powerful. If everybody can just be able to recorrect or reconnect with that statement, I think it is powerful one that there is no other way that we can be able to take care of the future generations by, it's only by empowering them through their dreams that they have. And these young ones have got a lot of dreams. This is where you have the next presidents. This is where you have the next scientists to be able to fight the pandemic. So let's do the best we can today so that we can be able to educate tomorrow. The only way we can be able to do that is paying back what we got so that we can then be able to make sure that the future generations are actually fully funded. And that way, then Utu Wetu will come to life.
Fantastic. Bonasio. Charles Wingera, I really appreciate. Thank you. And of course, you know you have your contractual and the moral obligation to pay back your loan. So somebody else also can be empowered and live their dreams. Thank you very much for your valued company. You've been watching HELB Utu Wetu series. This is the first installment. My name is Dibala now. Howdy and welcome to this second installment of HELB Utu Wetu series. My name is Dibala and I'm glad that you've joined us today for a very, very interesting discussion. I'm really stuck because yes, this particular Utu Wetu series is predicated on the spirit of Ubuntu. You are because I am, or I am because you are. It's all about coexistence. And so we want to see how also HELB has come with that human face in this story time that we're living in. What a very aptly chosen providential phrase in this particular time that we're living in with COVID-19. And I know many of you have been adversely affected by COVID-19 and you're wondering, how does my future look? This is where we come in. Today we want just to carry out a conversation with TIVET beneficiaries who will take us back to the history and tell us more about HELB and how they've journeyed along. Remember, in our first installment, we had a rich stream of information from our CEO. This is Charles Wingera. took us back also into history. I didn't even know HELB was there, right? Pre-independence, right? Did you know that? That is what we got to learn. And many nuances about how HELB has helped a lot of people, even in diaspora as well. People are still paying their loans. Are you doing it? Right? We want to encourage you to do it because this is a revolving fund. Today, I am holding court with Evelyn Memorial. She is a telecommunications technician, and she'll tell us more about her journey and how she became one because help came through for her. Evelyn,
Yeah,
good to see you.
nice to see you.
Thank you for joining us. How are you?
I'm fine, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Let's just begin by knowing Evelyn Memorial. Who is Evelyn Memorial?
Yeah, as you have said, I'm Evelyn Mamoyo, a telecom technician. My relationship with HELB started in 2015.
2015.
Yeah, where I joined college. So my story comes along as when I completed my KCSE, I was ready to join the campus. I had passed, but unfortunately I lost my dad. So when he passed away, I kind of lost hope. My mom was not in a position to pay my school fees. And I saw darkness in my life. I thought of applying HELB. I was not so sure whether they are going to approve it. So I applied HELB.
But how did you know about help?
Through the website, I had friends who had formerly benefited from HELB, all that. So I applied HELB, and good enough, they approved, and I was able to join Railways Training Institute. That's where I pursued telecommunication engineering. And all through the 3 years, I was able to receive some funds from HELB. And maybe if I can say, mostly the disbursement of that money, it is always delayed. I don't know why. So you find that if you are paying the NEC exams, sometimes you might be locked out.
You might be locked out.
Yeah, and thank you to HELB.
I just want to get an understanding of how your first call was with help. What was the reception?
It was wow, I can tell you. The customer service in HELB is wow. Because, okay, the first time I met HELB, it was in person.
In person.
After they delayed, I went there and I told them, hey people, I'm going to be locked out because of this NEC exam. You have to pay so that you can be registered. So I went to the anniversary tower. I can't remember the person I met, but the staff I met there was good enough. That was the first time, the first year. He gave me a kind of certificate to show the institution, register this student, we are going to pay the money. So we were like 10 students. So we took it was like a certificate. We took it to the school and we were able to be registered.
And that was the journey.
And I appreciate.
Fantastic. And then Victor. Victor, you mentioned Victor, that
Yeah.
you're journeying with Victor.
Victor
So Victor is sort of a relations manager with HELB that has journeyed with you, so to speak, along the way. How long did Victor journey with you since you started your college?
Okay, if I can remember, it was when I was in third year, in
Third
my
year.
last year, yeah. It is at this point, it is
Yes.
your final year, and you're almost getting locked out of the NEC exam. You can imagine, it was your last year. You know, when they register and you are not there, it's done.
Yeah, so this is a make or break.
Yeah.
If you don't really register in time,
And I remember
it rolls
back-
over to next year.
Yeah, you know, I'm remembering my situation. You know, HELB will not give you the 4th year finance. Because when you are applying, you stated you have 3 years in school. So I was imagining. So that's when I got my email. I got this person, Victor Omondi. I tried to communicate through email with him. You know, sometimes it will delay because sometimes I'm also not so much into email. You know, the campus life, killer funny, social media, so I forget. And once the school staff start pressuring me, I remember. You know, Victor is not always there with me. There are so many other students. So I tried to reach him up until he got to my phone. Yeah. He called me, and I pleaded with him, Victor, can I go to the HOD? You talk to him, because you know, from South B to Anniversary Tower,
It's a straight, yeah.
There's no even, you don't even have money for that fare. You go there, a lot of students are there. So I pleaded with Victor, can I call you to speak to the HOD? And he registered my next exam, and I can go ahead with the running and wait for the exam. Okay, he tried to tell me, come for the certificate, I told you, come for that certificate, and I was telling, no, I'm running out of time, classes, you have no money to go to the Anniversary Tower, and good enough, he talked with the HOD, and I was able to be registered. Actually, since that day, I told God, you give me a job after school, and I give back to HELB. You know, that is the utu you are saying. You can imagine someone from office, you call him, you know, it is like informal, but that person has helped me so much. And
that's where you saw the spirit of Utuwetu coming through HELB. So Victor actually made you feel comfortable, came for you, you know, when you really strapped them, pinch for time, and you're down, and that one really lifted you. What would you tell maybe a lot of students and HELB beneficiaries who along the way they've really maybe dropped the ball and they've been frustrated in one way or the other, and they've not been faithfully, you know, remitting their payments as well? You know, when you talk about Utuwetu, because you know you're paying, you know this is a revolving fund, and if you deny, you know, or not remit, someone also is denying that particular benefit that you had as well. There are many, and we know, for one reason or the other, especially with COVID-19 around us, we're affected. What would you tell them in these very trying times and the Utuwetu that we need to showcase in this particular moment?
Okay, what I would like to tell them, you know, when you say Utuwetu, it means I have that humanity, you have that, all of us, we mind each other. So that's them. Once you are done with school, you must have that, you first have that zeal that you will pay.
Zeal and heart.
Yeah, you will pay. Don't say that I must find a job. You know, some people say Nijibame and then I will start paying. No. Once you find a job, you can get to the bank and have the standing order. And you continue paying little by little. Or if you don't find a job, like some of us technicians, you know, our courses are technical. So we kind of get into entrepreneurship mostly. So if you self-employ yourself, you know, HELB will not be able to reach up you because you are somewhere alone making money, they might not know. Just go to the bank, have that standing order. They might not be able to know where you are making money from. Just be submitting like 500 every month. You can even talk to them. Actually, customer service here HELB. You can call them and tell them, I'm self-employed, this is what I get. Can I be paying this every month? Like every day you can be depositing 50 bob, every day 50 bob, tomorrow maybe 100. And at the end of the month you have paid maybe 2,000. If you have that heart.
Yeah. So
it is not a must that you have that job.
Evelyn, it's a very important point that you raised, that you don't have actually to pay the lump sum sometimes that we think we have to do it every month. It's the little bits and pieces here and there. Then at the end of a month, you know, you've actually hit your target unknowingly. So tell me about even the little lump sums, not really lump sums, but the bits and pieces you've been putting together along the way. How did it help you?
Okay, you know why I'm saying this? It's my obligation to pay that loan.
It is your obligation.
Yeah. And if I fail to pay, there is still a penalty.
So regardless of whether you're earning or not, still, you can actually try and there's still a penalty.
Yeah. So it might happen ahead like 100,000 loan. I find a job, I neglect, itazaa hadi itakuwa 200,000, yeah. Or I'm out of school, I don't have a job, I become an entrepreneur, and I say, sijapata job, so I will not be paid. Whether you have job or not, bado itaendelea to get that interest. So it's good to make it your habit. I don't know if a habit. Yani ikue kwako.
You show some initiative, at least unajitolea. Yeah, even if it's 10 shillings, 50 shillings, 100 bob.
Yeah.
At the end of the month, at least in your account,
there's
some activity at least.
Yeah, and again, when you are paying that loan, when you are paying that money back, you have a sister, you have a cousin, you have a friend. Next year, he or she will be applying for that loan. If you didn't pay,
she will be affected.
Yeah, there will be no money to give to that student. So, to my mates, let's take that initiative we feel it's our responsibility. HELB helped you, so help someone. HELB helped me, I helped someone.
So it's not really an obligation as such, though yes, we have to pay, but there is a moral, ethical aspect to it, that you feel, you know, the Utu in me wants to do something. You know, they've been so kind to me during my, you know, low moments in life, the lowest of the low, and they came through for me. So yes, wacha pia mimi nionyeshe utu wangu, nilipe loan.
You consider the situation you are in when you are applying for that help, and you assume someone else is in that situation, and you've not paid for him or her to apply for that.
You didn't tell me then, because I know you have these conversations with your colleagues as well. You go for coffee, you know, it's weekends, and you talk about, you know, these issues as well. And you're like, hey, are you done with your health? I am done. What has been your, you know, your frustrations along the way? What are some of the sentiments you get to hear while in these social gatherings?
About health.
About health. Okay. Some of them really dropped, some of them paying, you know, tasikia, mimi nilikuwa stressed bana, so hiyo chapa kidogo nilikuwa na get, I thought, let me just do something else with it, then we'll pick up with help much later.
Okay, I've had friends talking about this zone, it's such that someone maybe, let's say, completed the school maybe 2016, same level. In 2017, lucky enough, he got a job. Yenye HELB hawezi mfikia. You know, there are these two job jobs. Yenye inakulipa poa, but HELB hawezi kufikia. They not those jobs they don't need KRA, such things. Hizi vitu zenye zinasaidia HELB kufikia mahali huko.
Wamejificha huko.
Yeah, so they just neglect. And maybe 2018, Mungu anasaidia unapata a government job. By then, loan ilikuwa tuseme 250k. You find imekuwa 500. You'll be forced to pay.
So kuna watu wamejificha tu, wako na job. Yeah, but they're not morally obligated to pay back. They just feel like, since manze niko chini ya reda hapa.
Yeah, and you can't escape that because you have a government job. After HELB, we just grab you like this. I've had such cases. Also, I've had people talk of, okay, the positive side of it. Ujieka hiyo unalipa.
Hawagopi, you know, CRB, you know, CRB also, you being listed. These things normally also affect you at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, it's about your moral obligation, and this is a statutory deduction that needs to come from your salary as well.
And even some companies you find they need a clearance certificate from HELB. Then there are others, like, there are so many things.
The CRB as well, they'll check, you've been faithfully, they'll ask you how faithful is your credit performance as well.
And also maybe social about life. You know, when you I completed college nikiwa 23, 24. I'm young. And maybe about 27, you may be starting your family. So as soon as you start earning income, jaribu ulipe your health, such that when you are starting your family, hakuna deni unalipa. So So you can imagine you have a family. And maybe you have a son or a daughter who is 4 years and you're still paying the loan. The 4 years kid is in school, you are paying his or her school fees, and you are paying a loan. Yenye ulitoroka na ungelipa tu pole pole and
Hujajipanga.
yani hukujipanga kimaisha, you're just there ufikiri. Yeah, like okay, me I was affected. Sai I have a family with one son. A toddler. Okay, I'm almost completing my loan, but not that sikujipanga. Yeah.
Umejipanga.
Okay, nikejipanga but siku. Okay, I got a job.
Yes.
Mahali yani singeweza kulipa once. So mimi inaniuma, but si ati sikujipanga. So you can imagine someone mwenye he or she had a lot of money. Angeweza kulipa pole pole, you start a family, you have a loan.
Yes. Hauna burden mingi za kulipa
And
maloan.
maybe we can imagine of a situation like the husband and the wife are paying the loan. How is that? So it's good to feel it. It's your kulipa your loan. Immediately after school, you find something you can do. Just pay the loan.
Just be faithful.
Yeah.
Lynn, you know, as I mentioned earlier, even during my introduction, we're living in very challenging times right now. Many people have lost their jobs, and they're saying there's no justification for me paying my HELB because, where am I? Earning my source of income. I don't know how this also has affected you in one way or the other. It could be you, it could be maybe someone from your family, your social gatherings, your friends, your relatives, and they've never seen that particular phase of HELB coming through for them because they were paying previously, but now they cannot be able to. How would you advise them? First, begin by telling us your journey, even in this COVID-19. How has it affected you?
Okay, during this pandemic, I partially lost my job.
You lost your job? Oh.
Yeah, somehow. I've not lost it. Somehow, it's tied on a string. I don't know about tomorrow. So I'm receiving 30% of the basic salary. You can imagine.
So this is pending also, the way the economy is going to perform. If things come back or circle back to normal,
to the normal.
Well to speak.
Yeah, you can imagine now I'm receiving 30% of the basic with no allowance, no all that. I have a family and I have help here to clear with. Okay, lucky enough, my balance is not big.
It's not big.
But.
And did you talk to Victor?
Victor Omonda again. He called me.
The same Victor?
Yeah, he
that
called me.
You've been journeying with all along?
Yeah, he called me, I guess, last month. And he told me, Evelyn, I can see your financial records. You're not so bad. You're almost finishing your loan. And he read the financial records for me. And I was asking him, can't you pause the deductions? So I explained to him, my job, like I told you, my job is hanging somewhere on a string. I'm being paid 30% of the basic. You can imagine that. Huh? So I was asking him, why are you continuing deducting me the 10%, yet you can see I'm not receiving the full salary? And that's when he told me, okay, we have to continue deducting you the 10%. It is just a little money. Someone else will be deducted 10% of the income he or she is earning, and the little by little we sum up to securing someone else to get to college. And I agreed with him.
So you saw the reason of actually, amassing little by little there. Haba na haba ujaza kibaba.
Despite the situation.
Yes,
because everyone, the COVID-19 is global. So he told me, despite the situations everyone is faced with.
And it's a learning phase for all of us. We were not really prepared on how we can handle COVID-19. And it seems from the many information we are receiving that it might be with us in the foreseeable future. We don't know when, but at least we need to make some readjustments. Now, even as we're bringing this conversation to a close, Evelyn, I would love to know, what will be the highlights from your experience from HELB that you can tell to, the younger Kenyans who they're about to sit for, KCAC, the examinations for that matter, that you have learned all along, but one key message that you will tell them, what will that be?
Okay, what I will tell the young citizens who are in school, like those who are in high school, those who are in college, and the me-type, those who have completed the campus. For one, those who are in high school, maybe Form 4, they are yet to sit for their KCSE. They will do their KCSE, and some of them will pass, and they will not have the school fees to get them to campus. So what I can tell them, don't give up. There is the HELB family, they will help you. Apply the HELB and stand a chance of getting to campus, secure yourself with a certain course that you can work in with papers in this world, trying to look for a job. For those who are already benefiting from HELB, what I would like to tell them, work hard. You know, you can imagine a situation where after Form 4, you are desperate. You didn't have the school fees. So you cried to HELB. They helped you. So don't forget where you came from. Work hard. You know, even HELB, if they, let's assume HELB is our parents. If they get to hear that they secured you alone, you'll be able to go to school, you worked hard and you passed, they'll be happy. They will know they are
And you're helping your siblings as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, when you pass in your exams to say TVET, maybe you find a good job. You help a sister or a cousin not to apply for this loan, and someone else needed somewhere will be able to apply for this. So ni kama kusaidiana. And again, to those of us who benefited from TVET loans and we are out of school, we are in this life, please, nawaomba, wherever you are doing, make some, hata hiyo kidogo. Unajua sahi kupata kazi ni ngumu, imekuwa ngumu kabisa. So mali unapata sahi labda tuseme 50 bob. We can't talk of 200. Deposit 50 bob every day. By the end of the month, you have something umepeana kwa HELB. So it's a call to all HELB beneficiaries. I'm one of them. I thank HELB. So it's a call. Kila mtu akisaidiwa na HELB, I feel ako ni jukumu lake kulipa hiyo pesa, you help the other person.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Hashtag tuendelee kulipa.
HELB.
Tuendelee kulipa.
HELB.
Fantastic. Right, and now you've had a rich stream of information as far as that conversation with Lino Moy is concerned. You don't have to give up, even in these story times that we're living in at all, right? Because there's a human face behind HELB. They'll reach out to you like they did, reach out to Yvlane. And of course, they've worked with Yvlane throughout the journey. They can do that for you as well. You don't have to give up, right? And this is why we're having this conversation, to educate you, to tell you there is a lot happening within HELB as far as the Ubuntu spirit is concerned, the Utu way through, the humanity that we want to showcase in this time. And of course, TVET has to go on. That's why we're having that particular banner there, Operations 20 TVET, right? And this is happening.
Nafikiri bwana CEO tuko na only 1 month, ndio? 2 months Tulipe ili watoto wetu wengine wajue benefit. Bwana KCB karibu sana.
Hiyo yako tutakutana nyuma ya tena.
Ni sawa kabisa.
Asante. My colleagues, I don't know where are you. Could you come closer? The chairman and the CEO, Higher Education Rules Board, the CEOs who are present here and their representatives, the principals for all TVETs, the finance officers, student leaders, Hamjamboni. We are not going to take long. My name is Nicholas Choge. We are here on behalf of KCB. I'm from KCB Corporate Banking, head office Nairobi. I'm actually the senior relationship manager managing HELB. And among other customers here, the TVET, SEDAC, TVETA, COOPS, quite a number of them are here. We are well represented. And in front of you are my colleagues, Bernard and Albert. Bernard is coming from the KCB Foundation. Bernard is our regional sales manager. And mine is actually to appreciate all of you as corporate and as individuals for patronizing our products. We don't take it for granted. We really appreciate the support that we've seen coming through. And we look forward to having more partnership. We have a brief presentation, about 7 slides, just to tell you who we are, basically from the foundation side. And of course, Albert would like to briefly showcase his few products, not in detail, because we know, I think, Charles, you are unfair to us, those of us who have come from upcountry. You invite us, you keep us here until 7. Tomorrow I'm seeing the program is going until 7. You may not even see the beach line. And you see these guys are energetic. They wanted to move around. But all in all, we appreciate. I'll allow Barasa to quickly introduce the presentation. Thereafter, Albert. Asanteni.
Naambia nisubiri, sivyo? Okay, all protocols observed. My name is Bernard Barasa with KCB Foundation, and I came with my colleague Joblin Omari, our senior M&D manager, ako kule nyuma, anaangalia vile hali iko. And Bwana CEO, I want to say that I'm a beneficiary of HELB. Nilimaliza kulipa, nikazidisha kidogo na karibu 1,000, which nimeangalia huko, I think I'll need to give it back. And I remember, just to share with you guys, when I got the job, next day nikaenda HELB Anniversary Towers, nilijipeleka mimi mwenyewe. Tuka negotiate how much I pay per month. Tuka agree 1,995 per month. Nikalipa, nikamaliza, now na certificate. So it's important to pay so that you can help someone else. I think that's critical, yeah. Now, without further ado, I'll take us through the presentation of KCB Foundation and KCB Bank. So for Foundation, my name is Baraza, and we have 4 main thematic areas and pillars. One of it is education. The second one is enterprise development, where TVET also fall. The number 3 is philanthropy and human aid. The number 4 is health. These are the main thematic pillars that we are currently having. And in terms of industry sectors, to narrow down on what we are doing in terms of TVET, we are dealing with construction sector, automotive services, domestic services, beauty and personal care, agriculture, and ICT. And I guess quite a number of us can relate to some of these pillars, if not all, in our different institutions of learning, especially in TVET. Then how do we work as KCB Foundation? We understand, 1, there's a lot of youth unemployment. Number 2, the skills are able to really enable one to be able to employ themselves with a view to bettering their lives and the lives of the communities and their families. So what we do is, the first step is we have enrollment and inception of our program. And this is whereby we have very specific tailored trainings for the students that we really onboard. And we do provide scholarships for these particular students. Then after that, having gotten through technical skills, either through upskilling or fresh skills, we take them through thinking about business. In the morning, I heard about very high loan and repayment, and I was really scared. The figure was around 70-something% of loan that TVET students have gotten, bado haijalipwa, bado pesa ziko nje. They paid around 23%, hiyo ndio loan repayment. So for us, our role is, yes, after training, can we be able now to convert those skills into a business setting? And we have a set of incubation program that takes up to 5 years, that's 60 months. And we specifically do a lot of business development services. We have business officers who really help the students who got these skills. So after, into that particular incubation, we do actual financing. Then we also provide capital for startup. Then we work towards helping enterprises to be established with a view to creating jobs and wealth among the young people. Then after that is maturity, where we are seeing this small business grow from small, micro, to medium, and later on in many years to come, to huge businesses. And this maturity is taken over by the bank. So just in a nutshell, our contribution towards what we are doing as a KCB Foundation, from KCB Foundation, kuna blank screen, eh? We have worked towards disbursing, in this year alone, last year we've disbursed around 80 million shillings in terms of loans, but so far also we've given out loans up to 245 million just to enable these young people to start businesses and being supported in business incubation. We have completed training of 18,000 students or thereabout, and quite a number of them, tens of thousands, are still in progress in different TVET institutions, both private and public. Then we have incubated around 2,500 students in businesses. Students, those are two numbers. Those are businesses and a number of individuals that have really been incubated. The first one is businesses, the other one is students. And we prefer at least 2 people to form a business, 1 or 2 people. And for construction specific, because there's a lot of mujengo in this country, we have distributed construction kits to different students who've been going through different technical institutions, particularly electrical, masonry. Those ones have been the primary beneficiaries, and electrical and masonry. So this is just an overall bit of what we are doing, but tens of thousands are still in school. So our role is just to try and supplement what is happening from government sector and also from the private sector. Next slide. So in terms of sponsorship, we are sponsoring both public and private students. We've been sponsoring. And these graphs just show us different categories of sponsorship, and we've seen quite a number of them are in private institutions, and also haven't forgotten the students in public institutions. So we have engaged around 250 TVETs across, and some of them might be here, but across the country, so that we play a role as a bank in terms of helping. So this just shows in different pillars that we are working in, from construction to IT, what have we done in both public and private institutions in terms of student enrollment, and we can move ahead. And in terms of our real contribution towards this. So for us, the journey is still there, the need is still there. We know that as a bank, we really get a lot of support from the business that you guys give us, and also from other development partners to build our kitty towards playing an actual role in terms of supporting TVETs in this particular country. I'll leave it at that, but for further information, you can visit our nearest KCB bank branch, or tuko nyuma tent hapa hivi today and tomorrow, so that we can start interacting with the journeys with a view to making sure that whatever skills students get, they're able to translate that into jobs, to create jobs for themselves, and also at the same time to create jobs for others. And finally, I'd like to invite my colleague for a minute just to summarize it all, because we are partners and working with the bank together. Asanteni sana, na naomba munipigie makofi.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. All protocols observed. God is good all the time. Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure being here. For me, it's this one slide. And I'll keep it brief, because I know the afternoon session, it's usually a challenge. I know hata nikauliza, the first person to present from KCB. Can we remember his name? Some of us, some we can't. So I won't keep it into details. I'll just summarize what we have to offer with this one slideshow. So we've been able to distinguish the various products that we have. One for the institution, for the students, and importantly, for us as individuals. So I'll begin for the institutions what we have. We have unsecured loans. For the public TVETs, they get unsecured loans of up to 20 million unsecured. For the private TVETs, we are giving them up to 5 million unsecured. What we also are offering for the institution is a payment solution where you can be able to track what we are calling our iBank. What we have done is that we have brought the bank at the close at your phones, at your laptops, where we offer iBank. So what does iBank do? We're able to access all statements. We're able to initiate payments to suppliers. You're able to initiate payments for KRA. If you are paying employees, you're able to use the iBank system to pay your employees using a platform we say iBank. What also do we have for the schools? Malipo portal. And a Malipo portal, the first item, what it does, it's a payment solution just to track the school fees, what is coming in. You're able to see all the school fees coming in, what has been paid through the bank, what has been paid through our Mtaani agent, what has been paid using Lipakaro. So you're able to see that. But importantly, why this tool is important, you're able to send individualized fee reminders. If you have a parent within your school who has a balance, you won't get a generic balance that, dear Albert Kagwa, your school fees reminder is 10,000 or XXS. You get up to a shilling. We're able to do that, and you're able to send that at a snap of a button, and it goes to all the parents with school fees reminders. Then also we have corporate credit cards. Corporate credit cards, I know for the team that is here, maybe one or two, we took interest to be here. So you find the issue of then accounting for the interest. What then can we be able to do? We are giving corporate cards where as an institution you can take the same, then you give all your individuals who normally do the traveling, then they can be able to have the same. We also have the institutional accounts, student accounts, then asset-based finance. Asset-based finance, not purely for schools, not for buses, but we're also giving loans for machineries. If you are a TVET, you are looking at machinery, you are looking at how then do I fund this, you can be able to have it on board. Then finally, for the students, we have the student cards, which have different wallets, where you can be able to have all your transaction in that card. You can have the card, having the HELB, money being portioned there. You can have pay as you eat, what we call pay, where you go to the cafeteria, you use that card to pay, also for school fees payments. So as I said, mine is on this slide, but just to welcome the team that is here. We have our tent that is outside there. You have 3 individuals, but you're able to access all that we have been able to share at any of our branches, the 200 branches countrywide. And while we are here, you can be able to access our Mtwapa branch and Nyali branch. Finally, before I forgot one thing which is important. For the individuals, we have KCB credit cards. KCB credit cards. You do not have to be banking with us to give you the credit card. What we need is a statement from where you are. Why is this important? When you visit our tent outside, you will see a tent that is next to us, Safaricom. You are here. You are seeing a mobile phone that you want to purchase. You have seen the value. it's 50,000. Do you know if you have a KCB credit card, you can be able to take that phone, they'll process for you, you swipe one repayment, then you pick the phone, and you're able to pay for 10 months. The hotel that you are in, you have enjoyed the facilities. Indio, you can be able to have the same using your KCB credit card to pay for the hotel. Thank you, and karibuni sana.
Umeona paka umegeuka mheshimiwa, uko na bodyguard nyuma kwa sababu ya time. All right, Safaricom, our sponsor Safaricom. We have 5 minutes for you. Do we have Safaricom? Lucky Collins, Safaricom, where are they, Safaricom? Kama wako to move forward. All right. Safaricom wako, okay. Hiyo time tuwapatie KCB ya Safaricom. Aya, ni sawa. All right, as we moving forward, this is our second panel discussion, expanding access to TVET education, financing, building sustainable partnership. I would like to call CPA Charles Ringera, CEO, HELB. I would like to call Dr. Kelly Oluoch, CEO, Kenya Medical Training College, KMTC. I would like to call Mr. Francis Muraya, CEO, Bandari Maritime Academy, BMA. I would like to call Mr. Hiram Mucheke, CEO, Kenya Institute of Mass Communication, KIMC. Mr. Kennedy Riaga, tafadhali wale wote nawataja majina wakuje kwa jukwaa for the panel discussion. And Dr. Wambua Kituku, CEO, Counseling for Legal Education, CLE. Labda nimetangaza haraka, wacha niregelee majina wale watakuwa wamefika. Bwana Charles Ringera, CPA, CEO, HELB, our boss. Dr. Kelly Oluoch, Mr. Francis Muraya, and Mr. Hiram Mucheke, Mr. Kennedy Riaga, and Dr. Wambua Kituku. And Dr. Nicholas Letin, CEO of Kaslip. Tafadhalini, Kaslip. Nieleweni tu mimi ni mtu wa Mombasa, Kiswahili na Kizungu huwa tutapishana, lakini toka usubuhi ni hapa nimekisikia Kizungu cha Morocco, cha UK kutoka kwa mama pale, nikasema toka hapa lazima niwe nakielewa vizuri. Now, allow me to call the moderator, Bwana CPA James, ambaye atadili na hii discussion hapa. CPA James. Tuongezwe kiti moja. Naomba kiti moja Bwana Collins. Sasa wewe utabidi ukae kule sababu wewe ndio unauliza maswali. Kwa ile pale vile ndio. Naomba mic zote ziwe on. All 3 microphones ziwe on. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second panel discussion. Mkishika mic, msishike hapa chini ndio kuna sensor. Msisema mic imewakataa kama yule mwingine.
Yeah, good afternoon. Now we are in a session that I think it's going to be very interesting, especially for the line of work I do, which is external resource mobilization and partnership development. And basically, it's all about looking for partnerships in a way that we are going to be able to support our students. First of all, before we go deep into it, I'd like to invite our CEO, CPA Charles Ringera, to just run through a presentation that will introduce the topic of discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. I thought before we start this issue of SDG number 17, which is what we've been pushing on partnerships for global sustainability of financing of higher education, we needed to retrace our steps and journey that we have traveled. You remember in the morning I was asking the PS and the director for TVET, what do we do with these other TVET who are not within the ministry or within MOU, like you are privileged, you are already in the umbrella for MOE. So the other students, and we estimate that there are about 40,000 other students doing all manner of things, whether you're talking about KMTC, which has got an enrollment, I think we'll be hearing from Dr. Kelly, of anywhere above 40,000, or KWS with an enrollment of 6,000 plus students, or people at Utali College, people with all these other colleges that have not had an opportunity of getting the financing that the other TVET get. And therefore, we are to devise other interventions so that we can be able to support those students the same way they are being supported by the Ministry of Education, State Department of Technical Training and Education. Next. So just to look at why we are doing what we are doing is just to try to put finance and education together so that we can create and expand opportunities for our Kenyans. And that is what HELB has been doing. And the fulcrum of that, or the balancing lever for that, will be when you pay back. Like, for example, what we're insisting now under this COVID waiver campaign that we are running, is when you pay back, that is how the money then is able to circulate back again so that it can benefit other students that can be, that require these finances so that they can be able to empower their dreams. Next. And retracing our steps really from a HELB perspective where we have come from, of course, our mandate comes from HELB Act Cap 213 of 1995, which generally gave us, the key mandate of looking for funds so that we can be able to give, to students who are pursuing higher education. That form of funding started way back in 1952, actually, when it was maybe through bursaries only, and that money was not being repaid back. And come even at independence, we still had, schemes like UCLS, which were giving students money to go to the university. But it is until 1995 when the act was then formalized. But then that act required us to go back all the way back in 1974. And all the people who had gotten boom, you heard Dr. Ingera earlier on talk about, boom. Most of us, 1974 to 1979 or even 1995, thereabout knew that it was boom, without knowing that that boom was actually supposed to be repaid back. But the aspect of repaying back was printed in very small prints that you never saw them. Yours was only to sign so that you can be able to access the funds. Nakumbuka ile Land Rover ilikuwa inakuja university kulipa. I don't know which group I'm talking to. But that's how money used to go. Oh, yeah, that Land Rover. You have been by a Land Rover? Yes. And life was good, isn't it? Then life was good at the universities. So all that money was then supposed to be paid back. So we continued giving loans, bursaries, and scholarships. But it is until now that one of the key mandates that we are not realized, which is found on our Section 6 of our Act, is to do external resources, which exactly is what we have realized with particularly this panel that you're seeing in front of us. Next. Now, for us to be able to do this, that's our staffing level currently. 215 P&Ps, we have about 45 contract people, we have about 13 interns. We operate in 28 branches across the country, which means we got a real good spread to Wanjiko and Mwananchi, wherever they are, and we continue to expand that space within the Huduma Center. So if you want to get our services, you go to Huduma Center, that's where you'll be able to get our services. We currently serve about 75 universities, both in public and private. We have 5 universities we are funding, mainly in Uganda, but we, under the EAC protocol agreed some time back, we are supposed to be funding Kenyans pursuing higher education in universities outside Kenya, and we are starting, first of all, with East Africa. Currently, as somebody cited earlier, the PS did note that we have over 200 TVETs that we are currently funding. We have another 85 medical training colleges that we are currently funding. The Ministry of Education gives us the policy direction. And our funding partners, the main one being Treasury, and also the others that we are opening up, and I'll be showing that slide later in terms of what else we are doing in terms of expanding that next. Now, why are we doing this in terms of expanding, the funding partners? It's because of these curves. The blue curve will give you the year-on-year applications, and the red curve will give you what we have been able to fund. Why can't we fund the balance? Lack of money. And I think this message of lack of money will continue to be talked. I think, as Angela was saying, it's not news. There is no money, there is no time money will be enough. So unless we look for really syndications of how we can be able to put finances and pull them together, then we'll not be able to achieve our dreams. I look at HELB's growth. In about 7 years ago, our balance sheet was about 30 billion. Today, our balance sheet is 110 billion. And this year, we are talking of a deficit of 3 billion shillings, which was supposed to affect or to help about 75,000 students. So why we are going out of our way to be able to get more resources is to cover this gap that you see there. There you can see already almost 100,000 gap that we have not been able to cover, and it's the one that we are experiencing this year. And Treasury, the situation in the country. We are going to elections, we are supposed to be paying debts, and all manner of things that we are supposed to be doing. So really looking at Treasury, we are not helping ourselves in terms of improving and expanding that space. Next. And we are trying to project what will happen up to 2030, because the last bar is actually 2030. By 2030, the amount of money that HELB will require on an annual basis will be 43 billion shillings. But when I look at the growth of how Treasury is funding us, how loan recoveries are coming through, we are seeing ourselves at about 29 billion, which means by 2030, the overall funding gap in higher education space will be anywhere between 10 and 14 billion Kenya shillings. And that's why when we are going out to look for such partners is to see how this gap by 2030 will then be covered. And unless we work together, it will be very difficult for actually young ones to be able to access higher education. And that will be a tragedy, because you access higher education. Why can't you think outside your box to make sure that the guy who is behind you is then able to achieve or access higher education? Next. And we therefore started the journey for resource mobilization just to look at where do we go? Where do we get our funding from? Next, we looked at between the period 2013 and now, we have two strategic plans. The first strategic plan is the one on your left, what we call the first wave of HELB transformation, which we are trying to build a house. In that house, one of the foundations was customer service pillar. Then we had financial sustainability pillar, we had internal process business engineering, and building the institutional capacity. And we knew the beam that was tying us was something called resource mobilization. There is no way we are going to achieve anything unless we have liquidity and unless we have proper funding so that we can then be able to fund the pressure that was coming from the rooftop. Student enrollment was growing both at at TVET, private universities, and all other universities. There was demand for our services and our money. And therefore, there was need to build strong pillars that will be able to support the building. And we knew the ringtone that holds the building, or the ring beam that holds the building, was resource mobilization, where even Exchequer itself is part and parcel of resource mobilization. And that is a strategy we implemented between 2013 and 2018. When it came to an end, we then started the next wave of transformation, which is on your right-hand side, and we called it HELB Agenda 2019-2023. That strategic plan will cost HELB by the next 1 year, when it is coming to an end, about 90 billion shillings to be able to support almost 1 million students across universities. Currently, we are funding about 500,000 students across TVET and also universities. And we knew the pillar for customer-centered leadership would be FOCO, and that's our dartboard, that's our bullseye, and we continue to aim at it. We then knew finance is important, so sustainable financing initiatives is something that we have gotten out of the way, and that is where external resource mobilization actually falls, including treasury, debt recovery, or what we recover from past loanees, was then another item we wanted to bring on board to get other products that can be able to fund us, externally, so that then our financing can be actually sustainable. Our third pillar was how we offer our services to the public out there. And we knew everybody was going digital. So unless we adopt fintech, we optimize on fintech or financial technology, then it's impossible for us to be able to offer first-class service to our customers so that we can become a customer-centered leadership team. That's when I was reporting earlier on that our students today, when they take their subsequent applications, they don't have to fill the form anymore. That is now mobile-based, it is on the phone. We are now trying and piloting this aspect of paying the student their upkeep through the phone. And I think it's almost at a very advanced stage with the telcos. We are almost succeeding in terms of how we will deliver money now on the phone. And our fourth pillar, which has been critical, was about our people. We want to make HELB a great place to work in. I still continue hoping that it is a great place to work in. Meanwhile, also observing on the aspects of governance, risk, and compliance. Next. Now, our strategy for external resource mobilization looked at about 5 pillars. One of them is what we call devolved funds. So we targeted counties to be able to bring them on board. We targeted constituencies. We also went even to training colleges, like Strathmore University started with them, D-Star, KU, and they put in revolving funds for their students who are going to their colleges. We then went to corporates, who will fund us and will be looking at how we have succeeded on the area of corporate. We also went to donors and development partners. And I think earlier on, we were talking about what, I think it's Tom Mulati who was talking about what African Development Bank, what World Bank, what KFW, they are doing in terms of this space of TVET, for example. We also went to individuals, like Barasa. Barasa, where are you? KCMB Barasa. Okay, when you see him in the tent, give him the form for contribution to HELB. When you overpay, please don't collect that overpayment. Just tick a box you have put there, saying, take back that 2,000 shillings, 1,000 shillings, back again to the kitty to finance another student. That is the Ubuntu style of a Kenyan. So it is important when you sacrifice your 2,000, 3,000 shillings that you have overpaid, then it goes to another intervention. And you'll be surprised there are people even walking to our offices today and contributing directly. The other day, we and our lawyer walked to our offices and gave us 1 million shillings. He says, I believe in the cause of HELB. Here is my 1 million shillings, use it the way you want. So we have a structured way now of being able to collect all such funding so that then they can make meaningful intervention to other, to the future generation. And then multilateral development partners, we have already worked with the World Bank. They have done a bit of work for us in terms of an edu-bond that we're about to issue for purposes of buying, gadgets for our students, particularly the ones at the university, so that they can make effective online learning work. Next. We then isolated and said, which sectors do we want to help? The ones in MOE have been helped. So which are the other critical sectors? And mainly guided by the Big Four agenda that we need to make intervention on. And we started, first of all, universal health care. That is how we went to USAID. USAID was able to support us in terms of coming up with what you call Afia Elimu Fund. Afia Elimu Fund is for healthcare workers. Today, Afia Elimu Fund has financed about 38,000 nurses and healthcare workers who have gone to school in various places at a total cost of about 3.1 billion shillings. With the USAID contributing almost 500 million, but now their funding cycle has come to an end. That is why Dr. Kelly of KMTC and I were in Parliament on Tuesday this week, just trying to explain to members of Parliament why we cannot be able to fund students at KMTC anymore. It's because our fund has plugged out. Now, looking forward, one of the risks that we have identified is to get funders and partners who are going to be with us for the longest. And even if they leave, we have a replacement who can be able to come and replace them when they go, when they leave. For example, even for Afia Elimu, you find that we have quite a number of other funders there. Apart from USAID, you have KEPSA itself, you have Family Bank, you have got I&M Bank there, but then they were one-off and their values were really small. They were not helping us build a big kitty, because now that kitty, as I'm telling you, is about 3.2 billion shillings. And what is interesting about that kitty, out of that, about 10,000 of them have actually graduated, those nurses, and now they're in the forefront of fighting COVID, whether in UK or inside the country. And that's why I was saying, some of those funds, we are seeing that they are making very good success stories. We are also looking at working with the African Development Bank, this TVET sector. I was talking earlier to Angela of Microsoft, and she was wondering what is the toolkit loan that we wanted. We knew that when you train these automotive engineers, or carpenters or plumbers or masons, but they need to go out there and start fending for themselves, but they don't have a toolkit to go to work. So working with one African Development Bank, one of the key things we have been trying to put in place is a toolkit loan. So as they graduate, their graduation, instead of giving them a certificate, you give them a toolkit, which means they are ready now to go to the market and start working for themselves. That is still work in progress. We don't know when we might be able to realize that. We are also keen to realize something on the extractives that this country continues to sit on oil and gas. The success story is not very rosy there, but we continue to work with the Ministry of Petroleum to see how we can be able to unleash that one. We have now eventually, after working quite for a number of years, started the CASNEB Foundation Fund, which is funding the students who are doing CASNEB exams. And that is why you have the CEO, Dr. Leting, with us today just to try to tell us also why they found it necessary to come and work for us. We have also the CLE fund, and you have the CEO of CLE here. CLE works very closely, or Council for Legal Education, does the exams for the bar or the ATP program, and they go for ATP after university. We fund them for university, they do LLB, but they require another 18 months to be able to go through the ATP program, the Advocate Training Program. But then that Advocate Training Program, if somebody was relying on HELB, how will they go for the ATP program? So Kenya School of Law has now come in, and we are financing those students who are going for the training of ATP. But then they require to do exams, because exams are equally expensive, just like the way CASNEB could also be expensive. So Council for Legal Education then came in also and plugged in so that students can be able to access funds for on loan, so that they can be able to sit for the exam. So again, we have Dr. Wambua Kituku here talking to us on the success stories next. So between 2013 and to date, we have now been able to collect about 1.55 billion from various levels, whether it is multilateral development partners, training institutions, whether it is the banks that have worked with us, people like DDD. The Health Fund is the one that I would want you to contribute to, because that is the one, again, where we have educated about 1.2 million people. Imagine the 1.2 million people. If everybody came with 1,000 shillings, how much money will we be able to collect? So all these applications we are sitting on this year that we are not going to fund can actually be funded by the alumni of Higher Education Loans Board. It is the largest institution of higher learning. No other university has been able to produce an alumni level of about 1 million students. And looking at the growth next, we started with a very small number of 190 million or thereabout in 2013. Today, cumulatively, in 2022, we stand tall at about 1.55 billion, which means it has been a very good story, and it can grow even faster than that and compete even with the main fund next. So the handshake that we are putting, as other people are also putting other handshakes, is the one to work with you as a partner to see where we can make meaningful interventions financially. Like we have worked with the next slide, that is the team we have worked with. So one of the key things I would challenge corporates, training institutions, examination institutions, if you are not here, then you are not there. Please look out for us to listen to their stories so that you can see how you can get into this platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana CEO. And I think that sets the tone for our discussion today. And basically, our panelists here, as you've been told, some of them are our members. And what we want to learn from them as a team is why they partnered with us, what are the challenges they saw, and what are their experiences with working with HELB. To start us off, I'd like us to start with the other side farthest, where we have Dr. Kelly. Because you are one of the biggest partners that we have, in the sense that the funding that we've gotten from our partners has gone, basically, most of it has gone to you. And the question I'd like to pose to you is, what are the challenges the students are facing in school? And what are you doing about it?
Sound? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Dr. Kelly Olwach, the CEO, Kenya Medical Training College. Kenya Medical Training College is the largest trainer in the Ministry of Health, meaning that 85% of all people you will find in hospitals have been trained in KMTC. It started in 1927 with 4 students. Currently, the college has 50,000 students, 371 students. Now, the college has 71 campuses and 8 satellite campuses across the country. We operate with 18 departments and 85 courses. So basically, this is the largest trainer in the Ministry of Health. Now, you have asked a very good question about the challenges that students in KMTC face and what we are doing to solve the problem. Now, KMTC students come from average families and sometimes below average financial capability families. Now, that means that just like any other student who goes for higher education, KMTC students require to be financed through their training. The college basically offers certificate courses, diploma and higher diploma courses, specifically targeting only health. Now, the college has been receiving loans from HELB since 2013. To date, we have had 29,400 students benefit from HELB. Now, this means that the amount disbursed from HELB to date is 2.13 billion. That is as at February 2021. In 2020-2021 alone, HELB disbursed 654 million to the institution to enable students learn. Now, HELB has helped us with other partners. And these partners, we are talking about USAID. And USAID formed a fund that is called the Afya Elimu Fund, where we have had partners contribute to this fund, majorly IntraHealth and Funzo. Now, this fund to date has managed to put in 473 million, making sure that we have 6,650 students go through KMTC. However, when Kenya graduated from low-income country to middle, lower-income country, funding has gone down from donors. And this means that Afya Elimu Fund is winding up. Currently, we are only financing 3,000 students to the tune of 120 million Kenyan shillings. To tell you the magnitude of the problem, the second quarter of 2021-2022, we received 38 million. Compared to the same quarter the previous year, we had received 381 million to support students. That is 90% drop in financing. So when you head an institution where students don't pay fee because they are not able to access loan, you have to wake up and start thinking. And so we have had various ways in which we have started to address this problem. Number one is to make sure that the Ministry of Health has a budget line to be able to finance students in KMTC. And that is to make sure that the ministry puts annually 680 million shillings to finance 17,340 students for a period of 7 years for the fund to be sustainable. We are recognizing that it's not going to be a static fund because students will keep on growing, but we are hoping that Ministry of Health putting up 680 million, together with the interest from loan repayment and other sources, we are able to maintain funding for our students. So what are we doing about it apart from looking at the Ministry of Health? We are looking at partnership with other organizations. We set up a resource mobilization division in the institution to be able to look at how else can we make sure that the fund grows. And that means looking for other partners. Another thing that we've done is to engage the counties and the CDF. Now, CDF and counties have been putting money through bursaries, but we see that in the near future, bursaries are not going to be sustainable. And so we have started an engagement together with my colleague here, CEO HELB, starting to convince MPs that it is not sustainable to give bursaries. Why don't we convert this bursary into a loan, and this amount is disbursed to HELB and ring-fenced for KMTC to ensure that somebody else, after they finish training, are able to pay back together with an interest to allow another student to go through training. And it is being accepted by parliamentarians, and we are trying to convince them that this is where we need to go. And a case in hand is Kakamega, which has made a very good progress. Another case is Uasin Gishu, which is making progress. But beyond that, we've worked well with the World Bank, and now we are looking at Beyond Zero and Roche Pharmaceuticals to be able to finance nursing training for hard-to-reach areas like arid and semi-arid areas. Beyond the paying of school fees, students in KMTC still face other challenges like accommodation. And so we want to have a discussion with my colleague here, CPA Ringera, to look at how else can we also finance student accommodation and out-of-pocket expenditure when they come to college, because that is necessary. The next thing is we are looking at an issue of unclaimed funds. So because we have a fund in Ministry of Health for unclaimed asset foundation. So we are looking at how can that be used to finance student training in KMTC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Oluoch. I didn't want to cut you short because I think you have a lot of experience and a lot of story to tell about it. But basically, delegates, what you're trying to bring out here is we are the people who take care of the students, and there are solutions towards it. And we are the solutions. And you can hear what KMTC. So even for your case where you are, you need to look for solutions. But to go on, KMTC is the biggest one, like I said, but we've also gone to smaller institutions. So it doesn't mean that if your institution is smaller, whether you can't partner with HELB. And I would like to invite Godfrey. I think he was representing Mr. Hira Musheke. So that for you, you can tell us, you are one of the new entrants we've had on board. The question for you would be, what drove you to come to HELB, and what are the benefits that you've seen?
Thank you. Actually, my name is Godfrey Kareithi, representing Hira Musheke, the CEO for Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. I agree entirely that we are the smallest. In fact, if you look at the slide that the CEO brought here, Bwana Lingera, we are not there. That means that he did not put us as part of the partnership. But we appreciate because, yes, it is through him that we have done a lot. One, I want to say that Kenya Institute of Mass Communication is actually, I'll say, the only one in Kenya and Eastern regions that journalists at diploma level and belong to the government. Others now are in private. Others that were starting have now to university, become universities. What happened is that Kenya Institute of Mass Communication costs are very expensive. You can see, if you talk to our MC, he can tell you a single camera how much it will cost, what we are saying here. And because of that, we have retained a very low ratio, actually of 25 students per every year in each course. We have about 15 courses. And we realize that as time is going on, there is a lot of challenges within our students in terms of funding. And looking at where KMC is, it is in South B, and you can understand that this is middle of Nairobi, and that we are not getting capitations, we are not getting anything, and in fact, HELB was very, very enticing. In the year 2019-2018, they gave us about 1.3 million as a loan to our students. And you can imagine what that means after that. Then the cow dried, and there's no more milk coming out. And you can imagine now that left me as a registrar a lot of challenges. Where is the money coming from? I went to the management, I need money, and through the CEO, we were able to go to the board and convince the board that we need to do something. And we approached HELB, and they gave us an option. One option was not to get any money from HELB because we are not at the Ministry of Education, we are at the Ministry of Information. And then we said, what can we do? We said, I'll help you and we'll work with you. Though you are small, because our college has only about, actually currently I've reached 1,800 from year 1 up to year 3. Our normal is about 1,000. And then we realized that now what we need to do is to agree with what HELB is telling us. And we were able to come together, have a team from HELB and our team, and we were able to come and agree on a memorandum on 2nd of September, actually 2020. You can see how young we are. And we are able, after that, to raise what we call 5 million, which we actually funding ourselves. Because the fees we get from students, we are able to squeeze ourselves, see whether we can save, and we have continued for the last 2 years now. We have been able to raise 10.5, and with that, in the first year, we were able to give 77 students. Out of the many who applied, and we were able to give 30 to 40, because our minimum was 30, and our maximum was 40. But now, the following year, the demand increased. We were able to raise 5.5 million. That is the current year, and we were able to give 179 students with a big number remaining. So currently we have given 8.9 million, meaning we are about 1 M remaining, which actually, as we are speaking, even when I'm here, I'm being called by Jemima of HELB that these people are really struggling and they want the money to be. So I believe after this we'll be able to. So as an institute, we had plans. And already I'm engaging alumni. We were able to form the KIMSA alumni, and they are positive. We believe that we'll be able to do something about it. We also intend through HELB to help us to enter into the media. You find that in many other countries, the media practitioners are able to give in. Because like KMTC, if you go to average media in this country, I can tell between 65 and 75, you will get a KM student. And as we do it, and we do it well. So therefore, we are trying to ask ourselves, can they also help us to train these young people who really want to become journalists? So those are some attempts that we are trying to do, and we believe we'll be able to manage.
Thank you, Bwana Kareithi. And I think this is very encouraging, given the size of the institution. And one thing that is coming out very clearly is that they are generating their money from their own sources. And for you, all of you who, I believe, from your training institutions, you might have some CSR money, you might have some partners that you work with. You don't have to look for another partner outside. From your own resources, you can get money, you save it aside and support the students. And basically what you're saying is you don't have to do it as a bursary or a scholarship. You can turn it into a revolving fund. So thank you very much, Bwana Kareithi. But turning to Abdallah, who is representing Bandari Maritime, there's a unique case here that we would like you to discuss with us, whereby most of where the training institutions are coming from, especially the TVET, they have regulatory authorities. Because I believe you are training for different sectors. If you are training engineers, there's a regulatory authority for engineers. If you are training, let's say, whether it's medical courses, there's a regulatory authority for that. So we'd like you to, first of all, introduce yourself and then tell us a little bit about Bandari, but more specifically, how you've been able to work with KMA, the relationship that you have with KMA to train to support your revolving fund. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Abdallah Boto, and I'm here sitting in for the CEO, Mr. Francis Muraya, who is in another commitment. Now, thank you, moderator, for that question that you wish to find out how we have engaged with the KMA. First, let me start by giving background of Bandari Maritime Academy. Bandari Maritime Academy is a very new institution that has ventured into a very new territory, that is training seafarers. That is basically what it does. But the mandate, the broader mandate, is to provide vocational, academic and vocational skills that will provide the labor that is needed for the blue economy, which is now, blue economy, according to the government, is considered as the 8th economic pillar. Now, this is the direction that the government is taking for this country to open up opportunities for employment for the youth, bulging youth population. And actually, the opportunities are there. Now, Bandari, as an institution, we have started from we inherited this institution from Kenya Ports Authority, which was Bandari College then. Now, with the expanded mandate, where we are supposed to train, we had to come up with structures that these structures will support that mandate. And therefore, we have worked through that. We are now, it's like a house that is almost complete for us now to start operating in that house. But then, the challenges in the maritime sector are huge. Because first, if you look at what is happening in other countries where this sector has really, or this industry has really developed, the cost of maritime training is on the higher side in terms of cost, in fact of the expenditures. Again, Bandari is faced with a challenge whereby those experts, especially the technical experts, are not available. You do not have marine engineers who would readily invite to come to Bandari to come and train, or a deck officer, that is a captain of a ship, who can readily come to Bandari Maritime Academy to train. So that is a challenge that we are really fighting with, which has a huge cost implications, because we need to get funds for us to get the right people who can actually carry out the operations of Bandari Maritime Academy. Now, that is the institutional side. Coming to the side of the student, it's the same, because what the activities, the training activities that happen in maritime training have got a direct implication on the fees. So the fees are equally higher. In fact, what you are paying is a meager of what is expected to be paid, because the fees for a diploma is 140,000 per year. The fees for certificate is 120 per year. That one cannot support Bandari Maritime Academy. Again, there are international standards that we are being regulated by international convention, the STCW convention, which actually has controlled the size that you can have in a class at a time. The standard size is 24 students in any class. So it means if you have to enroll more students, then you need more resources in terms of trainers, facilities, everything else has to multiply in that order. So therefore, it's quite expensive. We have not managed. The exchequer actually gives us very minimal. In fact, if it were not for support by Kenya Ports Authority, because most of the support at the moment is coming from Kenya Ports Authority, but come June, this year, Kenya Post Authority will pull out because the agreement between it and the government to support Bandari Maritime Academy will have expired. So now we are supposed to go back to drawing board to see how we can fund our training. Now, we initiated some discussion with, that is it's Kenya Maritime Authority actually, who is our regulator. All maritime affairs are regulated by Kenya Maritime Authority. And in its own initiative, Kenya Maritime Authority donated a fund, a revolving fund, which is managed by HELB. Yes.
I would like you to clarify that issue of your relationship with the Kenya Maritime Authority, because what you're trying to bring out here is that all these training institutions, they have people they are training for who come from a regulatory authority. Like I was saying, if you're training engineers, you can get funding from engineers. Because for you, what you're telling us is that your students are maritime students. And because of KMA, you've been able to convince KMA to create a fund or to support this fund so that they can train you. So is it by law or is it by what engagement did you get into with KMA?
Okay, it's a kind of law because KMA in its act has got a provision which can actually donate to institutions. So that was part of it. So they donated a seed fund which now is managed by HELB for supporting maritime training, although it is limited in that at the moment it just supports the tuition fees. But there are so many activities that go with that training, starting with the tuition in class, and then there are the other requirements that before one is engaged on board a ship, there are so many requirements which are equally expensive for an individual to actually to manage.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Now we've been dealing about training institutions. Now I want us to move to examiners, because most of them, you usually train students, but then they have to sit for exams. So what we've done, like the CEO had presented during his presentation, is that there are some examining bodies that have come on board to assist these students to be able to pursue their exams. And I'd like to engage Dr. Wambua, because we've all heard about the issues the legal students have been having, especially after they are from KSL, that's Kenya School of Law, and they were unable to sit for exams. So, Dr. Wambua, given the history of what we've heard about the students not being able to complete their studies, what drove you to think that maybe you could come up with a fund that could support these students, and what was exactly the experience?
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Yeah, first let me introduce my institution so that everybody gets to know what we do and who we are. The Council of Legal Education is a regulator for legal education in Kenya. Therefore, we regulate law schools that teach law at undergraduate, at certificate, diploma, undergraduate, all the way to postgraduate. So that's one of our core mandates. The other core mandate is to administer the Advocates Training Program examination, which is which students from the Kenya School of Law usually sit. And that examination is what determines whether a lawyer becomes an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. So, so largely that is our mandate. But under the Legal Education Act, which is our parent statute, we are also required to promote legal education in Kenya. And that's a very broad and expansive mandate. So, and it is within that mandate that we included in our annual estimates monies that would go towards a fund for providing those students at the Kenya School of Law to access loans from a revolving fund in order to sit for the Advocates Training Program examination. So that's largely under that broad mandate of promoting legal education. So since the inception of this fund in 2019, we've been able to allocate 119 million Kenya shillings. And we partnered with HELB in order to administer that fund for good reasons. HELB presents us with a very unique model for ensuring that the money is disbursed on a timely basis and that the money is recovered and plowed back into the revolving fund. And HELB works. I mean, for public sector institutions, we should be proud of HELB. That shows they have systems and they're able to disburse largely on a timely basis. The other thing is that HELB has fairly good standards of integrity. I mean, we've not had a major scandal at HELB, and Ringera, probably you need to maintain that. And that's something that would attract people who may not have the capacity to administer funds to come to HELB. So we've managed to disburse out of the 119 million shillings, we've been able to disburse 27 million shillings. Now that's a little bit disappointing because it works out to about 28-29% of the fund value. And it is not that we don't have a demand for these loans. I mean, even though legal profession is considered to be one of the richest, most lawyers come from very poor backgrounds and they start off poorly. I mean, if you see some pictures of some of the richest lawyers, where they came from back in the day, you'll be surprised. So our fund is supposed to respond to the needs of those lawyers who especially come from needy areas. But one challenge we've experienced is lack of awareness on the existence of our fund. And this is somewhere where probably we could strengthen our partnership better with HELB, because HELB is very outgoing. HELB has a very good public image, and you're able to do your campaigns out there very well. I mean, already I know there's a COVID waiver, even though I paid my loan 25 years ago. So if we could also benefit from your capacity to engage people, and let students at the Kenya School of Law know that this fund exists, that would be good, because CLE, our focus has always been on how do we get that examination done and released. That has been our biggest problem. The other challenge that we are facing, and it relates to COVID-19. At the height of COVID in 2020, we didn't administer our exam, so there was no demand for our products. And maybe that speaks to something relating to business continuity. We didn't anticipate that properly. So maybe for future pandemics or future disruptions, I don't know if the 2022 elections will be another disruption. I think we also need to anticipate those disruptions very well, plan for them, and ensure continuity of our operations, which includes giving loans through HELB. Sorry, one point that I need to stress. Out of the 400 or so who've benefited from our loans this year, 40% are females, okay? So that shows that even the legal profession is changing. We are working more and more towards 50-50. And a challenge for you, HELB, next time we have this panel, let's also see some gender balance here.
Thank you for that, yeah. There you have it. So even back at home, whether I know maybe your training institutions might not be training legal professions, you can always encourage them now. There is funding for exams. But coming to us now, Dr. Leting, FCPA Leting, I know this will be of very great interest for you, especially given some of these training institutions are training for CPAs. So we would like you to introduce the CASNEP Foundation Fund. And although it's a new fund, I think we're in the process of disbursing the first batch, so that even you as training institutions who are training for CPAs and other CASNEP exams, your students have a leeway to get support. But I'll allow Dr. Leting to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Leting, coming from the Kenya Accountants and Secretaries National Examination Board. It is now 52 years old, from 1969. Training, not really training, examining accountants, company secretaries, and people in various professions within the business side. And so CASNEP started in 1969 in KIA, the then Kenya Institute of Administration. And from that time, it has been examining CPA and CPS qualifications until 1978, when there was an act of parliament called the Accountants Act, establishing the ISPAC, the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, and CASNEP was now formally established as an examining body for accountants and other professionals. Now, we are domiciled within the Ministry of the National Treasury and Planning. We have registered over 500,000 people from the inception of CASNEP. But those who have successfully gone through CASNEP qualifications are about 60,000, leaving about 5,450,000 at various stages. Some of them exited the world without completing those qualifications. Currently, we offer 5 levels of qualifications. We have qualifications at the vocational certificate, various levels. There is a vocational certificate examination in entrepreneurship and innovation, vocational certificate in graphic design, in the vocational certificate in blockchain technology, among other things. Then we have a certificate in accounting and management skills, which I'm sure you know. Most of the TVET sector institutions normally train students for that. Then we have 3 diplomas. The diploma in data management, diploma, accounting technicians diploma, and there is another diploma there. So after that, they progress to do the 5. We have 5 professional qualifications. That includes CPA, that is Certified Public Accountant of Kenya, CPS or CS, Certified Secretary, Certified Information and Systems Support Expert, and Certified Credit Professional, and Certified Investment and Financial Analyst. We have introduced another level, which is called post-qualification, and we are administering Certified Forensic Fraud Examiner qualification from April this year. I'm giving you this background because, first of all, I want to thank you and thank the management of Higher Education Loans Board for inviting CASNEP to come, and although we did not sponsor or participate, but I was around. We have an event that is running in White Sands Hotel. I'll be making a presentation tomorrow. So CASNEP and the Higher Education Loans Board has partnered over the last few years. About 2015, there was a discussion to see how do we support students from needy, very bright students who may want to become accountants in the future. Looking in the sector, you notice that all the people running the banking sector, the insurance sector, all of the people who are running some of these big corporates are accountants. They may be having other degrees, but they also CPA graduates who have those qualifications, which now enables them to run. Even Charles himself and James here are all graduates of CASNEP. They have gone through an examination by CASNEP, and therefore they have that financial knowledge to run institutions that they are doing. Now, in the TVET sector, in 2015, CASNEP had discussions with Higher Education Loans Board to see how we can establish a foundation. So we do have a CASNEP foundation that seeks to assist students who are desirous of pursuing a qualification administered by CASNEP. Currently, we have 3 sittings. We have a sitting in April, another one in July, another one in December, November. Now, we expect students to come from across the counties. Some of them, even those from Nairobi, do not have enough resources to finance their studies in terms of registration, in terms of tuition. So thanks to the support from Higher Education Loans Board, they shared with us our framework of partnership. We have been negotiating, and 2 years ago, we signed a memorandum of agreement or understanding to support students. And I'm very happy to report that so far we have supported over 300 students. They're actually 337. We are starting small. We have given about between 5 and 10 million shillings to the foundation from CASNEP. And we are working with our alumni, the 50,000 alumni that are there. We want to tap into their networks so that they can give back to society, so that we can support that student who wants to pursue a certificate in accounting and management skills, or a diploma, or accounting technician's diploma, or any other qualification, particularly at the TVET sector. Those who are in the university and they are pursuing professional qualifications like CPA and CS and CIFA and CISA, they are also entitled to that loan. It comes in both 80% of the amount, the fund or the revolving fund. 80% of it goes for the loan, and 20% goes for bursary. And that framework, we didn't have to reinvent the wheel. We simply plugged into the Higher Education Loans Board scheme of things, and we are running with it. And we are looking forward to getting more funding. We believe because of the network of CASNEP, we'll come back to our alumni to see how they can give back to us so that we can help another person out there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Letting. I think now we are privy to the information of partnership at HELB, but I understand also there are some people who are being converted as we discuss this, because the problem we've had over time is we've always thought that the only money that we use at HELB is the treasury money, but as you can see, even you yourself, you can set up your own revolving fund at HELB, or you can partner with HELB, or you can contribute to an existing partnership. You might say that you are an accountant, because I heard there are some finance officers here, and you want to chip in money to the CASNEP fund, and there is a platform for you to contribute. And one of the partners that we've been working closely with is National Council for Persons with Disability. Apparently, I'm also the chair of the Disability Mainstreaming Committee at Higher Education Loans Board. And we'd like just to hear some feedback, because a few weeks ago we had a meeting with the representative from the council, and the discussion was surrounding about how can we support students who are persons with disability, because they have been supporting them. And maybe that's an experience we'd want to hear from you. Bwana CEO, welcome.
Thank you so much. I know later on I will be also a panelist, but I just wanted to contribute small, and the CEO told me I should say something small around how as a council we can contribute. My name is Harun Hassan. I am currently the Executive Director of National Council for Persons with Disability. Let me take this opportunity to thank HELB for really inviting us and recognizing us as an important stakeholder to make also a contribution to this great discussion. You know, Mr. Charles, sometimes it's only forum like this that we meet old friends. I'm now meeting Dr. Letting for a while. The last time when we met, he was a VC at Management University of Africa, and I was elsewhere. So forums like this makes us to bond with old friends. So thank you so much. I know baadaye pia nitasema kidogo when I will be on the other side. Na sahi mnajua najiona. It is interesting, eh? Unajua kama ningekaa upande hiyo, ningeengelea watu. Yeah, but let me introduce who we are. National Council for Persons with Disabilities State Corporation, and it was formed in 2004 through an act of parliament. And that act was signed by our former president, Mzee Kibaki. Disabled persons across the world, across Kenya, do celebrate that Mzee as a Lincoln of our time. It was when that act has come into force that the persons with disabilities rights, got recognized, and they started coming out and speaking, and that disability also became not just as a disability, but as a diversity in our society. Just the way there's a tall man, a short man, a short girl, a tall girl. So disability becomes just like a human diversity. So National Council has a lot of mandates, but for the purposes of this particular conference and this brief statement that I will be making on education, I will say something around the population of persons with disability in this country. World Health Organization estimates it at about 6.5 million. But Kenyan census put it at slightly less than 1 million. And this disability is a club that anybody potentially can be a member. And the population keep on increasing and increasing and increasing. And the demand, you know, that these people go through also keep on increasing against the resources and funding that goes down. So a number of young people are losing out in education, not because they have disability, but because of how the society is organized. Their disability become visible. You see, the barriers that some person with disability goes through is too. And that's what makes them not to access opportunity like education. And education is a fighting chance for that child with disability. So the two important barriers are, you know, physical and built environment barrier and the attitude of society toward persons with disability. I know many state corporations who are here and even TVET institution do report to the council to the extent of disability mainstreaming or compliant. But I want to tell you for fact, and from the survey, not scientific survey, just a sports survey we've done, many institutions of higher learning, whether it is TVET or universities or other colleges, are not accessible to students with disability, most of them. And yet they are government institutions. That's what locks them out. Or some institutions of higher learning also deliberately, they don't interrogate deeper into what the disability is all about, invest in research, and, you know, change the narratives around disability. You know, I always give a very interesting example. You know, disability is an economy in itself. You know, the lifestyle of a disabled man or woman or that child is very expensive. And it is an economy. That's the kind of the research you want in institutions of higher learning, you know, to invest in. This wheelchair of mine is very expensive, you know. My friends, because you don't know that I'm sitting on a Mercedes-Benz, eh? It costs fortunes. There are others that are cheap as 50, there are others that cost millions. What if you put up centers like that, research around there? What affirmatively comes to the National Council to support disabled people will become very inferior. So those are the thinking around which as a council we want to, you know, try to advocate in how we can raise awareness on narrative change around disability. You know, we have engaged HELB. And the CEO confirmed to me this morning when we are about to have tea, that they have already responded to one of the things that we have put to them. We support students right from primary, secondary, to TVET, and to universities with a little resource that we have. You know, when I was sitting this side and listening to the brilliant presentations here, I thought it's only us councils who are poor. I have confirmed there are people who are even poorer than us here. We have been saying little resource and little resource. Nimeshajua yetu hatutaongea mingi. So with that, but since the resource is never enough, with that resource we have done quite amazing around issues of education. We've noted if we give that child education, the disability of that child is hidden tomorrow. They will become CEOs like the panelists here, they'll become engineers, they become doctors, and disability will be hidden. So we started putting deliberate effort then, how do we transform access to education for that child with disability? Right from enrollment to completion, transition, and ultimately even to the job, you know, opportunities. Last financial year, no, this current financial year, for example, HELB supported 120 students with disabilities with loans and bursaries. 68% of them are male and 32% are female. Sioni mingi ban. Let's clap for HELB. Yeah, 120 students. That translates to about 6.5 million and in loan and 595,000 with bursaries. But as a council, that same financial year, we supported 896 students with disabilities with bursaries for colleges, universities, and vocational training, amounting to 24.5 million. Of these, over half, that is 57%, are in vocational training, followed by colleges at 24% and universities at 19%. But because, you know, we are not expert in administering funds, especially for important projects like this, we reach out to the HELB in a letter. Next time, Mr. Charles, when you call people, even our logo should be there.
Thank you.
Yeah, it should be there. We wrote to them that we're going to put a revolve fund so that they can help us in understanding that we're going to make to reach a number of students across the country. And there are very many. You know, once you have a disability and you are in far flung, for example, in the rural villages where I come from, Mandera, no one is aware of you. But if we put it in a structure like this and then we start, doing advocacy through disabled persons and their organization, their leadership, we're going to reach. So I know baadaye nitasema kitu, but I want to summarize by saying we will walk this journey with you. And next time we're going to put more thing into that kitty. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Gonna see you. Now, because in the interest of time, because I can see the MC is walking up and down, I'd like to request whether we can have just 2 questions or at most 3 questions from the audience, and then we see how to wrap up. Just 2 or 3. Gonna MC? To the panelists, maybe we can have one from the other side, and we can do gender balance. Like you've been told, we are not gender balanced here. So when it comes to questions, maybe we can diversify. Any question to the panelists? If none, then maybe we can wrap up. And I'd like the CEO, maybe before we wrap up, this journey of partnership starts at the top. And I believe the reason why, like Dr. Leting has said, is that they have confidence in HELB. But and also Dr. Wambua mentioned something like that. So maybe as you wrap up, what I would, maybe you could comment is the assurances that even these members, if they were to contribute today to HELB as partners, that their resources would be safe, and the structures you've put in place as the head of the institution to ensure that maybe Dr. Leting will not put his money, and then tomorrow when University of Nairobi students are demonstrating, we use Dr. Leting's money instead of the treasury money. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And maybe as we come to the end, for me it's just a clarion call or call to action on what we need to do. You realize that at least the testimonies, at times I may not be able to give my story. But everybody in Higher Education Laws Board is actually a resource mobilizer. James just leads the team. I'm the chief resource mobilizer. The guy in finance is doing the same. The guy in HR is also getting to his body so that we can be able to bring it here. Even you, where you are seated as a principal registrar, dean, you have heard from the registrar of KMC. And our apologies, Karidi, for the photo. Maybe you are saying, pesa bando ni kidogo, ukiongeza kidogo tutaweka logo pale. Maybe there is a direction of getting to the logo. You are, in your own right, you're actually a resource mobilizer. So let's work together. And when you listen to Dr. Leting, institutions have complications. When I was sitting with Dr. Kelly, he is asking me at your foundation. A foundation to do what? I told him just like the way KCMB is KCMB PLC and KCMB Foundation, for foundation to do corporate social investment. That is what we designed for CASNEP. In another organization in KEWI, it may not work that way. In fact, Dr. Wambua should have told you, the advocates have also put in money together for the advocates who die, for their children to continue learning. We run that fund. It's called ABA, Advocate Benevolent Association Fund. So there are many forms and shapes that it can take, and we are ready to listen to your story and advise which is the best way to be able to do this, including participating in resource mobilization for you. For example, one of the key things we have been having Karidi with Hiram, the CEO of KMC, is if you go to Communications Authority of Kenya, there is a fund called, is it UPA, Universal Service something. It is a very rich, body. I told Hiram the other day, can we write a proposal to UPS so that they can actually seed some 1 billion shillings? Because that fund is in tens of billions. Can we write a proposal and then we see what can be able to be supported? We have the intellect, we have the antennae. When I appeared with Dr. Kelly on Tuesday in Parliament, they asked me, how do you know we have 1.7 billion in unclaimed asset for Kenya Hospitals Association Foundation? I said, because I know. It is there. You can go and prove. So even you are seated on piles of money. Mulati, PS, let us see how we can come together. There is a lot of disaggregated fundings which are, hidden all over that you're talking about. We are ready to work with you to be able to do this kind of resources because this is the future of higher education financing. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the panelists before me. I don't know whether we have time for parting shots or, but thank you very much. And maybe if you want to learn more about what they are doing and how they have done it, I think they'll be around so that you can get in touch with them and get to know how they have done it and how you can also do it. So don't say that we are from wherever, Nyeri Technical, we cannot do it, Nyandarua Technical, we cannot do it. Even you have a small CSR fund that you can create. And like we said, even if it's 100,000, we are ready to start with that as long as we help the students. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the panelists.
Hayo makofi sialo tunaopiga tukimaliza panel session. Tupate kama yale mengine. Inaitwa 5 nini mama doctor, inaitwa 5? Twendeni hapo. Haya tuanze kwa panel. Safi kabisa. Haya, kama kuna mtu nyuma yako, geuka umtapu. Mshike, kuna wengine wamelala najua sasa hivi. Geuka utapu mwenzako. Mwambie we are almost done. Tapu, tuko karibu kumaliza. Ama msimame mstretch kidogo, tu stretch kidogo Kuna watu wamekula samaki na kuku peke yake. Kuna wengine wamekula sima. Asante. To stretch. Tuwekeane mikono juu kidogo. Safaricom uko tayari? Safaricom, just shake your hands. Kama unaweza shika mguu yako ya left hapa kwa goti tu. Hii goti ingine. Haya, tuketini. Asanteni sana. All right. I would like to call our sponsor, Safaricom. Safaricom, these are main sponsors. And also I would like to recognize all the sponsors from Family Bank, Cooperative Bank, Safaricom Foundation, Standard Chartered, KCB, NCBA, Kingdom Bank, COOPS, KMA. Thank you for supporting this forum. Tafadhali, Safaricom. Safaricom, mmetutesa sana kwenye Fuliza. Wameona tukituma please call me mtu apigi. Akasema mpigie kama na credit, I receive na 1. Pia bado anataka pesa ya ule mtu mwingine. Safaricom, Mungu apatie maisha marefu.
Bwana MC. Sijali, nitakutafuta, nitakuona kando. Hizo shida tutatatua. That's why we are here. Principal Secretary, State Department for Technical and Vocational Training, Dr. Margaret Mokima, ably represented, Bwana Chairman, Honorable Ekwe Othuro, our CEO, HELB, Charles Ringera, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Sydney Asher, and I work for Safaricom under the large enterprise and public sector. We are very happy. First of all, I'll start by saying that we are very happy to be here. As HELB partners, we've done a lot. We've been having a very cordial relationship, just trying to, because of one of Safaricom's main pillars is education, and we are really focused on trying to do that and touch people's lives, transform people's lives. And I think HELB actually does that in terms of education. So we are really happy and proud to be part of the support partners that enable HELB do what they do. Hatuna mengi makusema leo. All we just wanted to say is that, and try and demystify Safaricom. I know people just know Safaricom is about voice, SMSs, and data, but we are being more innovative. We are going into a digitally led organization. And so for the organizations that we have here, the learning institutions, the TVETs, we do have certain solutions that we think would be good for you to look at. And I will let my colleague Sylvia probably just mention one or two things, and then we can take it up from there.
Thank you, Sydney, so much for the kind introduction. As he said, Safaricom is looking to become a digitally led organization, which means looking at other digitally transformative solutions beyond just the Safaricom SIM cards, the phones, and the LTE or internet type of technology that we deal with. Some of the solutions that we have include things like student management systems, learning management systems, that would fit well within the education sector in terms of trying to make the sector. I think we had a talk in the morning about, education 5.0, right? So things that will then help you to move from the manual systems or the very old type of systems into a more efficient type of way of working. I think some of the challenges that have been mentioned throughout the day include things around data management. And data management starts with just how the processes would start flowing and how that data is being captured and where it is supposed to end, that then allows us to plan through what we capture, how we capture it, when we capture it, how we process it. So all those are things that as Safaricom we're looking at. We have some solutions that we have started building. We've got older type of solutions that we have worked with our partners on. And we are always open to having conversations about what would fit for your business or for your institution, and how we can customize it to to sort of become a lot more effective within the programs or the type of processes that you're trying to have. I don't think we've got much to say, but if anyone has any further questions or if you want to find out more, please find us at our tent and you can have any further conversation. Thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Hao ni Safaricom. Aongee mengi, nguvu yao iko kwenye kula bundles. Upande huo Safaricom tumewaheshimu. Asanteni sana, all right? Tuko katika the last panel discussion. So I would like to call Mr. Josiah Musili to come on stage. And Edwin Moseti, Dr. Hassan Harun, Dr. Yvonne Orlando, and Eva Nyawira to come on stage. We have our last panel discussion. Naomba tufike ili kumbuka tuko na chairman cocktails. Sasa musiwende wale watu wa kuonja mili tatu, baadaye tuko na refreshments. Musiende na musisinzie na musilale. Tumalize the last panel discussion and we close for the day. And I would like to call our moderator, Dr. John Ambuto, Principal Mawego Technical Training Institute. Afike yeye ndio ataendeleza hichi kikao. All right, Mr. John Ambuto, tafadhali umuulize Mr. Josiah Musili maswali wa kwanza. He's supposed to leave by 5. Mr. Harun, unaweza kuwa hapa tu, hapa mbele ya mic. Hapa hivi uko sawa? Acha tukubebe tukuweke hapa. Hiyo Mercedes Benz ya 5 na button ina fly tu mpaka hapo juu. We need more support. Wanaume wameshiba. Safi kabisa. All right. Let me hand over the microphone to Mr. Dr. John Ambuto. Bwana John Mbuta, you start with Mr. Josiah Musili so that aweze kutoka na wakati. One, two.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Thank you very much. I think it is late and most of the people are now a bit impatient, but I think that we won't take a lot of time. But I think this one is also a very important area that we need to understand so that as we live with the students in the various institutions that we are, we can be able to handle them. Because this session basically deal with life skills and how they are supposed to stay in the campus life. You realize that most of the students that we bring into our institutions, they come from high school where there are very strict rules. So that is the reason why we thank HELB for considering this team so that we can be advised and also they can be able to tell us some of the challenges that they face to enhance some of the programs that they want us to undertake in our institutions. As been said, I'm Dr. John Abuto. I've been with the young people for the last 28 years, and several of them have passed through my hands, and I've seen a lot of challenges that they have in the areas that we want to discuss. I will start with our brother, Josiah Musili, who is the Director, National Cohesion and Values. I think they will summarize because we are short of time, so they won't talk much. They will just give us a summary of some of the things that they would be able to assist us with as managers of these institutions and the challenges that they face. But I would like to start the Director of National Cohesion and Values. First, I would like to ask, why cohesion and values? Mr. Musili? It's not? It's not there. He has gone. Thank you very much. I think that one was a very, very important area because we take students from across the country, and it was a very, very important aspect that the managers had wanted to know. I will go to the National AIDS Control Council, and Mr. Musili is there. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Musili. We won't take much of your time. I know you are short of time, but I think you will just take a little minutes to explain to us a few things. Just as I said, as TVET institutions, we take students from across the country. And it is important that this cohesion and values is a facet that we must be able to understand and see how it can be enforced in our institutions. So, Mr. Musili, if I start, why cohesion and values?
Good afternoon, everyone. Why cohesion and values? Yes, because some time back, the government decided that we needed to develop policies that guide how we conduct ourselves in terms of national unity and in terms of the values that we hold as a nation. This, if I can take you back to the 2007-2008 problems that we faced in the country, there were recommendations that certain institutions be established to address those problems that got us to where we found ourselves after the elections in 2007. And one of the institutions that were established is the Directorate of National Cohesion and Values that I head as the secretary. And then we have the NCIC. The Directorate specifically is responsible for policy, developing policy on national cohesion, and also the policy on national values. So we have two sessional papers that were developed thereafter. The sessional paper number 8 on national values and number 9 on national cohesion. These are papers that went through Parliament so that they became sessional papers. You know the difference between a policy and a sessional paper. The aim of the policy on national cohesion is to guide public institutions and generally the society in how we can live as a cohesive nation together, bearing in mind the challenges that I referred to. Then the policy on national values is, as a result, it's to find those values that are common to us as a people. Because we belong to different backgrounds, ethnic backgrounds and all that, we wanted to find a common bearing for us as a nation. And that is why in 2010...
Thank you very much. What are some of the challenges that the students face with regard to national cohesion and values, and what action has your institution taken to address this challenge?
Well, I would say the students come to these colleges, to TVETs, with already a mindset of that ethnic background where they belong. So it is up to us, together working with the TVETs, to develop or to inculcate into them that feeling of nationhood. And to do that, we have engaged TVETs. I think I've had an opportunity of engaging most of you. I looked at, just to mention, we are also the institution that is responsible for preparing the annual President's report that the President presents to Parliament once a year. And you, TVETs, are on PC. Those that are on PC are required by the Performance Contracting Directorate to present a report to us so that we file it for the national report. And in that reporting, that report is not just compiled by the institution. There are committees within within TVETs that are supposed to guide the mainstreaming of national values, not just within the staff, but also within the student community. It is expected that in those committees, there is representation from the student community in the TVETs so that we can use that forum. As we train those committees, we are also training representatives of students, and where possible, where institutions can make those arrangements, we can also train and sensitize the student community in TVETs so that we engage with them and tell them what the national values are and what they are supposed to, how they are supposed to conduct themselves in fulfillment of Article 10 of the Constitution.
Thank you very much. In what areas can HELB collaborate with your institution to assist in this?
I would say we do not, in terms of the discussion that is going here about funding, we are not involved in that way, but we are involved through engaging HELB just as like any other public institution in telling them what values they need to observe as they disperse the loans that they are disbursing. In everything public institutions do, they are supposed to observe Article 10 of the Constitution so that we have equity, we have equality, we have transparency in what they do, with the exercise good governance in the management of the loans and disbursement of the same as they do it to TVETs and other institutions.
Thank you very much. Finally, what are some of the enforcement strategies that you are putting in place for these values, cohesion and values, enforcement strategies in these institutions?
The main enforcement strategy that we have at the moment is the requirement to report. That all of you as TVETs, TVET institutions are supposed to report to us. We evaluate whether you're complying with the national values. I'm pleased to report that in the 2020 report that was presented by the President in Parliament last year, we had 75 TVET institutions reporting. In the current report that we are preparing now as we speak, which we are going to validate tomorrow at the KICD, we have 98. So you can see there is increased awareness among the TVETs on what they are supposed to do in terms of reporting on national values, which according to us is basically the only enforcement mechanism that we have as a directorate in making sure that TVETs comply with the Article 10 of the Constitution. So we sensitize TVETs, we tell them what they are supposed to do in terms of creating awareness among staff and students, and we also require them to present a report to us, which is a PC requirement. We actually evaluate TVETs on behalf of the PC directorate.
Thank you very much. Do you have something that you can tell, because we have the principals, we have the deans of students and student leaders. Your last word to them as you leave.
Thank you very much, first to HELB for inviting us to come and speak to you. I wish we had more time. You know, I was telling a friend of mine today that I am like a pastor at a funeral. When a pastor appears at a burial ceremony, he finds, most of the time they convert it to a crusade. So I'm a pastor who has appeared at a burial ceremony, and I would have liked to convert it to a crusade that is speaking about national values. My appeal to you is engage with us so that if you require training, if you require sensitization, we can provide that. We have staff who are qualified to do that and whose job is to do that on a daily basis. Those that you have not engaged and you are struggling with preparing the annual reports, please talk to us so that we can engage further and we can guide you on how to report better. We also do not want to really focus on the PC, because you know the PC is a requirement. We want to focus on sensitization and creating awareness even where you are not supposed to report, because that's the only way we can inculcate national values, both in your institutions, the way you run them, and also in the student community that is present in your respective institutions. Thank you very much. I will leave my contact to be shared by the HELB people so that you can get in touch with us and we can help you in sensitizing your students. We'll come to you wherever you are. If you are not able to afford hosting us, or if we cannot get to you by any reason, we can do it online. Since COVID started, we have been training online and we have done very well. We are trained thousands of staff in public institutions on national values, and we want to continue. So get in touch with us. We'll be able to help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It is only that our brother is leaving, and I think we can give him the opportunity so that he can be able to catch the flight. Thank you very much. I hope next time we will have a good time, very early, not at the last minute, so that we can share a lot. Thank you very much.
Asante, asante sana. Thank you. And have a good evening.
Can you clap for him as he's leaving? Thank you very much. I don't know whether the MC wants to say something. Okay. Thank you very much. Student wellness is one of the challenges that we have in our institutions. And one of the challenges for students is HIV/AIDS. And it is important that we have the directorate here, or representative, so that we can be able to share with us a few things about the challenges that students in TVET institution living with AIDS meet, and the actions that the institution is taking to address this. So let me go directly to the National AIDS Control Council, which is represented by Mr. Mosoti. What are the challenges do TVET students living with HIV/AIDS face, and what action has your institution taken to address these challenges? Because though most of our students are closed within a closet, they are part of the society. So what are some of the challenges that they face, and how are you trying to address this? Thank you. MC?
Okay. All protocols observed. Good afternoon.
Good evening. Is it afternoon or evening? It is evening. Some of us are sleeping. So my names are Cyprian Moseti Tumbo. I'm the regional HIV coordinator focal person at Mombasa County. So I work with the Department of Health in Mombasa. So first of all, before I proceed, maybe I'll let you know on NAC, because we are under the umbrella of NAC. NAC is a national corporation that was established in Kenya under legal notice number 3 of 1999 to curb issues of HIV/AIDS in Kenya. So as a corporation, our main mandate is to reduce the prevalence of HIV among Kenyan people. So we have various strategies that we are working hand in hand towards achieving this role. Currently in Kenya, the prevalence is 4.3. So we are working on how we can reduce this prevalence to nil. As you all know that HIV is a pandemic just like COVID. And you see the government is working speedily in reducing this HIV and new infections among the population. So we currently 1.5 million people are living with HIV/AIDS in Kenya. So up to now, as a state corporation, we are working hand in hand with various partners in reducing this prevalence. So I'll go to the question now. The various challenges that we are getting addressing this HIV menace to the institution. Just to get to speed, we have various activities that we are incorporating as an institution, working with these institutions around us. Like now, just the other day, we had of International Condoms Day, which is a day that is commemorated in the national capacity now as Kenya, in each county, and every institution is supposed to have various activities of educating the youths or the adolescents in HIV prevention. As you all know, the main prevention activity that we can work on in reducing the HIV, we've talked of ABC, abstinence. If people don't abstain, we say they be faithful. Are the people being faithful? No. If they are not faithful, we use condom. Now we advocate on people to use condom. So we go to various institutions, educating the students on use of condom. I'm quite sure in all the institutions that we have been, the knowledge of condom use is not to speed. Not all the students know about condom use. You can get in an institution like, say, I'm talking of Technical University of Mombasa, which we normally go to sensitize the students. A student can let you know that I'm safe when I'm using 5 condoms at a go. Is that knowledge in speed? No. If you use 5 condoms, what happens? Condom is like a rubber. When you put 2 or more rubbers together, what happens? There's friction, yes? So after that friction, at the end of the day, there's no protection. So we are working hand in hand with the institutions so that we can educate our students on the gap on HIV prevention and preparedness. So we have various challenges that we are facing as an institution, working with the TVET institution. Like now, one, the students normally go to school or those institutions for a given term. Like let's say a term lasts for 3 months or 4 months, and that student is HIV positive. And you see, anybody who's positive and is on treatment is supposed to be taking his or her medicine on regular basis. And let's say we are normally giving these ARTs on basis of a monthly basis. And that student, let's say, comes from my county now, Kisii, and comes to Mombasa for that period of 3 months. And that student takes the medicine from a referral facility in Kisii, and in that 3 months, he will be in Mombasa. So you see, the distance from Mombasa back to Kisii is a long distance. So what happens? After that month, it elapses. The student doesn't have money to go back and maybe get the ARTs. At the end of the day, he's a defaulter now to this menace of HIV. So there is that challenge of distance. Number two, there is a lot of stigma. Like now in Kenya, if you say you are HIV positive, probably people will make you aside. Kutakuwa na kama kongamano, si ndio? Kongamano ya watu wanaishi na virusi na kongamano ya watu wenye wako sawa. So there is that stigma. We are working hand in hand with the institutions in reducing this stigma. How can we reduce these stigmas? First of all, we want to educate them first so that they know that if I'm HIV positive, I'm just as normal as anybody in Kenya. Just the way as my brother will say that if that person is disabled, it's just normal as us because all of us are equal before God. The last maybe challenge that we are facing, the students fear. They fear talking to the management on the issues of HIV. We are working hand in hand with the tutors in place so that we have those counselors who are on the institutions so that the students can come openly and say that maybe I'm positive and I'm working on this and this. So we want people to come out clearly and say, I'm HIV and I can do everything.
On the challenges that you have stated, brother, do you think that there is areas where HELB can collaborate with your institution to assist the students in these higher institutions?
Okay. Well, first of all, we would like to have a given policy as a cooperation in Kenya on dealing with HIV in the institution. Remember, all the institution, let's say we have a curriculum and HIV is one of the topics they talk on, but they don't have the updated knowledge on the HIV. We don't have the gurus that are in the community that know the challenges that is faced in the community. So we are willing and will be happy if we get a collaboration from HELB so that we can have a given policy in formulation of HIV implementation in the various institutions. Number two, we will like to have support. Like now we say the support that we have is minimal. HIV is wide, and we normally have action days in the HIV world. Like now we have outreaches, and because of resources, we can't go to various institutions so that we can, first of all, we need to test them, because we have the HIV cascade that states we need to go to the 90-90-90 cascade, that we want to test the 90% of the students in the institution. We don't have those resources that can manage. The 90% will get the 90% of the positive. So the post, they are supposed to be under medication. So we don't have enough resources to mobilize and work in getting these outreaches and getting HIV information towards all the institutions.
Thank you very much. I think we will give the members also the opportunity to ask you one or two questions when we finish. Let's move on because of time. Sometimes you might ask yourself why we are moving very fast, but we have to do so because of the time. We were late initially, but we have to cover what we have. The National Council for Persons with Disability, we have our brother, Dr. Hassan. One of the students' cadre that we have at our institutions are students that are having the various challenges, either physical or mental challenges. What challenges do TVET students with disability face? That is, if I may ask you, from your data, because you have done some statistical research and got a few results here and there, so that as managers of institutions we can be able to know, so that we work hand in hand with your society or council to see how we can be able to assist these students. So what I'm asking, what are some of the challenges that these students face, and how has your institution taken, what are the actions that your institution has taken to address these challenges? Dr. Hassan.
Wacha niendelee tu ama? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Once again, kwanza I want to confirm to the HELB that I have paid my full loans and I have the certificate.
Thank you very much.
You know, we know some of us the importance of being supported to go through in institutions of higher learning. I was also supported by Starehe Boys Center, but I've done my KCSE in rural school in Mandera. Why not for those support? Probably. I don't know. I might not be able to have sat here. So support like this that is geared toward many children or many students to access is a wonderful initiative. And Banasio, I heard you say that there are even individual contribution. Hata kama sio wealthy, 1,000 hata tukileta ni contribution. So we'll encourage, alumni of HELB also in our circles to contribute. But I want to say something before I respond to the question. Those times I've accessed those opportunities, I was not someone with disability. I was up and running like most of you here. And I schooled with a number of students with disabilities, both in my primary school and my secondary school. And that time, my mind could not see the challenges they are going through. And I was part of that society that has that mindset that disability is a punishment, it's a curse, it's something that will not happen to you, it will be something that will happen to others. Then as fate will have it, I ended up in Kenyatta University. And that university, most of the graduates with disabilities in Kenya of my generation and beyond come from Kenyatta University. And in one particular episode, when I was a fourth year, I came late and I ended up in our hostel where students with disabilities are. One of them is the current Senator Maura. He was a fresher that time. And a gentleman called Wahome who's blind. Na mimi nilikuwa hapa katikati yao. I felt out of place. And my friends were wondering, wewe umekuja kukaa pale aina gani? Many years later, I was involved in a terrible road accident. I injured my back. I spent years in hospital, a year plus. And then I accepted what happened. I started moving out. Those students I met in primary, in secondary, that I forgot. And those that I interacted with in university, like Maura, that I forgot, ended up becoming my best friends. So that's how life, in a blink of an eye, can change the trajectory of our lifestyle. That's when you come to realize what they go through. That time I didn't understood. But today, I live a lived experience and understand what real discrimination is. You've seen I was carried up here like the former president of Uganda, Idi Amin. I felt a bit good. But if there would have been a simple ramp here, my disability wouldn't have been there. I would have just moved in. So the disability is about how we have organized our societies. That now makes me to respond to the question you say, Daktari, what are the challenges? The challenges, number one, is the one that I'm trying to explain. Most students, they might get help, they might get bursaries from us or from other well-wishers. But when they go to those institutions, they cannot access the classroom. They cannot access the hostels. They cannot access the washrooms. And we expect those children to perform. That's one of the things. Even though the law, especially in public institutions that say it must, it shall, be accessible, we have not yet lived that. So when even the sagas and the institution report to us, wanna create another karamp ingine in a face sky like this, just to tick the compliance box. Hata ile mtu anakusaidia anaanguka na wewe. You even cause another disability, right? Yeah, and young people in those institutions are very active. Disability is much more higher, acquired ones, particularly among active population. Driving crazy, doing crazy sports, a lot of things, and you fracture yourself, you injure your spine, and number of the things. Alafu una create a ramp ingine hapa, kwa sababu watu wa council wanakumambia report, alafu una tick because of the PC. Those are the challenges, one. The other challenge is information. You see, if someone is blind, he will not use Daktari a pen like yourself and myself. They use braille services, braille papers, very expensive. We don't make it inaccessible to them. And the institution actually by law, they are supposed to implement what is called reasonable accommodation. Reasonable accommodation includes now that person to access information. If it's a deaf, do the institution, the TVET, universities, do they have interpreters? And you know very well that sign language is a national language after English and Kiswahili. Those are the challenges that, and the most tough of all the challenges again is what? Attitude. What are the attitude of deans? What are the attitudes of vice chancellors? What are the attitudes of registrars? What are the attitudes of student leaders? What are the attitudes of fellow students toward those students with disabilities? My brother here, Alizema, when he was talking about HIV, at one time, you remember HIV, people don't speak about it openly like this. Tunasema huko chini, sio? Sahi we talk about it openly. Also disability, one time we didn't. So yeye alisema iko kongamano ya wale wako na hiyo virusi na wale hawana. Now within an institution you will see kongamano ya students with disabilities wako kando. And then those without disability, whether it is at institutional level or management level, wanasema wale wasewa walemavu sikuzi haonekane hapa wako wapi. And yet disability is a cross-cutting agenda, is an important mainstreaming factor that we need to mainstream across every activity that we do in institutions. You know, so those are the big challenges, you know, a student goes through. So some drop out, not because of their disability, but because of, you know, those many factors. Because so I will, finally, as I give it back to you, so those are the things that makes completion rate from one layer or one level to the other difficult for student. Yeah, so I was saying, those are the challenges that is making it difficult for the student to complete, you know, in institutions, whether TVET, whether it is universities, whether it is high school. Then what do that mean? That means then many of them will become poor because they will end up dropping out. They will not access now job opportunities, and then they will go back home. Most of them, nearly 80% of them from rural areas where opportunities are not there. So those are the challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Just as you are talking about the challenges, I would like to ask you whether you can enumerate a few areas where HELB can also collaborate to assist students in these institutions.
Yeah, I've made a small comment a while back. We have already started active conversation with HELB because we are supporting students right from primary, in special schools, in mainstream schools, in universities, and in TVET vocational training. And I've said HELB supported this financial year 120 students. That's quite a large number for persons with disability. But we support bulk of it. The same financial year we supported nearly 900. That's 896, you know, students. So what we say then, against the resource that we have, we might not reach out to all students. Then we have to pull our little resource and efforts together and come up with a structure of how we can, you know, put a revolve fund through the HELB, and then we reach to many students, you know, to access the opportunities. We started similar project with Kenya Commercial Bank because what we do is LPO financing. You remember government gave a directive around AGBO, access to government procurement opportunities for persons with disability, women and youth. So someone with disability, he has a company, she has a company, she got a contract, she doesn't have capital to start with. So we used to support them, but we have never had a clear structure. So some become defaulters. So to avoid that, so that people can benefit, we put to the KCP, you know, a revolve fund to help us to administer that fund. Learning from that experience now is what we want to closely work with HELB to see to it that the student with, we are very happy to hear from HELB, especially Mr. CEO, that if a student with disability applies for a loan, anapata maximum. If the student with disability applies for a bursary, anapata maximum. That's already a wonderful effort. So to begin a HELB fund. Yeah. But once we put that kitty, we will also inform from experts disability perspective view on how best we can, implement that plan. And I wanted to make a correction. You know, when you introduced me, you say, doctor, I'm not a doctor, eh? I'm here to be a doctor, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hassan. Other than the PC, do you have any other strategy of how we can enforce disability mainstreaming in this institution?
Yes. You know, the Disability Act that created us is the only few pieces of law that has not conformed with the current constitution. So it had a lot of teething problems. But at 3 December last year, 2 months ago, the head of state was a chief guest during our International Day for Persons with Disability. And it was the first time a head of state graced that occasion. And one of the things that he gave a directives around was the Disability Act 2003, the current parliament, before they go, their term ends, must, and gladly that piece of act now has come for the first reading. Next week, here in Mombasa, we'll be appearing before the Committee of the Labor to fast track, and it's a government bill. When that bill comes to enforce, I want to give you a hint. I want to give you a hint because you asked me a very important question. Because right now, as a council, we lack teething to bite some things. That bill, when it passes, it will give a lot of teething. And it will move disability issue as a human right issue. And it will never be then just a compliance, for purpose of compliance, just ticking a box. And we will be starting with public sectors. How best can we mainstream disability in public sectors, including now the institutions now, how public programs are implemented. So that will be coming. So these are a leakage I am giving. So if we go back to our institutions, Ujue, next financial year and going forward, council will come in a different format and in a different brand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for Mr. Hassan? Thank you very much. Another important area is the student wellness and mental health. And one of the challenges that we have is drug and substance abuse. I want to, the National Authority for Campaign Against NACADA, the team that we have, Madam, I'm a bit poor at Yvonne Orlando. I'm being advised that I need to move a bit faster. I want to ask Madam, what are some of the challenges that TVET students face with regard to drug abuse? And what action do your institution is taking to address this challenge? Some of the challenges that these students face. Just before he answers, just a few days ago, one of my students was advising his colleagues that I don't want anybody to come into the college with alcohol, but if you come with it in your stomach, I won't mind. So, Madam, we have a great challenge. So, what can you say?
Okay, thank you. Now, as Mr. Hassan corrected, he said he's not a doctor. Me, I need for you to say I am a doctor.
Oh, thank you very much, Dr. Orlando.
So I'm Dr. Orlando. I'm the Director of Public Education, Advocacy, Rehabilitation, and Regional Coordination at NACADA. Now, NACADA is a semi-autonomous state corporation under the Ministry of Interior and National Coordination. Now, with NACADA, we have 4 key mandates. The first one is research, and you'll realize with all the TVETs, we've tasked you to do a baseline to understand where are your students, where are your staff when it comes to issues, alcohol and drug abuse. We also do national surveys. One is starting actually next week. We do this after every 5 years to understand the state of the nation. The second mandate we have is compliance and enforcement. We do crackdowns. We can walk in any part of Kenya, walk into your bar. If you do not meet the minimum requirements, we can close it down. We pour your alcohol. Banasana said he doesn't have teeth. As we are lucky because we're in interior, we just borrow our enforcement brothers and now we get bigger teeth. So anytime we hear of any complaints, tunabisha, then we come and crack down. The third one is under prevention. That is the public education and advocacy. And this is where most of the TVETs and MDAs fall under. Under this, we have what we call workplace trainings. So for all TVETs, the ones who are under PCD, you have to have an ADA committee, and NACADA has to train them. So if you train them on your own, atukupei max. Last year we had so many complaints and we are still standing firm. We have to do that training. For TVETs, you also have student welfare trainings. This is not just for you, this is for the students. So again, if that is not done, max is inapotea. Then the third one is counseling and rehabilitation. We have a 24-hour helpline, 1192, which is free. You can call anytime anonymously and get addiction-related support. We also have the pleasure of inspecting and accrediting rehabilitation programs in Kenya. So far, we have about 150 rehabs in Kenya. And of late, we've also partnered with counties. So we have about 11 county-supported rehabs. The plan is for these rehabs to be free so that people in those counties can actually be able to benefit. One of the rehabs that is operational is here in Kwale. We have Kombani Rehab, which is free of charge. We also have MAT clinics. Those are the medically assisted therapy programs for people who are injecting drugs. They get their methadone there. To the question on challenges. Now, with the students, we train so that you are able to screen. If you cannot screen, you cannot intervene. A key challenge, most people who use drugs have underlying conditions. Research actually says 1/8 of them have an underlying mental condition. If I may give an example, if the person has been using mad drugs, you know now they're not using substances, you'll see. At least huyo alisema mebeba kwa tumbo. Now we have the ones who are taking Kuber. So with Kuber, macho inakaa nikaa anataka kulia, anataki kulia. But ako tu hapo. So you're wondering, is he drunk? Is he sober? What is this? That person is very high. And that is a serious stimulant. Then tuko na mad drugs. Mad drugs, if you've been taking it and then you stop. And let's say your name is Yvonne like me. You're seated like right now. Just put yourself in this student's position. Umetulia, and all you can hear right now when you're seated is, Yvonne, 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 Yvonne. And that keeps repeating on your ears. Na unajua ukichapa tu tap moja, masikio zinanyamaza. Which one would you take? Ukweli tu. Masikio zitaongea ama utapiga tap. So that's why we are training on screening and assessment. So that you identify this person is sick. Suspending them is not a solution. They actually need an intervention. And we train you on how to intervene. We help you to set them up. If they need to be in treatment, we are able to support you to get them to treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Before we finish on that, I would also like to know areas where you want to help, to collaborate with you, to assist in spreading this gospel of for the students to be helped.
Okay, thank you. So one, we need help to be trained so that they are also compliant with the PC, so the ADA committee to be trained. But you also would like, and you're praying like with the others, if more support could go to the students. Research says that the more students are in school, the less chances of them using. When you suspend students, now this is not to help, when the students are suspended, it means they have more time to use the substance. Nobody is now threatening them with rules, nobody is watching over them. So when they're in school, as much as they'll be carrying it in their stomach, they will be trying to abstain. So we are praying, HELB mpate pesa, so that our students can stay in school, as many of them as possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Can we clap for Daktari? Thank you very much. My last question will go to the National Transport and Safety Authority. And you know, road safety is also another challenge that we have. And what I would like to ask from you, Madam, is TVET, what are some of the challenges that do TVET students face with regard to road safety? And what action has your institution taken to address this challenge?
Okay, thank you, our moderator. My name is Eva Nyawira. I'm the regional manager, NTSA Coast Region. And I also I also want to tell the CEO HELB I was able to clear my loan some years back, and I'm happy maybe to give back. I may not have much as the CEO AIDS Control Council says. But road safety is an issue that has never been discussed. So people think that when a crash occurs, we call it a crash, it's for another person, it's the next person. If we check the statistics, I know here we have the learning institution and they will understand the statistics. Last year, the calendar year 2021, we had about 4,500 people dead because of a road crash. About 12,000 of them are in wheelchairs or they have injuries. So that's the extent of our problem. The other challenge is the cost to the government. When our CEO from HELB was talking about the deficit, he was talking about 100 billion. So the cost of road crashes in our country is about 300 billion per year. That is about 3 to 5% of our GDP. So it's a lot of money. So this money, we can use it to fund these students. So in these institutions, the challenge that we have is lack of information. So as an authority, what we've decided to do is to mainstream road safety in government institutions. And I know most of you, we've been able to reach out to you and we've talked to you about road safety. And the challenge that might come in is that the institution, because it's under the PC, hello, okay. They just do it to tick the PC. But they will not take action. And the actions that we want them to take is sensitize their clients. And one of them is their students. So when you as a committee, you've been able to be, you've been trained about road safety. Yeah, you train your staff, then you don't train your students. So that's a challenge because mostly of our resources, constraints, and also time. So maybe that's a challenge that we foresee as an authority. Then most of these students, maybe getting them together or reaching to this institution might be a challenge. But I'm happy for such a forum where we can be able to talk to you and we can also be able to reach them. We are available to train them and reach them. So I think that is it.
Thank you very much. In what areas can HELB collaborate with your institution to assist in this.
Thank you. One of our challenge is the training of we have the drivers and the boarders. And I know that the technical institutions, they are able to take up this and they can be able to train these riders and the boarders through an arrangement with the HELB. I know it can be a bit, but I think it's something that can be worked around, because when you talk to these riders and you ask them, why are you not trained? Or why don't you have a driving license? They will tell you that we don't have money to go to school. But as an authority, I think that's an area where they can get a loan, maybe even for 50,000. They go through the training, then they can be able to repay back. The other issue is to request help to facilitate, maybe, I don't know, it will not go back to help, but to the institution to be able to train these students. Take it seriously, because on weekends, these students are going for those happy rides in Gong and all that with the Zubaros, doing a 180 kilometers per hour. It's very risky. Then I think that is something that as an institution we should be able to look into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the panelists. I think for the sake of time, I think I would, if the MC will allow me, to take one or two questions from the members. Any question, you can be able to pick them, so that you say there is one there. Then another question, I'll pick all the questions at once. Since I'm seeing many hands, I'll give 4. Only 2? Okay, so which one would I? Gender? Yes, we will start with you. Then another one. Thank you. The MC has said 2, and I'll follow that. Thank you very much. Madam?
Good evening. My name is Linda from Michuki Technical. I'm the ADA in the school. My question is, in this new financial year, there's been a change that about the training, the cluster where you referred us to the regions. But it has been a tall order. We've been requesting for the online training in the last quarter. There's this other quarter which is also ending. So we just want a feedback because the coming next term will be the last financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That one is to Nakada. The other question?
Good evening, everyone. I know now we are tired, but allow me to ask these 2 questions. One of them I'll direct towards the NTSA personnel. There was a time when there was a directive from the president that, I am David Otieno from Ramogi Institute of Advanced Technology. Sorry for that. Now, this directive was that institutions were to start driving schools. Why is it becoming a challenge to the same institutions that were allowed to start these driving schools to register? 2, recently there was a case that halted all the registrations of these institutions driving schools. Can you give us a way forward there? And maybe lastly, all these statements that we made today were to level towards the well-being of students in our institutions. It is like saying you want to move from here to Nairobi, and you are planning how fast you are going to move to Nairobi, and you are not thinking about what will take you from here to Nairobi. The trainers who are here, where are they? In terms of, we've been tossed up and down. We are in TSC, we are in ministry, and I believe 3/4 of them are stuck at one level. Thank you.
I think the last questions will be handled by our peers. So, Nakada.
Okay, thank you, Linda. Yes, we have the cluster training. For cluster training, usually it is either in Kisumu or Mombasa. So you're speaking about the online training. So I believe for you to be asking it now, it means you have reached out to our trainings at Nakada and there's been no response. So I'll just follow up with that today so that you're part of the training starting next week.
Thank you very much. The other question?
Thank you for the question on driving school registration for the government institution. I don't think I've been in charge of driver training, and maybe the requirement is what you are not meeting. But the registration, we like Badari College, the maritime college, I think we gave them some leeways so that they can be able to register because they were a government institution. So maybe Ramogi, I may need to get the specifics to know where you're stuck. The other one is about the court ruling that we are supposed to stop all driver training and testing, which we've done. It was a court order. The driving schools took us to court because of a regulation that came into being sometime in 2018. And the case has been in court for all that wrong. And when the decision was made by the court, they decided that those regulations should go back to Parliament so that they can be able to discuss them. So that discussion is what we are waiting, and we can go back to training. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. The MC is telling me that there is, he wants to give one more question. Aye.
One, two. Mtamruhusu akae kwa sababu ni mwenzake Hassan Harun.
Okay, thank you for giving me that excuse. I'm Mary Aloka from St. Joseph Technical Training Institute for the Deaf. I'm a person with disability, and I can resonate with all that Hassan has said, and there are some more. But I have a question pertaining to the National Council Persons with Disability card, or the ID that is required for a trainee to give as an attachment to show that he is a person with disability during loan application. And many of our students, sometimes they lose this chance, not because they don't have the card, but the process of attaining this card is so hard. And Bwana Hassan, I think I'll see you privately to explain more. I don't want to waste time. But what are you going to do? Because it forced us as institutions, sometimes the personal attachment that we have with HELB and how they are so cooperative, just to write a letter to prove that this student is really a person with disability so that he can access the loan. But I think as a council, work on how the people with disability can really get these ID cards, because it's a rigorous task.
Thank you so much, Mary. I think that's a question in the mind of every person with disability and a student with disabilities. I want to tell you first how the process looked like and the new development that has emerged, because we are overhauling the entire registration system, and we are also devolving the signature of Director of Medical Service to the counties. And that's a directive of Heads of State when he officiated our event. You know, that card is what legally defines that you are someone with disability. And the process is like this. Councils, we only give the card after being instructed by a signature of Director of Medical Services. So hospitals at the county level, in a tool that is not standardized, assess and ascertain that someone has a disability this type and this level. And then the forms are shipped to Afia House, awaiting Director of Medical Services to sign. Once the Director of Medical Service signs, the form now is taken to our office, where now we put them into the system and generate the card. So a lot of delays happens at Afia House. So what we did as a council, we say that is frustrating and torturous to persons with disability. So we worked closely with the Ministry of Health in the most recent time, that is last year, and we came up and reinformed the medical assessment guidelines. And one of the things now that has come out of that review is the Director of Medical Services will no longer sign. County Director of Medical Services will be signing to make service much more closer to people, because that assessment was developed long before devolution. Now health is devolved. So we argued out that should happen. And then we are also now overhauling, our system. Unajua Wakenya sisi pia ni watu very interesting sana. Zamani tulikuwa tunatoroka kwa disability. Kwa sababu disability sasa imeleta opportunity. Kila mtu anajifinya hapa ndani. Ulimwambiwa earn up to 150,000, you are exempted from tax. Sasa unafanya kidole hivi unakuja to be registered. Unamwambiwa you will get a duty free tax, unaanza kuchukua bakora zingine, unaanza kudance hivi hivi. And then the doctor somehow, maybe they got convinced, maybe you're someone with disability. Then as a council we give. So the president said that there's so much fraud going on and we have to clean our data. And for us then to clean our data, those who are genuinely people with disability must access opportunity. Agbo, for example, kwa sababu umesikia contract inaenda kwa disabled people, wamama na vijana, unajikuta watu wameingia kwa system in a way that you don't understand. And they are making good business out of where they don't belong. So madam, I know sometimes that process can be long and stressed, but now we are devolving it to the county and we will be doing proof of life. Are you alive? Because there are some people who are dead long ago and their cards others are using. We've seen family members or neighbors registering poor persons with disability within their neighborhood without their knowledge and making fortunes out of it. It's unfortunate. Yeah. So you see, if we make the system lighter, we will open it up to abuse like that. But on the flip side, also those who are genuinely disabled become now frustrated. So what we are doing, especially in access to education like you have asked, even HELB, for them to confirm that you are someone with disability, it's only the card that can demonstrate. It's not our letter. The card is a legal document. I'm using a wheelchair and I'm very visible, my disability. If I don't have a card, the judge will only demonstrate my disability through a document, not by what he's seeing. So sometimes it can be that process. As you say, watu wakienda for chai, unione kando, nitakuongelesha more. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and I think I will give this opportunity to the peers, if he has something on the question, the last question, if the MC might allow. The peers.
Thank you very much. I really want to say that I have learned a lot through these sessions, and I'm delighted and happy to have been here this day. All the topical issues that have been handled are very helpful to our TVET system. And as per this question that has been asked on where the trainers are, is it TSC, is it PSC? What I know is they were transferred to PSC, but I heard that a few remained with the TSC. So because the Director Technical Education is here, and he attends most of those meetings where those discussions go on, I think that he is going to handle. But before I hand over to him, I would say that I'm greatly touched by these topics that have been discussed today. As we have been developing the policy on TVET financing, I think when we have been talking about those with disability, it never comes out clear to very many people in that team. And I think with the concurrence of the director, I think we may have to move further and engage with the right people who have especially participated in this. The persons with disability, for example, when they lose out on at the lower levels of education, and then they have to continue in TVET or other middle level colleges. So we have that challenge as we do the policy, because it is envisaged that they have to go through the normal system, but some of the disabilities may hinder them from going through that normal education process or program. So with that in mind, we are informed better, and these discussions are going to inform us more on that. So I will request that Tom Mulati answers on how far they have gone on placement of trainers under PSC, and those who are in TSC, what is to happen next, and what the Committee on HR are doing to address their issues. I know they came with very many expectations on coming to PSC. I think Murati can answer that better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. I never knew that the director is behind me. Thank you. I don't know whether he can answer the last question so that we close this session.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. First and foremost, I wish to notify you that you have touched a ground which is also here before a court of law, and I may not say much, and therefore you can see me on the sidelines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director. I think let's come to the close of this session. But before we close, I think I would like to say that we have benefited a lot on the discussions that we have had so far. So before we close, can we give 5 factorials to the team that has taken us through all the discussions that we have? 5 factorials. No, that one is not. Why don't we start it? 5, then like that. Can we start now? Thank you. Thank you. And finally, 1 to HELB for convening this team. 1 hearty clap to HELB for convening. Thank you very much. A few bouncers to assist.
Kabla tutoke, kuna vouchers mutapewa mkitoka.